The fifth Skanda, Chapter 1. On the superiority of Rudra over Vishnu. The Rishi said, the great legendary story, the life of Sri Krishna, supremely divine, destructive of all sins, has been narrated by you, O Suta. But, O blessed one, you, though highly intelligent, have not dwelt on it at great length. Hence, many doubts are cropping up in our minds. A very difficult tapasya was performed by Vasudeva, the part incarnate of Vishnu, who had to go to the forest to worship Shiva. Next, it has been known that the Devi Parvati, the part incarnate of the Great Mother, the Mother of the Universe, and the Supreme and Perfect, offered boons to Sri Krishna. How did it then come to pass that Sri Krishna, being himself the God, had to worship Parvati and Mahadev? Is it that Sri Krishna was inferior to Mahadev and Parvati? This is our doubt. Suta spoke. Hear then, O noble rishis, the reasons that I heard from Vyas. I will now sing before you those meritorious deeds of Sri Krishna. The son of Parikshit, the intelligent Janmejaya, also had the same doubts that you now have when he heard the story before from Vyas, and he asked the same questions that you now ask. Janmejaya said, O son of Bhagavati, I have heard much from you about the Supreme Goddess, the highest cause. Still the doubts are not leaving me. O fortunate one! Krishna, the Deva of the Devas, the incarnate Vishnu, worshipped Shambhu and had to perform dire penances. This is my great wonder. He is the soul of all the Jivas, the one ruler and lord of this world, and he is able to confer all the siddhis. How is it, then, that the Lord Hari had to perform very difficult asceticism like an ordinary mortal? He who is able to create this universe, moving and non-moving, he who is able to preserve and destroy it, why did he practice such a terrible penance? Vyas said, true, it has been said by you that Vasudeva, the Janardana, is the destroyer of the Datyas, and he is able to create and preserve the Devas and do all other acts for them. But the great Lord assumed a human body. Therefore, he had to perform his duties like a man and observe the Varna and Ashram dharmas pertaining to human beings, respecting the elderly persons, worshipping the spiritual teachers, doing service to the Brahmans, adoring and propitiating the Devas, feeling sorrow at times of sorrow, feeling pleasure at times of happiness, feeling dejection or expressing censure or scandal, or having sexual intercourse with women, in other words, to feel lust, anger, greediness, and other passions when their proper time arises. All these are natural to all human beings. How can, then, Sri Krishna, though intrinsically of pure qualities, become nirgun, devoid of human qualities, when he assumed a human body, which is saguna, with qualities? O ruler of men! The extinction of the Yadava race by the curse of Gandhari, the daughter of Subala, and the curse of a Brahman, Krishna's leaving his human coil, the stealing away of his wives, the robbing of their wealth on the way by the dacoits of the Avira tribe, Arjuna's becoming powerless to hurl any weapons on those dacoits, and Krishna's not knowing anything about the stealing away of Pradyumna and Anirudh from his Dwarka palace. These all correspond verily to exertions and failings appropriate to human bodies. Again, the Rishi Narayana is the part incarnate of Vishnu, and Vasudeva is the part incarnate of the Rishi Narayana. Hence, what wonder is there if Vasudeva is seen to adore and propitiate Shiva? Shiva is the god of gods, and he is the lord of all the causal bodies that exist in the state of Shusupti, deep sleep. In this respect, Shiva is the creator of Vishnu, and Vishnu worships him in this light. Rama, Krishna, and others are all part incarnations of Vishnu, so there is no wonder if they worship Shiva. The letter A is Bhagwan Brahma, the letter U is Bhagwan Hari, the letter M is Bhagwan Rudra, and the half letter M is Maheshwari, the supreme mother of the universe. The sages, therefore, consider Vishnu superior to Brahma. They again consider Rudra superior to Vishnu and Maheshwari, Turiya state, again superior to Rudra. The specialty of the half letter is that it can never be uttered. It is the symbol of the eternal Devi. In all the Shastras, Therefore, the superiority of the Devi is established. Vishnu is superior to Brahma. Rudra is superior to Vishnu. Therefore, no doubt can arise in Krishna's worshipping Shiva. It is through the will of Shiva that a second Rudra originated from the forehead of Brahma to offer boons to Brahma. This second Rudra is venerable and entitled to all worship. What to speak of the first Rudra? O King, it is through the proximity of the Devi that the importance and superiority of Shiva is thus established. Thus the incarnations of Hari arise in yugas after yugas through the intervention of the Yoga Maya. So there is no need to discuss this point. Why to Achyuta alone? To Brahma and Shiva also she gives troubles for getting involved in incarnations. She is the Yoga Maya, who is indirectly, with the twinklings of her eyes, creating, preserving, and destroying this universe. It is the Yoga Maya that caused Krishna to be transferred from his lying-in chamber to the village Vraja, and then protected him in the house of the cowherd Nanda. Afterwards, she took him to Mathura for the destruction of Kamsa, whence he was led again out of Jarasandha's fear to the city Dwarka. It is she that created from her own self the 8 Nayakas, leading mistresses, and also 16,050 women for the pleasure and enjoyment of Krishna Bhagwan, the incarnation of Ananta, Vishnu Bhagwan. Thus Krishna Bhagwan was made completely subservient to them just like a perfect slave. When a young woman, though she is alone, can bind a man down by the network of Maya, like strong iron chain, what wonder is there that the 16,050 women would make Krishna play in their hands like a shuka bird, and make him an instrument to serve any purpose that they liked. Sri Krishna got himself so much under the control of Satyabhama that he went gladly under her commands to Indra's heavens to get the Parijta flowers. There he had to fight with Indra and subsequently stole away the Parijta tree and gave it to Satyabhama as a very valuable ornament to be kept in her room. Behold, the same Krishna, by his own prowess, defeated Shishupala and others for the preservation of religion, and then stole away Rukmini, the daughter of Bhima, and afterwards married her as his legal wife. Where is the rule then observed that it is a sin to take away another's wife? Thus, all embodied beings get themselves subdued by Ahamakara and do acts, good or bad, confounded and deluded by the network of Moha that always drags one down below. From the Mula Prakriti are born Brahma, Vishnu, and Hara, and from the tamasic Ahamkara of Prakriti is created this whole cosmos, moving and non-moving. The lotus-born Brahma becomes free when he is free from Ahamakara. Otherwise, he becomes engaged in this world's affairs. When freed from this Ahamkara, all the jivas become free, and their houses, wealth, wives, sons, and brothers are quite powerless to tie them down. But when bound by Ahamkara, the jivas come under their control. O King, this Ahamakara is the cause of bondage to all the beings. I am the doer, this work is done by my power, or this I will do myself. Thinking thus, the embodied beings fall themselves under this bondage. An earthen pot cannot be made without earth. No effects can be visible without a cause. Consequently, Vishnu is preserving this universe because of this Ahamakara, imposed on him by Prakriti. The human beings are always drowned in their cares and anxieties simply because they are bound by this Ahamakara. When they become free from this Ahamakara, their cares and anxieties at once vanish. Moha, delusion, comes out of Ahamakara. World and the enjoyments thereof come out of Moha. Otherwise, how can it be accounted for that Hari and others, the mine of all good and auspiciousness, take their several incarnations in various wombs? Neither Moha nor this world comes to those that are bereft of Ahamakara. Men are of 3 kinds, Sattvic, Rajasic, and Tamasic. O King, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are sprung respectively from the Rajasic, Sattvic, and Tamasic Ahamakras. In these 3, the 3 Ahamakras are always to be found. So the Munis, who have realized the real essence, declare, they are all bound by this Ahamakara. There is no doubt in this. The Pandits of dull intellect and deluded by Maya declare that Vishnu takes various incarnations out of his own free will. For when it is seen that men of even inferior intellects do not entertain any desire to enter into the wombs painful and terrible, how will Vishnu then, the holder of the discus, like to come into this womb? The slayer of Madhu, the Vaishnavas say, entered all at once into the wombs of Kausalya and Devaki, full of feces and other dirty things, of his own free will. But you must think out what happiness Madhusudana, quitting his Vaikuntha heavens, can attain in this womb, full of so many troubles, and where arise, like poisons, hundreds of cares and thoughts to torment an individual, especially when it is seen that human beings perform asceticism, sacrifice yagnas, and do various charities. They would avoid thus entering in wombs, which is very painful and terrible. How can Bhagwan Vishnu be called independent? If so, he would never have yielded to enter into various wombs. Therefore, O King, know this, that this whole universe is under the control of Yoga Maya. The Devas, men, birds, what's more, everything from Brahma down to a blade of grass are all under the control of Yoga Maya. Brahma, Vishnu and Hara are all bound by the rope of her Maya. So they roam easily by her Maya from womb to womb like a spider. Here ends the first chapter of the 5th book on the superiority of Rudra over Vishnu in the Mahapuranam of Srimad Devi Bhagavatam by Maharshi Vedavyas, consisting of 18,000 verses. Chapter 2. On the birth of Danva Mahisha, the king said, Lord, you have described fully the glory of the Mahamaya Yogeshwari. Now describe her life and character. I am very eager to hear them. This whole universe, moving and non-moving, has been created by Maheshwari. Who is there that desires not to hear her glory? Vyas spoke, O king, you are very intelligent. I will describe in detail all this to you. Whoever does not describe her glory to the peaceful and faithful is certainly low-minded. In days of yore, a terrible battle ensued between the Devas and Danva forces on this earth when Mahishasur was the ruler of this world. O king, Mahishasur went to the mountain of Sumeru and performed a very severe and excellent tapasya, wonderful even to the gods. O king, meditating on his Ishta Devta, the deity for his worship, in his heart, a full 10,000 years elapsed when Brahma, the grandfather of all the lokas, was pleased with him. For-faced Brahma, arriving there on his vehicle, the swan, asked Mahishasur, O one of virtuous soul, ask from me what your desired object is, I will grant you the boon. Mahisha said, O Lord, lotus-eyed, I want to become immortal. Therefore, O thou, the grandfather of the Devas, dost thou do for me, so that I have no fear of death. Brahma said, O Mahisha, birth must be followed by death, and death must be followed by birth. This is the eternal law of nature. Then know this as certain, that when one is born, one must die, and when one dies, one will be born. O Lord of the Danvas, what more is there to say than this, that high mountains, vast oceans, and all the beings will die when the time comes? O ruler of the earth, you are virtuous. Therefore, ask any other boon than this immortality. I will grant that to you. Mahisha said, O grandsire, grant, then, that no Deva, Danva, nor human being of the male sex can cause my death. There is none among women who can cause my death. Therefore, O lotus-eyed one, let a woman be the cause of my death. How can women slay me? They are too weak to kill me. Brahma said, O Lord of the Danvas, your death will certainly occur, at any time, through a woman, O highly fortunate one. No man will be able to cause your death. Vyas said, thus granting him the boon, Brahma went to his own abode. The Lord of the Danvas, too, returned to his place, very glad. The king said, O Bhagwan, whose son was this powerful Mahishasur, and how did his birth take place? And why, too, did he get the body of a buffalo? Vyas said, O king, Rambha and Karambha were the two sons of Danu. These two Danvas were far famed in this world for their preeminence. O king, they had no issues. Hence, desirous of issues, they went to the sacred banks of the Indus, Pachanada, and there performed severe asceticism for long years. Karambha got himself submerged in water, and thus began his severe tapasya, while the other, Rambha, had recourse to a juicy peepul tree, haunted by Yakshinis, and there began to worship fire. Rambha remained engaged in worshipping the 5 fires. Knowing this, Indra, the lord of Shachi, was pained and hurried thither, being very anxious. Going to Pachanada, Indra assumed the form of a crocodile and caught hold of the legs of the wicked Karambha and killed him. Hearing of the death of his brother, Rambha got very much enraged, and wishing to offer his own head as an oblation to the fire, he wanted to cut off his own head. He, being infuriated, held the hairs of his head by his left hand, and, catching hold of a good axe by his right hand, was on the point of cutting it when the fire gave him knowledge, dissuaded him from this act, and spoke thus: "You are stupid. Why have you desired to cut off your own head? Killing oneself is a great sin, and there is no means of deliverance from this sin. Why are you then ready to execute it? Do not seek your death now. What end will that serve you? Rather ask boons from me, thus you will get your welfare." Vyas said, "O king." Hearing thus the sweet words of fire, Rambha quitted the hold of his hairs and said, "O Lord of the Devas, if thou art pleased, grant my desired boon that a son be born unto me, who will destroy the forces of my enemy, and who will conquer the 3 worlds. And that son be invincible in every way to the Devas, Danvas, and men, very powerful, assuming forms at will, and respected by all." The fire said, "O highly fortunate, you will get your son, as you desire, therefore desist now from attempting suicide. O highly fortunate Rambha, with any female of whichever species, you will cohabit, and you will get a son more powerful than you. There is no doubt in this." Vyas said, "O king." Hearing thus the sweet words of the fire as desired, Rambha, the chief of the Danvas, went, surrounded by Yakshas, to a beautiful place, adorned with picturesque sceneries, when one lovely she-buffalo, who was very maddened with passion, fell to the sight of Rambha, and he desired to have sexual intercourse with her, in preference to other women. The she-buffalo, too, gladly yielded to his purpose, and Rambha had sexual intercourse with her, impelled as it were by destiny. Then the she-buffalo became pregnant with his virile semen. The Danva, too, carried the she-buffalo, his dear wife, to Patla, the lower regions, for her protection. On one occasion, another buffalo got excited and wanted to fall upon the she-buffalo. The Danva was also ready to kill him. The Danva came hurriedly and struck the buffalo for the safety of his wife, whereon the excited buffalo attacked him with his horns. The buffalo struck him so violently with his sharp horns that Rambha fell down senseless all of a sudden and finally died. Seeing her husband dead, the she-buffalo quickly fled away in distress, and with terror, she quickly went to the peepul tree and took refuge under the Yakshas. But that buffalo, very excited and maddened with vigor, ran in pursuit of her, desiring intercourse with her. On seeing the miserable plight of the weeping she-buffalo, distressed with fear, and seeing the buffalo in pursuit of her, the Yakshas assembled to protect her. A terrible fight ensued between the buffalo and the Yakshas when the buffalo, shot with arrows by them, fell down and died. Rambha was very much liked by the Yakshas, so they cremated his dead body for its purification. Then the she-buffalo, seeing her husband laid in the funeral pyre, expressed her desire to enter also into that fire. The Yakshas resisted, but that chaste wife quickly entered into the burning fire along with her husband. When the she-buffalo died, the powerful Mahisha rose from his mother's womb from the midst of the funeral pyre. Rambha, too, emerged from the fire in another form out of his affection towards his son. Rambha was known as Rakthavija after he had changed his form. His son was thus born as a very powerful Danva and became famous by the name of Mahisha. The chief Danvas installed Mahisha on the throne. O king! The very powerful Rakthavija and the Danva Mahisha thus took their births and became invincible to the Devas, Danvas, and human beings. O king! I have now described to you the birth of the high-souled Danva Mahisha and his getting the boon, all in detail. Here ends the second chapter of the 5th book on the birth of Mahisha Danva in the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam composed of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 3. On the Daitya armies getting ready. Vyas said, the very powerful Asura Mahisha, puffed up with vanity on getting the boon, obtained sovereignty and brought the whole world under his control. He, being the paramount power, began to protect the seagirt earth acquired by the power of his own arms, over which he had the sole sovereignty, there being no other rival king nor any cause of the slightest fear. His commander-in-chief was then the very powerful Chiksura, maddened with pride, and Tamra was in charge of the royal treasury, guarded by many soldiers. There were, then, many generals, Asiloma, Vidla, Udarka, Vaskala, Trinetra, Kala, Bandhaka, and others, very proud, and each in charge of his own corps, respectively, and occupying the seagirt earth. O king! The powerful kings that reigned before were made subservient and tributary, and those that fought valiantly befitting the Kshatriya line were slain by Mahisha. The Brahmans over the earth became subservient to Mahisha and gave their yagna offerings to him. When that Mahishasur got the sole sovereign sway of this world, he, proud of his boons, desired to conquer the heavens. Then Mahisha, the lord of the Daityas, desirous to send an envoy to Indra, the lord of Shachi, instantly called for the messenger and spoke to him thus, Go, O hero, O valiant one, to heaven. Act as my messenger and tell Indra fearlessly thus, O thousand-eyed one, quit the heavens, go anywhere you like, or offer your service to the high-souled Mahisha. He is the Lord, and if you take refuge in him, he will certainly protect you. Therefore, O Lord of Shachi, better seek the protection of Mahisha. If, O Balsudna, not willing, wield your Vajra at once, we know your powers. You were, in days of yore, conquered by our ancestors. O chief of the Suras, you are the paramour of Ahalya, your strength is well known. Give battle or go anywhere you like. Vyas said, hearing the messenger's words, Indra became very indignant and laughed and said, I did not know, O you stupid, that you were maddened with vanity. I will shortly give medicines for your master's disease. Now I will extirpate him by the roots. Wise persons do not slay messengers. I therefore let you go. Better go and tell him what I say, son of a buffalo. If you are willing to fight, better come and do not delay. O enemy of horses! Buffaloes and horses are always at war with each other. Your strength is well known to me. You are a grass eater, and your appearance is stupid and idiotic. Out of your horns I will make a good bow. You depend on your horns for your strength, that I well know. You are clever in striking with your horns. You don't know anything about warfare. Therefore, I will cut off both your weapons and render you powerless. You are very much puffed up with vanity due to that. Vyas said, Indra having spoken thus, the messenger quickly returned to his haughty master, Mahisha, and saluting, spoke. The messenger said, Indra counts you not even a fig, as he is surrounded by his Deva forces and considers himself quite sufficient. It behoves one's servant to speak true and pleasant words before one's master. How can I utter the words before my master that are spoken by that brute Indra? Whereas the well-known maxim reigns in my mind withal that I am your well-wishing servant, and I ought to speak truth before you, my master, and that truth is to be pleasant to hear also. If pleasant words I speak only, then I fail in my duty. At the same time, harsh words ought not to be spoken by me, your sincere well-wisher. My lord, the cruel poison-like words that come from the mouth of an enemy, how can I, a servant of yours, utter those harsh sayings? O Lord of the earth, I will never be able to utter those rude sayings that Indra has spoken. Vyas said, hearing the messenger's words full of meaning, the grass-eater Mahishadanva got very angry and, waggling his tail behind his back, passed urine. Then his eyes reddened with anger. He called the Danvas before him and said, O Danvas, the Lord of the Devas is firmly resolved on battle. Therefore, collect your forces. We will have to conquer that devil, the chief of the Suras. Who can stand for him as my rival here? If hundreds and thousands of warriors like Indra come, I do not fear any of them at all. O Danvas, we will thoroughly put an end to him. His heroism is before those only that are peaceful and quiet, before the ascetics that have become lean and thin by the penances. He is licentious and can only seduce others' wives by craftiness and arts. He is a thorough rogue and hypocrite, vicious and fault-finding. Otherwise, why does he put obstacles before others, depending for his strength only on the beauties of the Apsaras, or heavenly prostitutes? He is treacherous to his very core. Therefore, he, being afraid at the very outset, took oaths, and entered into an agreement with the high-souled Namuchi. Afterwards, when his time turned favorable, that villain broke his treaty and treacherously killed him. Again, the powerful Vishnu is a thorough master of treachery and hypocrisy. He is the mind of taking oaths and can only show his vanity and is an expert in that. He can assume many forms at will by his magic power. For these very reasons, Vishnu had to take the form of a boar and kill Hiranyaksha, and again he had to take up a man-lion form to kill Hiranyakashipu. O Danvas, never shall I surrender myself to Vishnu, for I never place my trust in the words or deeds of Vishnu and his Devas. What can Indra or Vishnu do against me when the most powerful Rudra is not able to fight against me on the battlefield? I will instantly defeat Indra, Varuna, Yam, Kuvera, fire, sun, and moon and get possession of their heavens. On our conquering the Devas, we all shall get our share of yagnas, and we, along with other Danvas, will drink the Soma juice and enjoy ourselves in heaven. O Danvas, I have got the boon. What do I now care for the Devas? My death is not from men either. What can a woman do to me? O my emissaries, call without any delay the chief Danvas from the nether regions and the mountains and make them my generals. O Danvas, I can alone conquer all the Devas. Only to make the war arrangements look nice, I am taking you to defeat them. There is no fear of mine from the Devas, consequent on the boon conferred on me. I will kill them with my hoofs and horns. I am not to be killed by Suras, Asuras, or men. Therefore, get yourselves ready to conquer the Devas. O Danvas, after conquering the heavens, we will be garlanded with Parichta wreaths, and we will enjoy the Deva women in the Nandna garden. We will drink the milk of the heavenly milking cow, the cow that yields all desires, and, intoxicated with the heavenly drinks, we will hear and see the music and singing and the dancing of the Gandharvas there. You will all be served there with various bottles of wine by Urvashi, Menka, Rambha, Ghritachi, Tillottama, Pramadwara Mahasena, Meera Kesi, Madotkata, Viprachiti and others. Then be all ready at once for this auspicious occasion to march to heaven and fight there with the Suras. And be pleased to call that pure-souled Muni Shukracharya, the son of Bhrigu and the Guru of the Datyas, and worship him and tell him to perform sacrificial ceremonies for the safety and victory of the Danvas. O King, thus, ordering the chief Danvas, the wicked Mahisha went to his abode with gladness. Here ends the 3rd chapter of the 5th book on the Daitya armies getting ready in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam by Maharishi Vedavyas of 18,000 verses. Chapter 4, on the war counsels given by Indra. Vyas said, O King, the messenger of the Danvas having departed, Indra, the lord of the Devas, Yam, Vayu, Varuna, Kuvera, and other Devas, called an assembly and addressed them thus, O Devas, the most powerful Mahisha, the son of Rambha, is now the king of the Danvas. He is particularly expert in hundreds of mayas, magic, and has become haughty on the strength of his boon. O Devas! Mahisha has sent his messenger. He wants to take possession of the heaven. He came down to me and spoke thus, O Indra! Quit your heaven and go anywhere you like, or be ready to pay your homage to the high-souled Mahishasur, the lord of the Danvas. The Danva chief never becomes angry with his opponent, who becomes submissive like a servant. If you surrender and serve him, he will, out of mercy, grant an allowance to you, O Lord of the Devas. If this does not like you, then collect your forces and be ready for a fight. No sooner do I return, the Lord of the Danvas will come here at once, ready to give battle to you. Thus saying, the messenger of that wicked Danva departed. Now what are we to do? O Devas! Think on that. O Devas! Even a weak enemy is not to be overlooked by a powerful opponent, especially when the enemy is powerful by his own powers and is ever energetic. Never is he to be overlooked. It is always incumbent on us to make our efforts, as best as we can, both by our body and mind as far as lies in our power. The result, victory or defeat, depends entirely on fate. It is useless to make a treaty with a deceitful and dishonest person. We therefore should never make a treaty with this person. You are all honest. That Danva is dishonest. Therefore, ponder and ponder deeply and ponder again. Do that which is proper. It is not advisable to go out at once for a fight when we are unaware of our enemy's strength. Let us therefore send spies who are truthful, honest, motiveless, and quick to ascertain their strength, those who can easily enter amongst our enemies, and yet who have no relation nor any interest with them. The arrangements of their forces, their movements, and their numbers, they will ascertain correctly who are their generals, what is their number, and what is their strength. They will thoroughly examine and return here quickly. First, we will ascertain the strength of the forces of our opposite party, and then we will decide at once whether we will start for battle or seek protection within forts. Wise persons always consider before they act. Any act done rashly leads in all respects to many troubles, and anything done after mature prejudgments leads to happiness, so the wise do. The Danvas are all one in their heart and mind. Therefore, it is not advisable in any way to apply the principle of Bheda, sowing principles of discord. Let our spies go there, ascertain their strength, return and inform us. We will then judge what principle is proper and apply it to the expert Danvas. Any act done contrary to policy and expediency will undoubtedly produce effects contrary in every way, just like a medicine that we have not tried already. Vyas said, O king, thus counseling with the Devas, Indra sent expert spies to ascertain the true state of affairs. The spies, too, went into the abode of the Daityas with no delay and made their searches thoroughly into every nook and corner, and returned and told Indra all the strength of the Danva forces. Indra was very much startled to know, then, of their arrangements. He immediately bade all the Devas be ready for battle and called for his high priest Brihaspati, an expert in giving advice, and began to consult with him on how to carry on the warfare with that indomitable enemy, the lord of the Asuras. On Brihaspati, the best and most famous of the Angira family, taking his excellent seat, Indra thus said, O Guru of the Devas, O learned, please say what we are to do now in this critical juncture. You are omniscient. Today you are our guide. The demon Mahisha has become very powerful and very haughty. Surrounded by Danvas, he is now coming to fight with us. You are an expert in mantras. Find out the remedy for us. Shukracharya is the remover of all obstacles on their side, and that you are our safeguard is well known to us. Vyas said, hearing these words of Indra, Brihaspati, who is always ready to effect the Devas' purposes, thought intently on the subject and said very shortly thus, Brihaspati spoke, O Lord of the Devas, O Venerable One, be peaceful, have patience. When a difficulty comes, one should not, all of a sudden, lose one's patience. O Chief of the Immortals, victory or defeat is completely under the control of destiny. Therefore, Intelligent ones should always be patient. O Shatakratu! What will unavoidably be done must come to pass. Knowing this as certain, one would always be an enthusiast and exert one's powers. Everything is guided by fate. Knowing this, the Munis devote themselves at all times solely filled with energy in their meditation and yoga practices for their final liberation. Therefore, to show one's energy, according to the rules of the daily practices, ought to be indispensably done. And one should not repel or feel pleasure on failure or success, for that is under fate. Success sometimes comes without the exercise of one's own powers, as seen in cases of the lame and the blind. And that is not the reason why one should be very glad. The embodied beings are all under Daiva, fate. Therefore, even if success is not attained, though one's own powers are exercised thoroughly, no one is to blame for that. O Lord of the Suras! What to say of forces, mantras, or advice? What of chariots or weapons? Nothing leads to success. It is Daiva, and only Daiva, that makes one successful. This whole universe is under Daiva. It is, therefore, that we see powerful persons suffering pains, and weak ones getting happiness, the intelligent ones sleeping without any food and fools enjoying merrily, distressed persons getting victory and powerful ones suffering defeats. What care, then, ought one to entertain in this? O Lord of the Suras! Whatever is inevitable to come to pass, be it success or failure, one will lead one's energies to that end. Therefore, one needs to consider beforehand whether one's energies will be successful or not. In times of distress, one sees too much distress, and in times of pleasure, one seeks too much pleasure. Oneself, therefore, one should not surrender to one's enemies, pleasure and pain. Pain and suffering are not felt so much in patience as they are when impatient. Therefore, one must practice patience when pain or pleasure comes. Indeed, it is very difficult to bear oneself up in distress or happiness. Therefore, wise persons try not to let these feelings crop up at all from the very beginning. I am always full, undiminishable. I am beyond these Prakriti qualities. Who is there to suffer? What is suffering? Thus one ought to think at that moment. I am beyond the 24 tattvas. What pleasure or pain can, then, arise to me? Hunger and thirst are the dharma of prana, pain and insensibility are the dharma of the mind, and age and death belong to this physical body. I am free from these 6 diseases. I am Shiva. Grief and delusion are the qualities of this body. What then do I care for them? I am not the qualities of the body, nor am I the soul pertaining to that. I am beyond the 7 transfigurations, changes, mahat, etc. I am beyond this Prakriti, nature, and beyond the 16 changes wrought out by Prakriti. I am therefore eternally happy. I am beyond Prakriti and its transformation. So why am I to suffer pain always? O Lord of the Suras! Think on these and be without any passion. O Shatakratu! This attachment is the root of all miseries, and non-attachment is the source of all happiness. Non-attachment, therefore, is the chief means of the extirpation of all your troubles. Lord of Shachi! Nothing can be happier than contentment. In case you find it difficult to practice dispassion, apply discrimination and think of fate, that which comes inevitably to pass. O Lord of the Suras! Actions already done cannot die out without their effects being enjoyed. O best of the Suras! Let all your intelligence be brought to action. Let all the Devas lend their helping hands to you. What is inevitable must come to pass. What then can you care for your happiness or pain? O King! Happiness is felt for the expiation of good deeds, and pain is felt for the expiation of bad deeds. Therefore, wise persons get thoroughly delighted when their punya ends. O King! Judge and hold a council today, then try your best. But what is unavoidable will come to pass, even if you try your best. Here ends the 4th chapter of the 5th book on the counsels given by Indra in the Mahapuranam Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 5. On the defeat of the Danva forces of Mahisha. Vyas said, the thousand-eyed Indra, hearing this, again asked Brihaspati that he would make preparations for war against Mahishasur. Without effort kingdoms are not attained, no, nor happiness, nor fame, nor anything. Those who are weak, they extol effortlessness, but the powerful never praise that. Knowledge is the ornament of the ascetics, and contentment is the ornament of the Brahmans. But for those who desire lordship over powers, effort and prowess to destroy one's enemies are their excellent ornaments. O Muni, I will kill this Mahishasur by my heroism as I had, of old, destroyed Vritra, Namuchi, and Balasura. You are the Deva Guru. Therefore, you and my thunderbolt are my strength. The immortal Hari and Hara also will help me in this. O Guru, preserver of my honor and prestige, now recite the mantras calculated to remove all the obstacles towards my victory. I, too, am making preparations and raising up my own forces to wage war against that Danva Mahisha. Vyas said, on hearing Indra's words, Brihaspati smiled and said, O Lord of the Devas, I see you are bent on fighting. I will neither stimulate you to fight nor shall I make you desist from the purpose. The issue is doubtful. There may be defeat, or there may be victory. O Lord of Shachi, you are not to blame at all in this matter. What is written in the book of fate will come to pass, be it victory or defeat. I am not aware of the future in this respect. O child, you know already what an amount of suffering I had to endure in times gone by when my wife had been stolen. O destroyer of the enemies, my wife had been stolen by Moon, who turned out to be my enemy. Living in my stage of a householder, I was put to all sorts of miseries, deprived of all my happiness. O Lord of the Suras, I am renowned in all the worlds as a man of much wisdom and intelligence. Where then was my intelligence when Moon carried away, perforce, my wife? O Lord of the Suras, to my mind, the success or failure depends entirely on destiny. Yet intelligent ones should always resort to efforts and be energetic. Vyas said, O king, on hearing the words of Brihaspati, pregnant with truth, Indra went with him to Brahma, took his refuge, and saluting him said, O grandsire, the Danva is collecting a big army and wants to conquer and take possession of the heavens. All the other Danvas have enrolled themselves in the list of his army. They are eager to fight, and they are all very powerful and skilled in the arts of warfare. I am therefore very afraid and have come to you. You know everything. Please help me in this matter. Brahma said, we all will go today to Mount Kailasha and take Shankara with us and go to Vishnu. There all the Devas, assembled, will hold a council and consider the time and place when it will be settled whether it is proper or not to fight. For one who dares to do any act without considering one's strength and without any judgment certainly courts his own downfall. Vyas said, O king, hearing this, Indra, with the other Lokapalas and Devas, headed by Brahma, went to Kailasha. Then they came to Shankara and sang Vedic hymns to him. Maheshwar became very pleased, and they, taking him, went to Vaikuntha, the abode of Vishnu. Indra saluted Vishnu and sang hymns to him and told him about his errand thus. Mahisha has become very haughty on account of the favour bestowed on him, and therefore we are very afraid, and therefore ask your help to relieve us from this danger. Vishnu, then, hearing the cause of fear, told them, we all will fight and kill that demon. Vyas said, O king, thus settling the question, Brahma, Vishnu, Hari, Indra, and the other Devas riding on their own Vahanas, means of conveyance, respectively dispersed. While Brahma on his vehicle Swan, Vishnu on his Garuda, Shankara on his bull, Indra on his elephant Airavata, Kartika on his peacock, and Yam, the god of death on his Vahana, the buffalo, were on the point of going with the other Deva forces, the army of the Danva Mahisha met them on their way, all fully equipped with arms and weapons. A dreadful fight then ensued between the Devas and the Danvas. Arrows, axes, prasas, musalas, clubs, parshus, pickaxes, gadas, clubs, pattishas, shulas, tridents, chakras, discs, shakti, weapons, tomaras, madgaras, bhindipalas, langalas, and various other deadly weapons appeared on the scenes with which they fought against one another. The commander-in-chief of Mahisha, the very powerful Chiksura, shot 5 sharp arrows at Indra. The ever-ready and light-handed Indra, too, with his arrows cut off all of them and struck at his heart heavily with his Ardh-Chandra, half-moon, arrow. The commander-in-chief, struck by this arrow, fell senseless on the back of his elephant. Indra then struck the trunk of the elephant with his Vajra, thunderbolt. The elephant, then severely struck with the Vajra, fled away into the Danvas' forces. The lord of the Danvas, seeing this, got very angry and addressed the general Vidla, "O hero! You are very powerful. Go then and kill first that haughty Indra, then kill Varuna and other devas, and come back to me." Vyas said, the very powerful Asura Vidla, on receiving the order, came up at once to Indra, mounted on a very furious elephant. Seeing him coming, Vasava shot at him angrily with very terrible and most powerful arrows that looked like deadly snakes. But the demon, too, cut off those arrows at once with his excellent arrows and quickly shot at Vasava 50 arrows, sharpened on stones. Indra cut off all those and, being infuriated, shot again sharp, deadly, serpent-like arrows at him, and cutting off again all his enemies' arrows by arrows discharged from his bow, struck the elephant's trunk with his gada, club. The elephant, being thus struck on his head, cried aloud in a distressed tone, and, being afraid, turned back, thus killing the Danva forces as he fled away. The general Vidla, seeing the elephant fleeing away from the battlefield, mounted a beautiful chariot, and instantly appeared before the Devas to fight with them. Seeing the Danva coming again on a chariot, Indra shot at him sharp arrow after arrow like venomous snakes. The powerful Danva, too, infuriated, hurled at him terrible arrows. Then a sharp conflict ensued between Vasava and the Danva. Finding the Danva powerful, Vasava's senses were confounded with anger. He then took his son Jayant before him and began to fight. Jayant stretched his bow tight and shot at the breast of the Danva, swelled with pride, 5 sharp arrows with his full strength. Thus shot at by the network of arrows, the Danva fell unconscious on the chariot. The charioteer then fled away with his chariot from the battlefield. Thus, on the Danva Vidla becoming unconscious and being taken away from the field, the Danduvis, drums, of the Devas resounded, and great acclamations of victory to the Devas were heard. The Devas were very glad and sounded hymns before Indra. The Gandharvas began to sing, and the Apsaras began to dance. O king! Hearing the loud acclamations of victory to the Devas, Mahisha became very angry and ordered the Danva Tamra, the destroyer of the enemy's pride, to go to the battlefield. Tamra appeared in the battle and, coming face to face with many Deva warriors, hurled on them showers of arrows. Varuna appeared with his Pasha weapon, and Yam, mounted on his buffalo, appeared with his Danda, staff. A terrible fight then ensued between the Devas and Danvas, and the weapons, arrows, axes, musalas, shaktis, and Parshus glittered in the fields. Yam, raising his Danda with his hands, struck at Tamra, but the powerful Tamra, though severely struck, was not at all moved and remained firm in his place in the field. On the other hand, Tamra, violently drawing his bow, hurled a mass of sharp arrows at Indra and the other Devas. The Devas got angry and shot at the Danva multitudes of divine arrows sharpened on stone, and frequently called aloud, "Wait, wait." The Danva Tamra, thus shot at by the arrows of the Devas, fell unconscious in the battlefield. The Danva forces got afraid, and a cry of universal consternation and distress arose. Here ends the 5th chapter of the 5th Skanda on the defeat of the Danva forces of Mahisha in the Mahapuranam Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses. Chapter 6. On the Deva-Danva fight. Vyas said, O king, On the Daityatamra becoming unconscious, Mahisha became very angry and, raising his gada, club, came up before the Devas and said, Devas, O ye powerless like crows, wait, with one stroke of gada, I will kill you. Thus saying, the powerful Mahisha swelled with pride, seeing Indra before him mounted on his elephant, instantly struck him on his arms. Indra, again, lost no time and struck violently with his thunderbolt and cut the Danva's gada into pieces and came up very close, wanting to strike at him. Mahisha, too, becoming very angry, took up his lustrous sword and came to Indra to attack him with this weapon. A fight then occurred between the two, terrible to all the lokas and wonderful to the munis, where various weapons were showered from both sides. The demon Mahisha then spread his Shambhari Maya, destructive to all the worlds and fascinating to the munis. Hundreds and hundreds of powerful buffalo-like appearances resembling Mahisha became, then, visible on the battlefield. They all began to kill the Deva forces with weapons in their hands. Seeing this magic of the Danva, Indra became thunderstruck and very much confounded with terror. Varuna, Kuvera, the lord of wealth, Yam, fire, moon, sun, and other Devas all fled with terror. Indra then, being surrounded by the network of magic, began to call Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh in his mind. At the instant when they were called in mind, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, riding on their respective conveyances, Swan, Garuda, and Bull, came up there with the best weapons in their hands for Indra's protection. Vishnu, seeing the play of that fascinating magic, hurled his bright discus, Sudarshan, and caused the magic to vanish at once. Seeing the three, the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer, the Danva Mahisha came up there with his Parigha, a club tipped with iron, weapon, desirous to fight with them. Then the generals, Chiksura, Ugrasya, Ugravirya, Asiloma, Trinetra, Vaskala, Andaka, and other warriors, came up to fight. Those proud Danvas, clad in armor and mounted on chariots with bows in their hands, besieged the Devas, like a tiger attacking a heifer. Then those Danvas, swelled with pride, began to shower on arrows after arrows. The Devas, too, began to do the same, desiring to extirpate them. The general Andaka, coming up to Hari, drew his bow with great force up to his ear, and shot at him 5 sharp arrows tipped with poison. Vasudev, the destroyer of the enemies, cut off those arrows no sooner than they came up before him, and he shot at the Danvas 5 arrows. Then Hari and the Danvas struck each other with various weapons and arrows, swords, discus, musala, clubs, shakti, and parshu. Here, on the other hand, the fight lasted for 50 days between Mahesh and Andaka, and it was a very close conflict, causing horripilation. Thus severe fights ensued between Vaskala and Indra, Mahisha and Rudra, Trinetra and Yam, Mahahanu and Kuvera, and Asiloma and Varuna. The Danva Mahisha struck Garuda, the conveyance of Hari, with his club. Garuda, being very much distressed with the blow, sat down, gasping. Vishnu then comforted the powerful Garuda, the son of Vinta, and made him calm and quiet. Wanting to kill Andaka, Janardana became infuriated, and, drawing his bow made of horn, called Sharanga, and shot at him arrows after arrows. The Danva cut all those arrows to pieces with his own mass of arrows. Then, becoming very angry, he shot 50 sharp arrows at Hari. Vasudev quickly made all those arrows useless and hurled Sudarshana Chakra with 1,000 spokes on the Danva with great violence. Andaka thwarted this with his own discus and shouted aloud with such great force that all the Devas became confused and confounded. With Vishnu's Chakra being baffled, the Devas became distressed with grief, and the Danvas got elated. Seeing the Devas thus grieved, Vishnu held aloft his Kaumodki Gada, club, and came hurriedly before the Danva. Hari struck him with his Gada on the Danva's head, whereon he fell senseless on the ground. The hot-tempered Mahisha, seeing Andaka senseless, bellowed aloud and, terrifying Hari, came up there. Seeing him there, Vasudev made such a thundering noise with his bowstring that the Devas became highly glad. Then the Bhagwan shot showers of arrows on Mahisha, and Mahisha, too, cut those arrows while they were seen in the air. O king! Then a very close fight ensued between the two. Keshava struck the head of the Danva with his club. Thus struck, he fell in a swoon on the ground, and a general cry of distress arose amongst the Danvas. In a moment, the Danva got up again, free from trouble. He then struck again on Vishnu's head with his parigha, a club mounted with iron, a make. Struck by that make, Janardhan lay senseless. Garuda, seeing him thus unconscious, immediately took him away from the battlefield. When Vishnu thus fled, Indra and the Devas were much distressed with fear, and began to cry aloud. Hearing the Devas cry, Shankara became wrathful and, quickly coming before Mahisha, struck him with his trident, Shula. The wicked Mahisha made his weapon ineffectual and bellowed aloud, and struck on the breast of Shankara with his Shakti, a kind of missile. Thus wounded in his breast, Shankara did not feel any pain. Rather, with his eyes red with anger, he struck him again with Trishula. Seeing Shankara engaged with Mahisha, Hari, having become conscious, came again on the battlefield. Seeing the two powerful Deva chiefs, Hari and Hara, in the battlefield, Mahisha became very much angry. He then assumed a buffalo body, and wagging his tail to and fro, came in front of them with a desire to fight. That terrible Mahisha of a huge body shook his horns, and bellowed so deep like a thundercloud that even the Devas got frightened. He began to hurl the huge mountain peaks with his two horns. The two powerful Devas, Hari and Hara, began to shoot deadly arrow after arrow at the Danva. Seeing these two gods shower arrows upon him, Mahisha began to hurl mountains on them by his tail. Vishnu cut off those mountains into 100 pieces by his arrow and struck at him instantly with his chakra. Struck thus by chakra, the lord of the Danvas fainted, but he instantly rose up with a human body. The mountain-like terrible Danva with a club in his hand frightened the Devas and uttered grave sounds like those of rumbling rain clouds. Hearing that, the Bhagwan Vishnu sounded a more terrible sound with his Panchjanya Shankha, conch shell. Hearing the sound of that conch shell, the Danvas were struck with terror, and the ascetic rishis and Devas became exalted with joy. Here ends the 6th chapter of the 5th skanda on the Deva-Danva fight in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 7. On the going of the Devas to Kailas. Vyas said, O king, Mahisha, seeing the Danvas afflicted with grief, quitted his buffalo appearance, assumed a lion form, and, spreading his long mane, began to roar aloud and fell amidst the Deva forces. Then the Devas were terrified on seeing his sharp nails. That lion form Mahisha first attacked the Garuda so severely with his nails that his whole body was besmeared with blood. Then he attacked Vishnu's arms with his nails. Seeing the Danva, Vasudev Hari raised his discus in anger and attacked him with great force to kill him. Just when Hari struck the Danva violently with his chakra, the powerful Danva immediately quit his lion form, assumed the buffalo form, and struck Hari with his two horns. Vasudev, thus pierced in his breast with the horns, became confounded and fled away as best as he could till he reached his own abode, Vakuntha. Seeing Hari thus fleeing away, Shankara, too, thought him invulnerable and fled to his Kailasha mountain with fear. Brahma too fled to his own abode with terror, but the powerful Vasava took patience and remained steady in the battle. Varuna, taking his Shakti, waited patiently for battle. Yam, too, with his staff, remained there, ready to fight. Kuvera, the lord of the Yakshas, remained very busy in close fighting with the Danvas. Fire, taking Shakti, also waited. The sun and moon, the lords of the stars, both remained in firm resolve to fight with Mahisha, the lord of the Danvas. O king, in the meanwhile, the Danva forces got angry and attacked them on all sides, shooting at the enemies a mass of dangerous serpent-like arrows. The lord of the Danvas, Mahisha, too, assuming the buffalo appearance, reigned supreme in the middle. At this moment fierce sounds of the warriors on both sides were heard. During the sharp contest of the Devas and Danvas, the sounds from the bowstrings and the clappings of the hands were heard like the roarings of thunder. The powerful Danva, then, swelled with pride, began to hurl the mountain tops with his horns, thus killing the Deva forces. Some by hoofs and some by the lashing of the tail, that angry Mahisha, very wonderful to behold, sent to the region of death. Then the Devas and Gandharvas became very frightened, so much so that Indra fled away at once at the sight of Mahisha. Indra thus retreating from the field, Yam, Kuvera, and Varuna all quit the battleground with fear. Indra fled away, quitting his Airavata elephant and Uchashrava horse, so Mahisha got possession of the elephant and the horse, as well as the heavenly cow of the sun. So the Danvas considered themselves preeminently victorious and returned to their abodes. Next they wanted to go, as early as possible, to the heavens with all their forces. In no time Mahisha went to the abode of Indra, deserted by all the terror-stricken Devas, and got possession thereof. Then, taking his seat on the beautiful throne of Indra, he made the other Danvas occupy the several seats of the other Devas. Thus fighting for a full 100 years, the Danva Mahisha, puffed up with pride, acquired the seat of Indra, his desired object. He banished the Devas from the heavens. The Devas, thus tormented, began to wander in the caves of hills and dales for a period of a good many years. O king, the Devas, at last, were quite tired and took the four-faced Brahma, the Creator's refuge. At that instant, the Lord of the world, the Rajas incarnate, the originator of the Vedas, was seated on his lotus seat. Surrounding him were standing his mortal sons Marichi, etc., with their passions subdued, minds calm, and beyond the sphere of the Vedas and Vedangs, there were also Siddhs, Gandharvas, Kinnaris, Charanas, Yuregas, and Panagas. The terrified Devas then began to praise and chant hymns to Brahma, the Lord of the world. The Devas said, O Creator, O Lotus-born, O Thou, the remover of the pains and afflictions of all this world, how is it that you are not moved with pity towards the Devas, seeing that we are defeated by the Lord of the Danvas and have been banished from our abode? What more shall we say? Our troubles are now indescribable, as we are living in the caves of hills and dales. O Creator, a son may be 100 times guilty of offense. Is it, then, that the father, devoid of any feeling of covetousness, deserts his sons and gives them trouble? We are oppressed by the Danvas, we who are wholly devoted to your lotus feet. Why are you today showing signs of indifference towards us? That wicked Danva is thoroughly enjoying today the heavens of the Devas, is forcibly taking their share of the oblations of clarified butter in the yagnas, sacrifices, from the Brahmans, and is enjoying the Parijata tree, and also the heavenly milking cow, the jewel of the ocean. What more shall we describe to you the strange doings of the Asuras, O Lord of the Devas? You are perfectly aware of all that they strive and execute, for, by your knowledge, you know everything of this world. Therefore, O Lord, we lie prostrate at your feet. That vicious Danva, of wicked character and full of mischievous actions, gives us trouble in various ways wherever we go, O Lord of the Devas. Thou art our only protector. Therefore, O Lord, do what is good for us. Thou art the awarder of the desires of the Devas. Thou art the first creator of the world and preserver. Therefore, if thou dost not do us our good, to whom else shall we take refuge when we are so severely oppressed as if we are burnt in a forest conflagration? Who else is more lustrous, more beneficent, and more peace-giving, governor? Vyas said, O king, all the Devas, praising him thus, bowed down to the Lord of creation with folded hands and saluted him, with their faces very heavy, laden with deep sorrow. The grandsire of all the Lokas, seeing the plight of the Devas, consoled them with sweet words and made them happy. O Suras, what shall I do? The Danva has become exceedingly haughty on account of his getting boons. He can be killed by females only. He is invulnerable to any male. What remedy is there now? Therefore, O Suras, let us all go to Kailasa, the best of all the mountains. Thence we will take Shankara, the expert in doing the works of gods, and go to Vaikuntha, where Vishnu, the Deva of the Devas, resides. There we all will unite and hold a council and decide what is best to do to serve the purpose of the gods. Thus making out the program, Brahma, riding on his Hamsa, went to Kailasa, accompanied by all the Devas. At the same time, Shiva came to know out of his introspection about the coming of Brahma and the other Devas and soon came out of his dwelling abode. When they met each other, they saluted each other and felt very glad. The Devas then bowed down to them. Seats were given to the Devas, and when they sat respectively on their asanas, the Lord of Parvati also took his own seat. Shiva asked about the welfare of Brahma and the Devas and asked the reasons for their coming to Kailas. O Brahma, what has caused you to come here along with Indra and the other Devas? O highly fortunate one, please mention it. Brahma said, O Deva of the Devas, the Danva Mahisha is oppressing all the Devas in the heavens. They are therefore terrified and wandering hither and thither in the caves and hills with Indra. Mahisha and the other Danvas are now accepting their share of yagnas. The Lokopalas, being oppressed, have come today and are now taking shelter of thee. O Shambhu, considering the situation serious, I have taken them with me here. Therefore, O Deva, do that which is reasonable, and by which the purpose of the Devas can be carried out. O Bhuta Bhavna, the creator of the world, the whole charge and responsibility of all the Devas devolves on thee. Vyas said, O king, hearing this, Shankara smiled a little and spoke charming words to the lotus-born in the following manner. O Bibhu, it is you that gave this boon to Mahisha before, and therefore it is you that has wrought this mischief. The Danva has become so strong a hero that he has caused terror to all the Devas even. Now where can we get such a noble woman who becomes able to kill that Danva, elated with pride? My wife, know your wife ought to go to battle. Even if they, the good ladies, go, how will they be able to fight? The fortunate wife of Indra, too, is not an expert in the art of warfare. Otherwise, there would be another lady who could kill this demon, blinded with pride. I, therefore, propose this. Let us all go today to Vishnu and, praising him with hymns, engage him quickly in this cause of the gods. Vishnu is foremost amongst the intelligent. Therefore, it is highly advisable to execute all actions after duly consulting with him. He, by dint of his high intelligence, will find out the means and effect our purpose. Vyas said, O king, Brahma and the other Devas heard Rudra and approved heartily and, saying, Be it so, instantly rose up. At the time, seeing all the auspicious signs concerning the success of the gods, they all became glad, and, riding on their respective vehicles, drove towards the abode of Vishnu. Favorable fragrant winds, pleasant to touch, began to blow gently, birds began to chant hymns of praise, and signs of success were seen all along their way. The sky was clear, and the quarters became free. In short, everything showed favorable all along their way. Here ends the 7th chapter on the going of the Devas to Kailas in the 5th skanda of Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 8. On the description of the origin and the form of the Devi. Vyas said, Soon the Devas reached Vaikuntha, protected by Vishnu. They at once began to look at the exquisite indescribable beauty of the place. At intervals they saw nice, lovely, divine houses, shining and appearing very splendid. Pools and lakes were seen in front of them, beautified with Kalhara lotus flowers. They began to see, at other places, rivers flowing, swans, cranes, chakravakas, and other aquatic birds were swimming there easily and warbling lovely sounds. At other places again, beautiful gardens came to their sight, adorned exquisitely by Champaka, Ashoka, Mandara, Bakula, Amratka, Tilka, Kuruvaka, Mallika, and various other flower trees. The cuckoos were seen there cooing melodiously, bees humming gently, and peacocks dancing beautifully. In the center was situated the golden palace of Hari, towering to the heavens. The rooms and quadrangles were all charming. At places, they were bedecked with gems and jewels and adorned with various paintings. There was the divine seat in the center, composed wholly of gems and jewels, and Vishnu was occupying this place. There were Vishnu's parishdas, or attendants, Sunanda, Nandana, and others. They were so much devoted to their master that their hearts never became attached to any other thing, so they were devotedly singing his praises and chanting his hymns with undivided attention. The Apsaras, celestial nymphs, were dancing, and the Devas, Gandharvas, and Kinnaris were singing in melodious tunes. Those who loved the chanting of the Vedas, such calm-tempered munis, were reciting the Vedic suktas and thus highly extolled him. The two lovely gatekeepers, Jaya and Vijaya, were waiting at the entrance gate with golden sticks in their hands. The Devas coming nigh the city of Vishnu caught sight of them and said, "Any of you may go and inform Vishnu that Brahma, Rudra, and the whole host of gods are waiting at his door to see him." Vyas said, "O king." Hearing their words, Vijaya went away at once to Vishnu and, saluting him, informed him of the arrival of the Devas. Vijaya said, "O Lord, thou destroyest the enemies of the gods. Hence, thou art the most worshipped of them. O Lord of Rama, the whole host of gods have come and are waiting at thy door, O Bibhu. Brahma, Rudra, Indra, Varuna, fire and Yam and other gods, anxious to see thee, are all praising thee by proper hymns." Vyas said, hearing Vijaya's words, Vishnu, the Lord of Rama, became very anxious and soon went out of his room to see the Devas. Hari came up to them, and seeing the Devas waiting at the doors, very morose and tired, cheered them up by casting a favorable glance full of affection and love. The gods bowed down and praised hymns to Jagannath, the Deva of the Devas, the enemy of the Daityas, and revealed in the Vedas, "O Deva of the Devas, thou art the creator, preserver, and destroyer of the worlds. Thou art the ocean of mercy and the sole refuge of this universe, O Lord. We have come to thee as our great refuge. Therefore, dost thou save us from the present difficulty." Thus praised by the gods, Vishnu said, "O immortals, take your respective seats and speak. How are you all? Why have you all in a body come here? Why are you so much depressed and worn out with cares? Why do you look so melancholy? Say soon for what purpose you with Brahma and Rudra have come here." The Devas said, "O Lord, the Asura Mahisha is very cruel and wicked, always addicted to vicious acts. Now that most sinful Danva has become very much puffed up with pride and is tormenting us always. What more shall we say than this? He is appropriating to himself the share of the yagnas performed by the Brahmans. We are, therefore, terror-stricken and are wandering in mountains and fastnesses. O destroyer of Madhu! He has become unconquerable due to his being granted the boon. Considering, therefore, the gravity of our situation, we have taken refuge unto thee. O Krishna! Thou art acquainted with all the tricks and maya of the Daityas. Therefore, thou art capable of killing them. Therefore, thou alone art able to deliver us from the present difficulty. Be pleased, therefore, to devise means for that purpose. The Creator Brahma has granted him this boon that the demon could not be killed by any man. Therefore, we are asking you, where can we get a female who will be able to kill that hypocrite in battle? Mahisha has turned out very wicked on the strength of that boon. Say, therefore, who amongst Uma, Lakshmi, Shachi, or Vidya, or any other woman, will be able to kill him? Therefore, O gracious one, to faithful worshippers and attendants, thou art the preserver of this world. Now devise specially the cause of his death and carry out the purpose of the gods. Vyas said, O king, Vishnu, on hearing their words, spoke smiling, we fought before, but this Asura could not at that time be killed. Hence, if some beautiful female deity were now created out of the collective energy and form of the Shaktis of each of the Devas, then that lady would be able easily to destroy that demon by sheer force. The lady deity, then sprung from the collective energy of ours, would at once be able to destroy that Mahisha, elated on getting the power, though he is skilled in hundreds of mayas, magics. Therefore, ask ye now all, with your wives respectively, boons from that portion which resides in you all in the form of fiery energy, that the collected energy thus manifested may assume the form of a lady. We will then offer unto her all the divine weapons, the trident, etc., that belong to us. That deity, then, full of energy, and with all the weapons in her hands, would kill that wicked demon, vicious and swelled with vanity. Vyas said, on Vishnu, the lord of the Devas, saying thus, came out spontaneously, at once, of the face of Brahma, the brilliant fiery energy, very difficult to conceive. That energy looked red like gems and pearls, hot, and at the same time, a little cool, having a beautiful form, and encircled by a halo of light. O king, the high-souled Hari and Hara, of mighty valor, were astonished to see this fire emitted from Brahma. Next came out of the body of Shankara, his fiery spirit, quite in abundance and very wonderful to behold. It was silvery white, terrible, unbearable, and incapable of being seen even with difficulty. It extended like a mountain and looked horrible, as if it were the incarnation of the Tamoguna. Like another Tamoguna, Shiva is the incarnation of the Tamoguna that destroys everything. It was very surprising to the Devas and very fearful to the Daityas. Next, a dazzling light of blue color emanated from the body of Vishnu. The light that came out of the body of Indra was hardly bearable, of a beautiful variegated color, and comprised in itself the three qualities. Thus masses of lights came out respectively from Kuvera, Yam, fire, and Varuna. The other Devas, too, gave their shares of fiery lights, very lustrous and splendid. Then these all united into a great mass of fire and light. Like another Himalayan mountain shone full of their lustrous divine light. Vishnu and the other Devas were all extremely surprised to see this. While the Devas were thus looking steadfastly on that fire, an exquisitely handsome lady was born out of it, causing excitement and wonder to all. This lady was Mahalakshmi, composed of the three qualities of the three colors, beautiful and fascinating to the universe. Her face was white, her eyes were black, her lips were red, and the palms of her hands were copper red. She was adorned with divine ornaments. The goddess was now manifest with 18 hands, though she had 1,000 hands in her unmanifested state. Now she became manifest out of the mass of fire for the destruction of the Asuras. Janmejaya said, O best of the Munis, O Krishna, you are highly fortunate, and you are all-knowing. Kindly describe, in detail, the birth of her body. O Deva, please say whether the energies of all the gods united into one or remained separate, whether her body and her limbs were all luminous. Was it that her face, nose, eyes, etc., and all other parts of her body were created out of the different fires, respectively, or was it that those limbs were fashioned when the different fires blended into one huge mass? Describe, in detail, the origin of the body and the several limbs thereof. Also inform me of the limbs that were produced out of the corresponding Deva's fiery part, as well as tell me the several ornaments and several weapons given by the several Devas, respectively. I am very desirous to hear all these from your lotus-like mouth. O Brahman, hearing from your lotus-like mouth the life and doings of Mahalakshmi, the sweet Jews as they are, I am as yet not satiated, and am desirous to hear more. Suta said, Vedavyas, the son of Satyavati, hearing his words addressed him in the following sweet words. O best of Kuras, very fortunate you are. I will describe in detail, to the best of my understanding, the origin of her body. Even Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, and Indra are never competent enough to describe her form properly. As I already told you that she sprang at the instant the word was spoken, how then can I ascertain the form or likeness of the Devi? She is constant, she is always existent. Though she is one, she assumes different forms for the fulfillment of the Devas' ends whenever their positions become serious. Though the actor is one, yet for the entertainment of the spectators, he assumes different forms on the stage, so the Nirgun Devi, though formless, assumes in her pastime many different forms of sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic qualities to fulfill the Devas' purposes. There are various names given to her, according as the works done by her vary immensely in their natures, just as the meanings of one root vary, some being principal and some secondary, according to the meanings and objects they convey. O King, I will now describe to you, as far as my knowledge goes, the excellent form that came out of that mass of celestial light. Her grand beautiful white lotus-like face was created out of the fiery energy of Shankara. Her glossy black beautiful hairs of the head, overhanging to the knees, were formed out of the light of Yam. These all came to a fine pointed end. Her 3 eyes came out of the energy of fire. The pupils of those eyes were of a black color, the middle parts were of a white color, and the ends were red. The 2 eyebrows of the Devi were black and came out of the spirit of Sandhya, twilights. They were nicely curved and were looking spirited, like the bow of Cupid, and they were shading, as it were, cooling rays. From the light of Vayu, air, her 2 ears were created. They were not very long, nor very short, beautiful like the swinging seat, rocking chair, of the god of love. Her nose was fashioned out of the fire of Kuvera, the lord of wealth. It looked like the till flower, glassy and exquisitely charming. O King, her pointed rows of glossy and brilliant teeth, looking like gems, came out of the energy of Daksha. They looked like the kunda flowers. Her lower lip was deep red, and it came out of the fire of Aruna, the charioteer of the sun. Her beautiful upper lip came out of the energy of Kartika. Her 18 hands came out of the tejas of Vishnu, and her red fingers came out of the tejas of the Vasus. Her breasts came out of the energy of Soma, and her middle, navel, with 3 folds, was created out of the spirit of Indra. Her thighs and legs were from Varuna, and her spacious loins came out from earth. O King, thus, from the various tejas contributed by the Devas, that heavenly lady came out. Her body and the several parts thereof were beautiful, her form was incomparably graceful, and the voice was exquisitely sonorous and lovely. The Devas, oppressed by Mahishasur, became overpowered with joy seeing this well-decorated Devi, having beautiful eyes and teeth, and charming in all respects. Vishnu then addressed all the Devas to give all their auspicious ornaments and weapons. He said, O Devas, better give all of you the various arms and weapons, endowed with strength, created out of your own weapons, and give them all today to the Devi. Here ends the 8th chapter of the 5th skanda on the description of the origin and the form of the Devi in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 9. On the worship by the gods to the Devi. Vyas said, on hearing Vishnu's words, the Devas became very glad and immediately presented their own weapons, ornaments, and clothing. The Kshiroda, milk, ocean presented to her gladly the well-fitted necklace, clear as crystal, and a pair of divine cloths of a red color, never becoming old and very fine. Vishwakarma was very much gratified in his heart and presented a divine jewel to be worn in her diadem or crest, blazing like hundreds of suns, white earrings, bracelets for her wrist, bracelets for her upper arm, and other bracelets decked with various gems and jewels, and anklets brilliant like gems of a clear sun-like luster, decked with jewels and tinkling nicely. The architect of the gods, the ocean of intellect, Vishwakarma, gave her as offerings beautiful ornaments also for the neck, all very beautiful, as well as for the fingers decked with gems and jewels, all shining splendidly. Varuna gave for her head a garland of lotuses, never fading away, of such a sweet fragrance that bees constantly hover round them, and the Vajanti garland for her breast. The mountain Himalaya gladly offered her various gems and a beautiful lion of a golden color for her conveyance. Then that beautiful lady, having all the auspicious signs, wishing welfare to all, and decorated with the divine ornaments, began to look grand and splendid, mounted on her conveyance, the lion. Vishnu then created another 1,000-spoked discus, Chakram, from his own chakra, capable of taking off the head of any asura, and offered them to her. Shankara created another excellent Trishula from his own trident, terrible and demon-killing, and offered it to the Devi. Varuna created another bright conch from his own conch, and offered it gladly to the Devi. Fire offered her a weapon named Shatagni, which kills the demons violently, as if it were another god of death. Marut, Wind, the chief of the gods, offered her a wonderful bow and arrow case filled with arrows. The bow can be drawn with great difficulty, and emits a very harsh sound. Indra created another dreadful thunderbolt from his own thunderbolt, and gave it at once to the Devi, as well as the beautiful sonorous bell that used to hang from the elephant Aravta. Yam, the god of death, created another beautiful staff from his own scepter, which takes away, when the time comes, the life of all beings. Brahma gladly gave her a divine Kamandalu, filled with the Ganges water, and Varuna offered her a weapon called Pasha. O king, time gave her an axe and a shield, and Vishwakarma gave her a sharp Parshu. Kuvera, the lord of wealth, gave her a golden drinking cup filled with wine, and Varuna offered her a beautiful divine lotus. Vishwakarma became very glad and gave her the Kaumodki Gada, capable of killing the enemy of the gods, and from which hundreds of bells are hanging, impenetrable armor, and various other weapons. The sun gave to the Divine Mother his own rays. The Devas, seeing her adorned with ornaments and weapons, began to praise and chant hymns to that most auspicious goddess, the great enchantress of the three worlds. The Deva said, "Salutation to Shiva, salutation to the most auspicious. Thou art peace and nourishment, we salute again and again to thee. Salutation to thee, the Bhagavati Devi. Thou art the goddess Rudrani, the terrible, we always salute again and again to thee. Thou art the Kalratri, the night of destruction at the end of the world. Thou art the Indrani. Thou art the mother, we salute again and again to thee. Thou art the success, thou art the intelligence, thou art the growth, and thou art the Vaishnavi, salutation again and again to thee. Thou art within the earth, yet the earth does not know thee. Thou art again the inmost of the earth, and controllest the things within this earth. We offer our salutations to that supreme cause, the highest goddess. Thou art within this Maya, the unborn, yet the Maya does not know thee. Thou residest again within the innermost of the Maya and directest that unborn one, the Maya. We salute again and again that supreme cause, the great directress, the Shiva, the most auspicious. O Mother, do what is good for us. We are oppressed by our enemy. Dost thou then protect us. By thy own power dost thou overpower and kill that Mahisha. That demon is vulnerable to women only. He is deceitful, cunning, dreadful, and swollen with pride on having gotten the blessing. He assumes many forms and torments the Devas. O one, devoted to the Bhaktas, thou art the only refuge of all the gods. O, thou art the supreme goddess. We are very much harassed and oppressed by the Danva. Therefore, do thou now protect us. We bow down to thee. Vyas said, when the Devas had praised thus, the highest goddess, the giver of all happiness, then smilingly said in the following auspicious terms, O Devas, today in the battleground I will overpower that wicked Mahisha of cruel disposition and take away his life. Vyas said, speaking thus in a melodious voice, the Supreme One smiled and again said, this world is all full of error and delusion. Really, It is very wonderful that Brahma, Vishnu, Indra, and other gods are all shuddering out of fear from Mahishadanva. The power of destiny is exceedingly great and terrible. Its influence cannot be overcome even by the best of the Devas. O King, time is the lord of happiness and pain. Time is, therefore, the god. The wonder is this, that even those who can create, preserve, and destroy this world are being overpowered and tormented by Mahisha. The Devi, thinking thus, smiled and then laughed and laughed very hoarsely. It seemed that a roar of laughter then arose. And the Danvas were struck with terror at that very dreadful sound. The earth trembled at that extraordinary sound, the mountains began to move, and the vast oceans that remained calm began to be agitated with billows. The uproar filled all the quarters, and the mountain Meru trembled. Then the Danvas, hearing the tumultuous uproar, were all filled with tremendous fear. The Devas became very glad and said thus, O Devi, let victory be yours, save us. The intoxicated Mahisha, too, hearing those words, became very angry. Mahisha, struck with terror at those words, asked the Daityas, O messengers, go and ascertain how this sound originated. Who has made this harsh sound? Bring that devil who has made this hoarse noise, be he a Deva, Danva, or anyone else, unto me, and I will kill that roaring villain, who, it seems, has been puffed up with egoism and vanity. The Devas are not making this noise, for they are vanquished and terror-stricken. The Asuras are not doing so, for they are my subjects. Then, who is the stupid fellow that has done so? Surely, he is of very little understanding. His days are numbered, and I will carry him to the home of death. Go you, ascertain the cause of the sound, and come back to me. Then I will go there and destroy that wretch who made this noise to no purpose. Vyas said, no sooner had the messengers heard these words of Mahisha, than they at once went to the Devi, and saw that her body and the several parts thereof were all very beautiful. She had 18 hands, she was decorated completely with various ornaments all over her body, all the auspicious signs were being seen in her body, and she was holding excellent divine weapons. That beautiful auspicious goddess was holding in her hands the cup, and drinking wine again and again. Beholding her in this form, they were afraid and fled at once to the Mahisha, and informed him of the cause of that sound. The Daityas said, O Lord, we have seen one grown-up woman, whose whereabouts we are quite ignorant of. The Devi is decorated with jewels and ornaments all over her body. She is not human nor Asuri, but her form is extraordinary and beautiful. That noble lady is mounted on a lion, holding weapons in all her 18 hands, and is roaring loudly. She is drinking wine, so it seems that she is puffed up with liquor. It is quite certain that she has no husband. The Devas are gladly chanting praises from the celestial space that let victory be to her side, and that she saved the Devas. O Lord, we don't know at all who that handsome woman is, or whose wife is she? Why has she come there? And what is her motive? Sentiments of love, heroism, laughter, terror, and wonder are all fully shining in her. Therefore, we are very much overpowered by the halo emitted from her, and we could not even see her well. O King, in compliance with your order, we came back to you no sooner than we had seen the lady, without even addressing her in any way. Now order us what we are to do. Mahisha said, O best of ministers, O hero, under my command, go there with all the forces and use the means, conciliation, etc., and bring that woman, having a beautiful face, like the moon, to me. If that lady does not come even when the 3 policies, Sama, conciliation, Dana, making gifts, and Bheda, sowing dissensions in an enemy's party and thus winning him over to one side, one of the 4 upayas or means of success against an enemy, are adopted by you, then apply the last resort, danda, or war, in such a way that her life is not destroyed, and bring that beautiful woman to me. I will gladly make her, of black curling hairs, my queen consort. In case that dear-eyed one comes gladly, then do my desires without causing any unpleasant feeling, a cessation of sentiment. I am enchanted on hearing about her beauties and wealth. Vyas said, the Prime Minister, on hearing the words of Mahisha, took with him elephants, horses, and chariots and hurriedly went to the desired place. On coming near to the Devi, the minister began to address her in sweet words from a sufficient distance in a very humble and courteous way. O sweet speaking! Who art thou? What has caused thee to come here? O highly fortunate! My master has asked these questions through me. My master cannot be killed by all the devas and men. He has conquered all the lokas, worlds. O beautiful-eyed! On account of getting his boon from Brahma, the Lord of the Daityas has become very powerful and, consequently being very proud, assumes different forms at will. He, our King Emperor Mahisha, the Lord of the earth, hearing about thy beauty and dress, has expressed a desire to see thee. O beautiful one! Whether he will appear before thee in a human form? He will do whatever thou likest. O dear-eyed one! Be pleased now to go to that intelligent king. In case thou dost not go, we will bring the king, thy devotee, to thee. O Lord of the Devas! Our king has heard of thy beauty and grandeur, and has become very submissive to thee. We will therefore do exactly what thou desirest. Therefore, thou hast thighs thick and round like those of a young elephant. Be pleased to express what thou likest, and we will do quickly as thou desires. Here ends the 9th chapter of the 5th book on the worship offered by the gods to the Devi and the weapons offered by them in the Mahapuranam, Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 10. On the messenger's news to Mahisha, Vyas said, the Mahamaya, that excellent lady, hearing thus the words of the Prime Minister of Mahisha, laughed and spoke with a voice deep like that of a cloud, thus, O Minister-in-Chief, know me as the Mother of the Gods. My name is Mahalakshmi. It is I that destroy all the Daityas. I am requested by all the Devas to kill Danva Mahisha. They have been oppressed and deprived of their share of yagna offerings. Therefore, I have come here today alone, without any army to take away his life. O good one! I am pleased with your sweet words of welcome and for showing me marks of respect. Had you not behaved thus, I would have certainly burnt you to ashes by my fiery sight, which is the universal conflagration at the break-up of the world. O Minister! Who is there that gets not pleased with sweet words? Go you to Mahisha and speak to him the following words of mine, O villain! Go down to Patla, the nether regions, at once if you have any desire to live. Otherwise, I will slay you, the wicked one, in the battlefield. You will have to go to the house of death, pierced by my mass of arrows. O stupid one! Know that this is merely kindness shown unto you, that I have told you to go soon to Patla, and that the Devas get possession of their heaven with no delay. O one of weak intellect! Therefore, dost thou leave possession of the sea-girt earth, and go alone without any delay to Patla, before my arrows are shot at you. O Asur! Or if you desire to fight, then come at once with your powerful warriors. I will destroy all of them. O one of dull intellect! I will kill you in battle, just as I killed before in yugas after yugas countless asuras like you. O passionate creature! Better show that your efforts in holding weapons have been crowned with success by your being engaged in battle against me. Otherwise, they will all be useless. O stupid! You thought that you would be vulnerable alone to women. Hence, you oppressed the Devas entitled to worship. O wicked one! No longer show your pride in the strength of your getting the boon from Brahma, that you would be vulnerable only to the females. Thinking it advisable to observe the words of the Creator, I have assumed this incomparable eternal female appearance, and I have come here to slay you, O wicked one! O stupid one! If you have any desire for your life, then quit this heaven and go to Patla, infested with snakes, or anywhere else you like. Vyas said, hearing these words of the Devi, that minister, surrounded by forces, replied in reasonable words thus, O Devi! You are speaking in words befitting a woman and puffed up with pride. You are a woman. The Lord of the Daityas is a hero. How can a battle be engaged between you two? It seems to me impossible. Your body is delicate, a girl in full youth. Especially since you are alone and Mahisha is of huge body and powerful, the fight comes next to impossible. He has elephants, horses, chariots, infantry, etc., and countless soldiers all armed with weapons. Therefore, O beautiful one, he will find no difficulty in killing you in battle, as an elephant finds no difficulty in treading over the malti flowers. Rather, if I utter anything harsh to you, that would go against the sentiment of love with you. Therefore, I cannot speak rudely to you out of my fear of not interrupting the above feeling. True, our king is an enemy of the gods, but he has become extremely devoted to you. Therefore, it is wise to speak words full of conciliation or generosity. Were it otherwise, I would have shot arrows at you and would have killed you inasmuch as you have thus boasted in vain and spoken so dire a falsehood, resting merely on the strength of your youthful pride and cleverness. My master has become fascinated on hearing of your extraordinary beauty, hardly to be seen in this world. It therefore behoves me to speak sweet words to you for the sake of pleasing my master. O large-eyed one! This kingdom and the wealth thereof are all yours. In fact, Mahisha will be your obedient servant. Therefore, better forsake your anger, leading to your death, and cultivate friendship with him. O sweet smiling one! I am falling at your feet. You better go to him and become at once queen consort. O handsome woman! No sooner do you become the queen of Mahisha, then you will get at once all the pure wealth of the three worlds and the unbounded happiness of this world. The Devi said, Minister, I now speak what is pregnant with goodness and wisdom to you, according to the rules of the Shastras, keeping in view also the cleverness that you have shown in using your words. Now I come to understand from your talk that you are the chief secretary of Mahisha, and therefore your nature and intelligence are like those of a beast. And how can he be intelligent, whose ministership is occupied by a man of your nature? Nature has ordained a connection between two persons of like nature. O stupid one! Did you think a little beforehand about the meaning of your words when you told me of my feminine nature? Though I am not apparently a man, yet my nature is that of the highest Purusha, man. I show myself simply in a feminine form. Your master asked before from Brahma that he would prefer death, if possible, at the hands of a woman. Therefore, I consider him quite illiterate and ignorant of the sentiment worthy of a hero. Because to die at the hands of a woman is very painful to one who is a hero, and this is gladly welcome to one who is a hermaphrodite. Now see that your master Mahisha has shown his intelligence when he courted his death from the hands of a woman. For that very reason, I have come here in the shape of a woman to effect my purpose. Why shall I fear, then, to hear your words, contradictory to those of the Shastras? When fate goes against anyone, grass comes like a thunderbolt, and when fate goes in favor of anyone, a thunderbolt becomes as soft as a bundle of cotton. What does it avail even when one possesses an extensive army or various weapons in abundance, taking shelter in a wide-extending fort? What will his soldiers do to him, whose death has come close at hand? Whenever, in due time, the connection of the jiva, the human soul, with this body is brought about, then his pleasures, pains, and death are written. Know this as certain, very certain, that death will come to him in the manner as written by the hands of fate. It will never be otherwise. As the birth and death of Brahma and other gods are ordained, your death has been similarly ordained. No, there is no need of taking the example further than this. Those who are tied up by the hands of death are surely fools and of extremely blunt intellect if they think, simply on the strength of their getting some boons, that they would never die. Therefore, go quickly to your king and speak to him what I have said. You will then surely obey what he commands you to do. If he wants his life, he, with his retinue, would at once go down to Patala. let Indra and the other devas get possession of the heavens and their share of yagnas. If he holds a contrary opinion, let him be eager to go to the house of death and come and fight with me. If he thinks that Vishnu and the other devas have fled from the battlefields, he has nothing to boast of, for he has not shown his manliness at all even then, for his victory is solely due to his having gotten the boon from Brahma. Vyas said, hearing these words of the Devi, the Danva began to think whether I ought to fight or to go to Mahisha. The king has become very enamored and has sent me hither to negotiate for marriage. How then will I be able to go to him if I make this affair unpleasant and interrupt it in the middle of its course of harmony? Now it is wise for me to go to the king without fighting. Let me then go as early as possible in this way and inform him about this whole affair. The king is exceptionally intelligent and experienced. He will consult with his other experienced ministers and do what is best. Therefore, I ought not to fight here rashly, for victory or defeat would alike be distasteful to my monarch. Whether this lady kills me or I kill this lady, the king will be angry in either case. I will therefore go now to the king and tell him what the Devi has said. He will do whatever he likes. Vyas said. Thus that intelligent son of the minister argued and went to the king. Then, bowing down before him, he began to say thus, O king, that excellent woman, fascinating to the world, the beautiful Devi, is sitting on a lion with weapons in all her 18 hands. O king, I told her, O beautiful lady, be attached to Mahishasur. You will become, then, the queen consort of the king, the lord of the 3 worlds. You will certainly then be his queen consort. He will pass his life, ever obedient to you like an obedient servant. O beautiful one, if you choose to make Mahisha your husband, you will become fortunate amongst women, and will enjoy forever all the wealth of the 3 worlds. Hearing these words, that large-eyed woman, puffed up with egoism, laughed a little and said thus, Your king is born of a buffalo, and is the worst of brutes. I will sacrifice him before the Devi for the benefit of the gods. Is there any woman in this world so stupid as to select Mahisha as her husband? Oh, you stupid! Can a woman like me ever indulge in bestial sentiments? A female buffalo has got horns. She, being excited with passion, may select your Mahisha with horns as her husband and come to him bellowing. I am not stupid nor like her so as to make him my husband. O villain! I will fight and destroy the enemies of the gods in the battlefield. Or if he desires to live, let him flee to Patla. O king! Hearing those rough words uttered by her in a moment of madness, I have come to you, thinking also about how to redress this wrong. O king! Only I feared not to interrupt your love sentiment, and therefore I did not fight with her. Especially, without your command, how can I engage myself in useless excitement? O Lord of the earth! That handsome woman rests maddened on her own strength. I do not know what is in the womb of the future, but whatever is destined to happen will surely come to pass. You are the sole master in this matter. I will do whatever you order me. The matter is very difficult to be reflected upon. Whether it is better to fight or it is better to fly away, I cannot say definitely. Here ends the 10th chapter of the 5th skanda on the messenger's news to Mahisha in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 11. On the appearing of the Danva Tamra before the Devi, Vyas said, the king Mahishasur, maddened with pride, heard the messenger's words and called the aged and experienced ministers and said thus, O ministers, what am I to do now? Better judge you all well, and speak out definitely to me. Is it that this Devi has been created by the Devas like the Maya of Sambarsura, and thus has appeared before us? You are all dexterous and know where to apply the 4 means of success, conciliation, gift or bribery, sowing dissensions, and war, and therefore you would better tell me which one of the above 4 I am to adopt now. The minister said, O king, one should always speak true, and at the same time pleasantly. The wise ones should then select only those which are beneficial and apply them. O king, as a medicine, though bitter, cures diseases, so true words, though appearing unpleasant, lead to beneficial results. Those that are simply pleasant are generally injurious as to their effects. O Lord of the earth, the bearers and approvers of truth are both very rare. Truth speakers also are very difficult to be seen. Laudatory sycophancy is found in a great measure in this world. O King, nobody in the three worlds knows what will be good or what will lead to inauspicious results. How can we then definitely pronounce our judgment in this difficult matter? The king said, "Let each of you say separately, according to his own intellect, what is his opinion. I will hear them all and consider for myself." Clever persons should hear the opinions of several persons, then judge for himself what is the best, and then adopt that as what is to be done. Vyas said, hearing his words, the powerful Virupaksh came out foremost of all, and began to say pleasant words to the king. "O king, please take for certain what has been spoken by that ordinary woman swelled with vanity, as words simply to scare you. The efforts and courage of a woman are known to all. Who will be afraid, therefore, to hear abusive language from a woman praising herself in matters of warfare? O king, you have conquered the three worlds by your own heroic valor. Now if you acknowledge your inferiority out of fear of a woman, you would be subject to very much disgrace in this world. Therefore, O king, I will go alone to fight with Chandika, and I will kill her. You can stay here now without any fear. O king, see my prowess now. I am just now going with my army, and I will kill that violent Chandika, maddened with pride, or I will tie her down by a coil of snakes and bring her before you. Then that lady, seeing herself helpless, will become quite submissive to you. There is no doubt in this." Vyas said, hearing these words of Virupaksh, Durdhara said, "O king, Virupaksh is very intelligent. What he has said just now is all reasonable and true. O king, you are intelligent. Hear my words full of truth also. As far as I think, I consider that woman with beautiful teeth as passionate. For that woman of broad hips has expressed a desire to bring you under control by making you fearful. The mistresses, proud of their beauty, generally use such words when they become passionate. When they behave in this way, people call these amorous gestures. These crooked words of mistresses are the chief causes in attracting dear persons unto them. Those who are skilled in the art of love affairs, some of them can know these things thoroughly well. O king, that woman has said, I will pierce and kill you by arrows, face to face, in the battlefield. The sense of this is different. The wise persons that are clever and experienced in the art of finding out the cause declare that the above sentence is pregnant with deep and esoteric meaning. You can easily see that the handsome women have no other arrows with them. Their silences are their arrows, and their words carry their hidden meanings, and, expressing their desires, are their flowers. O king, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh even have no powers to shoot arrows at you. How can that helpless woman, who appears so passionate, dart real arrows at you? O king, that lady said, O stupid, I will kill your king by my arrow-like eyesight. But the messenger was wanting in that power to appreciate, so he, no doubt, understood her words in their contrary sense. The saying of that lady, I will lay your lord in the deathbed in the battlefield, is to be taken in the light of inverted sexual intercourse where the woman is above the man. Her utterance, I will take away the vitality, life, of your lord, is also significant. The same in virile is known as the vitality, life. Therefore, the above expression means that she will make you devoid of your virility. There can be no other meaning. O king, those women that are excellent show by too much of their covert expressions innuendos that they select and like very much their beloved. The experts only in these amorous affairs will be able to appreciate these things. Knowing this, dealings ought to be made with her so that the harmony in amorous sentiments be not broken. O king, Sama, conciliation, and Dana, gifts, are the two means to be adopted. There is no other way. By these two, that lady, whether she be proud or angry, is sure to have been brought under control. I will go now and bring her before you by such sweet words. O king, what is the use of my talking too much? I will make her submissive to you like a slave girl. Vyas said, hearing those words of Durdhara, the Danva Tamra, who was very experienced in finding out the real nature, said, I am telling you what is sanctioned by virtue, and is at the same time full of sweet amorous feelings, pregnant with deep meanings. Kindly hear, O giver of honor. This intelligent woman is not at all passionate nor devoted to you, nor has that woman used any covert expressions to you. O great hero! This is strange indeed that a lady, beautiful, handsome, and of strange features, at the same time alone and helpless, has come here to fight. A good-looking woman, powerful, and having 18 hands is never heard of nor ever seen by me in these 3 worlds. She is holding in each of her hands powerful weapons. O king, all these seem to be the contrary actions of time. O king, I saw ominous dreams during the night, and I conclude, therefore, that great dangers are over our heads. Early in the morning twilight, I saw in my dream that a woman, wearing a black raiment, was weeping in the inner courtyard. That some inauspicious events are forthcoming can be easily judged from the above. O king, the birds were screaming hoarsely in every house, and various calamitous events were seen in various houses. At this time that woman, firmly resolved, was challenging you to fight. It, therefore, seems to me that there is something very serious in this matter. O Lord, this woman is neither human, nor a Gandharvi, nor the wife of any Asura. Only to cause delusion to us, she, this wondrous Maya, has been created by the gods. O king, in no case is weakness to be resorted to, it is wise by all means to fight as best as possible. What is inevitable will come to pass, this is my opinion. No one is able to unriddle the Devas, whether they would be auspicious or inauspicious. Therefore, intelligent ones should weigh pros and cons carefully and remain patient and steady. O king, life or death is at the hands of destiny. Nobody, therefore, can do it otherwise. Hearing this, Mahishasur said, O highly fortunate Tamra, better, then, stand for the fight, be fully resolved, and go to that beautiful lady and conquer her according to the rules of justice and bring her before me. In case she does not come under your control in a fight, kill her. But if she comes round, then show her honor. Do not kill her. O all-knowing, you are a great hero and at the same time thoroughly conversant with Kama Shastra, the science of love. Therefore, conquer that fair one by any means you can. O valiant Tamra, of mighty prowess. Go then with a mighty force and ponder over and over again and find out her intention. Is she prompted by passion, or by real inimical feeling, or by any other motive? Try to find out whose Maya is this. Know all these beforehand, then find out the remedy. Next fight with her according to your strength and prowess. Weakness should not be shown, nor should merciless behavior be resorted to. You should behave with her according to the bent of her mind. Vyas said, O king, thus hearing the king's words, Tamra, coming as if under the sway of death, saluted the king, Mahisha, and marched away with his army. That wicked Danva, who, on his way, began to see all the fearful inauspicious signs indicative of death, became surprised and was caught with fear. When he arrived at the spot, he saw the Devi standing on a lion, while she was decorated with all the weapons and instruments, and all the Devas were chanting hymns to her. Tamra then bowed down before her with humility and modesty, and addressed her with sweet words, according to the rules of the policy of conciliation. O Devi, Mahisha, the lord of the Daityas, has become enchanted on hearing of your beauty and qualifications, and has become desirous to marry you. O beautiful one, you would better be graciously pleased with that conqueror of the immortals, the Mahishasur, O thou of delicate limbs. Make him your husband and enjoy all the exquisite pleasures of the Nandana garden as best as you can. The end and aim of attaining this human form, beautiful in every respect and the abode of all bliss, is to enjoy, in every way, all the pleasures of human existence, and to avoid the sources of all troubles. This is the rule. O thou of beautiful thighs like those of the young of an elephant, your soft and delicate lotus-like hands are fit to play only with nice balls of flowers. Why then are you holding in your hands all the weapons and arrows? What is the use of holding ordinary arrows when those two eyebrows, like bows, exist with you? What need have you to take ordinary arrows when you are graced with those piercing eyesights, your arrows? The war is exceedingly painful in this world. Those who know this ought never to fight. It is only those human beings that are prompted by greed that fight with each other. What to speak of those sharpened arrows? One ought not to fight with flowers even, O Devi. You can well say who it is that feels pleasure when one's own body is pierced. Therefore, O delicate one, gladly you can worship Mahisha, the Lord of the world, and the object of worship of the Devas and Danvas. Then he will satisfy all your desires. What more is there to say? You will no doubt be his queen consort. O Devi, if one tries one's best, it is doubtful whether one would be crowned with success. Therefore, keep my request. You will surely get all the best pleasures. O beautiful, you are well acquainted with all the politics. Therefore, you better thoroughly enjoy the pleasures of the kingdom for many years. And if you marry Mahisha, you will have beautiful sons, and those sons again will be kings, and enjoying the pleasures of your full-grown womanhood, you will, no doubt, be happy in your old age. Here ends the 11th chapter of the 5th book on the appearing of the Danva Tamra before the Devi in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam of 18,000 verses, by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 12. On the holding of council by Mahishasur. Vyas said, the world mother, hearing Tamra's words, spoke, laughing a little, and with a deep voice like that of a rumbling thundercloud. The Devi spoke, O Tamra, go and say to your lord Mahisha, who, it seems, is stupid, whose end is nigh, who has become very passionate, and who is void of knowledge of what is proper and what is improper. I am not like your grown-up mother, the she-buffalo, having horns, eating grass, with a long tail and a big belly. I do not like to have Vishnu, the god Shankara, Brahma, Kuvera, Varuna, or fire. How then can I select a beast? If I do so, I will be an object of much censure amongst the several worlds. I am not desirous of any more husband. My husband exists, though he is the Lord of all, witness of all, yet he is not the actor. He is without any desires, and he is calm and tranquil. He, the Shiva, is devoid of any prakritic qualities, without any attachment, the great infinite, without anyone to rely on, without any refuge, omniscient, omnipresent, the great witness, the full, and the seat of the full, the auspicious. He is the abode of all, capable to do all, the peaceful, capable to create everything, and he is seeing everywhere. How can I then leave him and try to serve the dull, stupid Mahisha? Let him come and fight with this understanding that he will be defeated and be made the conveyance of Yam, the god of death, or the carrier of water of the human beings. And if that impious heretic desires to live, let him fly at once to Patala with all his demon comrades, else I will slay him in battle. See, the combination of similar substances leads to happiness, and if, out of ignorance, the connection takes place between things entirely different in their natures, it becomes at once the source of all pains and troubles. You are a thorough illiterate when you ask me to worship your Lord. Do you not see me endowed with exquisite beauty? And what is your Mahisha? A buffalo with horns. How can creation then become possible between us? Better fly away or fight if you like. I will kill you and your friends. And if you leave the region of heavens and the share of Yagna, then you will become happy. Vyas said, O king. Thus saying, the Devi howled and roared so loudly that it appeared strange, and it caused a great terror to the Danvas, who took it as the great dissolution of the universe at the end of a kalpa. The earth and the mountains trembled. The wives of the Danvas had miscarriages at that terrific noise. Hearing that sound, Tamra was terrified. his mind became unsteady, and he at once fled to Mahisha. O king! The Danvas present in the city became deaf. They fled and became very anxious and were absorbed in the thought of whence and how that sound came. The lion, too, enraged and raising up its mane, roared so loud that the Daityas became very much terrified. Mahisha, too, became confounded to see Tamra returning. He then held a council with his ministers to discuss what ought to be done next. Mahishasur said, "O best of the Danvas, shall we now take our shelter within the forts? Or shall we go out and fight? Or will it be favorable to us if we fly away? You all are intelligent and versed in all the Shastras and unconquerable by your force. Therefore, you all ought to consult over the matter in utmost privacy for our success at the present moment. The root of the kingdom lies in the council, in the secret place, cabinet, and statesmanship. If this council is kept well preserved in secrecy, then that kingdom is also kept entire. Therefore, it is highly incumbent that the plan be kept in strictest confidence amongst the good and virtuous ministers. If the plan is out, then destruction comes both to the king and his kingdom. Hence, the plan must be kept secret by those wanting glory, lest it be taken advantage of and rendered ineffective by other persons. O ministers, now declare, taking due consideration of time and place, after duly discussing and ascertaining what is the best course to adopt and what would be beneficial and full of reason and intelligence. First find out the cause of why this powerful woman, created by the Devas, has come here alone and helpless. That woman is challenging us to fight. What more wonder can there be than this? Who can say in the three worlds what the result will be, whether it will be good or otherwise? Victory comes not to many persons, nor does defeat come to a single individual. Therefore, victory or defeat lies at the hands of luck and destiny. Those who plead for place, policy, and statesmanship, they say, what is fate? Is there anyone who has seen fate? Adreshta, no one has seen his appearance. It may be argued that there may exist such a thing as fate, to which it might be replied, what proofs are there for such an existence? Thus the weak persons alone hold it out as their only hope. Nowhere are seen energetic persons who can fulfill their ends by their own efforts, by those who enroll themselves under fate. Therefore, effort and energy are the words of the heroes, and fate is the word of the cowards. You should all consider today these subjects fully and intelligently, and then decide what we are to do. Vyas said, thus hearing the king, the famous Vidlaksha with folded hands spoke thus, O king, first it should be definitely ascertained whose wife she is, this woman possessing large eyes. Whence and for what purpose has she come here? Next, what ought to be done should be decided. It seems to me that the Devas, knowing that your death will ensue from the hands of a woman, have created very carefully this lotus-eyed woman out of their own essences. And they are lying in wait, unknown to anybody in the celestial space, with a desire to see the battle but really to fight with you. In due time, they will undoubtedly help this woman. When the war ensues, Vishnu and the other Devas will put this woman in front and slay us all, whereas this Devi will slay you. This is their earnest desire. O king, I have come to know this beforehand, but what will be the actual result I cannot say. I cannot say also whether it is advisable for you to fight now. Therefore, it would be better if you consider yourself well on this matter of the gods and do accordingly. Our duty, the duty of your servants, lies in this, that we should sacrifice at any moment our lives for the preservation of your prestige and to enjoy with you whenever you are enjoying. But, O king, it is extremely advisable to ponder over this very carefully when we see that this woman, though alone, is challenging us to fight, who are armed with powerful soldiers. Durmukha said, O king, I know for certain that we will not get victory in this battle. Still, we ought not to show our backs, for that would lead us to sheer disgrace. Even in our encounter with Indra and other Devas, we did nothing hateful and blameworthy. Then how can any of us fly away when we come face to face with a helpless woman? Therefore, fight we must, that is certain, let whatever happen. what is inevitable must come to pass. Thus considered, what need have we to care for the result? If we die in the battle, we will get name and fame. If we are victorious, we will get happiness. Thus thinking of both the cases, we must fight today. Death is inevitable when our longevity expires. Our prestige will suffer if we fly away. Therefore, we ought not to spend uselessly our time in thus expressing our vain regret for life or for death. Vyas said, O king, hearing thus the Durmukha's words, Vaskala, the eloquent speaker, thus spoke to the king, with clasped hands and his head bowed down. O king, you need not think thus in agony with this unpleasant affair. Alone I will kill that Chandika, of unsteady eyes. O best of kings, to be always prompt and energetic indicates that one is steady in one's heroic valor. To consider one's enemy as dreadful is contrary to the above, so we ought now to take recourse to heroic valor. O king, therefore, I will discard fear altogether and fight out valiantly. I will, no doubt, send Chandika in the battlefield to the abode of death. I fear not Yam, nor Indra, nor Kuvera, nor Vayu, nor Agni, nor Vishnu, nor Shankara, nor moon, nor sun. I do not fear any of them. What fear can I, then, entertain of that vain arrogant woman, who has got none to support her? I will kill her with these arrows, sharpened on stones. You can see today the prowess of my arms and enjoy peace. You will not have to go to battle anymore to fight with her. Vyas said, O king, Vaskala having said this to the Lord Mahisha in a haughty spirit, Durdhara bowed down and said thus, O Lord of the earth, let the purpose be whatsoever with which the beautiful Devi with 18 hands, the creation of the gods, may come hither, I will vanquish her. O king, I think it is simply to terrify you, as the Suras have thus created this Maya woman. Therefore, do you forsake your delusion by knowing this merely as a scare. O king, such is the statesmanship. Now hear about the workings of the ministers. Ministers in this world are of 3 kinds. 1. Sattvic, 2. Rajasic, and 3. Tamansic. Those ministers in whom the Sattva quality is predominant, they perform their master's duties according to their own strength. The Sattvic mantris, ministers, are well versed in their mantra shastras, the policies and statesmanship, virtuous and one-pointed in their thoughts, and they never do any injury to their king, and they fulfill their own purposes. The Rajasic mantris are of different sorts. They are always after their own interests. At times, whenever they like, they do the state duties. The Tamansic mantris always look out for their own interests out of their greedy nature. They serve their ends even by ruining the regal interests. It is the Tamansic mantris that are influenced by the bribes from the enemies, become separated at their hearts from their own masters, and give out the secrets to the enemies while staying in their homes. They always advise alienation policy, like the sword ensheathed in a scabbard, and when the time of war comes, they always frighten their masters. Therefore, O king, never put your trust in ministers. If you do so, they will always hinder you in your actions and counsels. What harm cannot be done by those ministers that are treacherous, greedy, deceitful, and void of any intelligence, and always addicted to vicious acts when they are trusted. Therefore, O king, I will go myself to the battle and serve your purpose. You need not be at all anxious in this matter. I will soon bring before you that vicious woman. I will do your actions by my own strength and powers. Let you be calm, and look at my strength, fortitude, and valor. Here ends the 12th chapter of the 5th book on the holding of council by Mahishasur in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 shloks by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 13. On the killing of Vaskala and Durmukha. Vyas said, O king, the 2 powerful Danvas, Vaskala and Durmukha, well versed in the arts of warfare, went out for battle, maddened with their prowess. The 2 Danvas, elated with vanity, went to the battlefield and began to address the Devi in a voice as deep as the rumbling of a cloud. O beautiful Devi, You better choose and worship the Lord of the Daityas, that high-souled Mahishasur who has conquered all the Devas. He will come before you in privacy in a human shape with all auspicious signs and adorned with beautiful ornaments. O sweet smiling one! Better place your highest feelings of love on the lovely Mahisha as your husband, and you will get all the pleasures of the three worlds as you desire. O sweet speaking! In short, if you select him as your husband, you will be the mistress of those incomparable worldly happinesses that women always aspire to. Hearing thus the words of Vaskala and Durmukha, the Devi said, O stupid! Do you think of me as deluded by passion? Do I not possess strength and intelligence? Why would I worship that hypocrite Mahisha as a husband? See, the ladies of a high family select those persons that are equal in rank as far as family and distinctions, qualifications, and propriety of conduct are concerned, or those who are superior in beauty, cleverness, intelligence, and other qualifications. Then how can a Devi, becoming passionate, worship the worst of all beasts, the beast Mahisha? O to Asuras! Go you immediately to your king Mahisha, resembling in his body like an elephant, and having a pair of horns, and tell him, go either to Patala, the nether regions, or come and fight with me. The Lord of the Devas will no doubt be happy if the war ensues. O stupid! My advent here cannot go in vain. I will easily slay you and then depart. Knowing this, do as you like. O beast! Without conquering me, you would get no shelter either in the heavens, or on this earth, or in the caves of mountains. Vyas said, hearing thus, the two powerful Daityas, with eyes reddened with anger, firmly resolved to fight and took bows and arrows in their hands. O descent of Kuru! The Devi then made a terrible noise and fearlessly stood there. The two Danvas then began to shoot dreadful arrows at her. For the victory of the Devas, the Devi also begins to hurl arrow after arrow on the two Danvas, emitting a sweet sound. Vaskala first came forward with no delay, and Durmukha stood aloof there simply as a witness. The terrible fight then ensued between the Devi and Vaskala. Arrows, swords, and weapons were seen shining in the air, and raised terror to those that were dull in intellect. Then the mother of the universe, seeing Vaskala growing turbulent, shot at him 5 arrows sharpened on stone. The Danva, too, cut off the arrows of the Devi and hurled 7 arrows at her, seated on a lion. The Devi cut off the Danva's arrows and shot at that hypocrite with sharpened arrows and began to laugh frequently. She again cut off his arrows with an Ardchandra arrow. Vaskala then pursued the Devi with a club in his hands to slay her. Seeing the arrogant Danva with a club in his hands, Chandika Devi struck him down on the ground with her own club. The very powerful Vaskala fell down on the ground, but rose up within a very short time, and hurled his club again at the Devi. Seeing him again attacking her, the Devi got angry and pierced him with her trident. Vaskala fell down, thus pierced, and died. Vaskala falling thus dead on the field, the soldiers of the wicked demon were routed, whereas the Devas became glad and repeatedly shouted aloud, "Victory to the Devi!" On this Daitya being slain, Durmukha came forward on the battlefield, filled with anger and accompanied by a stronger army. Mounted on a chariot, shielded all over his body with a coat of armor, Durmukha came before the Devi, shouting all along, "Wait, wait, O you weak woman," and with bows and arrows in his hands. The Devi blew her conch shell and made sounds by stretching her bow in order to make the Danva infuriated with anger. The Asura then began to shoot sharp arrows, one after another, like poisonous snakes. The Mahamaya, by her own arrows, cut off those of her enemy and began to shout loudly. The fight then raged furiously when both parties began to use arrows, shaktis, clubs, musalas, and tomaras. Blood began to flow in the battlefield in torrents like rivers, and on the banks of that river of blood were seen the severed heads of the dead bodies, which looked like so many hollow shells of goods, as if kept there by the attendant of the god of death for their swimming purposes. The battlefield, then, became very dreadful and impassable. At some places dead bodies are lying. Wolves are feeding on their flesh. At other places are seen jackals, dogs, herons, crows, vultures, eagles, and other voracious birds and beasts and iron-tipped arrows, eating the dead bodies of those wicked demons. Air began to emit an offensive smell because of its contact with these corpses, and there were heard the heart-rending sounds of various carnivorous birds and animals. Then the wicked Durmukha began, as if inspired by the god of death, to address the Devi angrily and arrogantly with his right hand raised up before her. "Your brain has become perverted. Fly away just now, or I will send you unto death. Or you better accept the proud Mahisha, the lord of the Daityas, as your husband." The Devi said, "O villain! I see your death at hand this very day. Therefore, you are deluded and therefore raving like a madman. I will kill you today like Vaskala. O stupid! Better fly away, or if you prefer death, then wait. I will slay you first, then the dull Mahisha, the son of a she-buffalo." Hearing this, Durmukha, as if prompted by death, hurled dreadful arrows on the Devi. Instantly the Devi, too, cut off all his arrows and, infuriated with anger, pierced the Danva with sharpened arrows as Indra had pierced Vritrasura before. The fight then turned out very dreadful. "O king, weak persons become very afraid, and strong ones become very excited." Instantly the Devi cut off the Asura's bow and broke his chariot with 5 arrows. On seeing his chariot broken, the powerful Durmukha attacked on foot the Devi with his club, which was very hard to overcome. He knocked at the head of the lion with that club with great force, but the powerful lion did not become unsteady, though so very hard hit. Seeing the demon thus standing before her, the goddess Ambika cut down his head with her sharpened axe. His head being thus severed, Durmukha fell down dead on the field. The band of immortals then loudly shouted, "Victory to the Devi!" When Durmukha was slain, the immortals from the celestial space began to chant praises and hymns to the Devi, showered down flowers on her head, and gave shouts of victory to the Devi. The rishis, siddhas, gandharvas, vidyadhars, and kinnaras all became very glad to see the demon dead on the field. Here ends the 13th chapter of the 5th book on the killing of Vaskala and Durmukha in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 14. On the killing of Tamra and Chiksura. Vyas said, hearing the death news of Durmukha, Mahishasur became blind with anger and began to utter repeatedly to the Danvas, "Oh! What is this? What is this? Alas! That delicate woman has slain in battle the 2 heroes Durmukha and Vaskala. Lo! Now look at the wonderful workings of the Daiva, fate. It is the acts, virtuous or otherwise, that make men dependent, and the powerful time awards pleasure or pain accordingly. The 2 powerful demons are killed. What are we to do hereafter? You all judge and say what is reasonable at this critical juncture." Vyas said, when the powerful Mahisha said thus, his general Chiksura, the great warrior, spoke as follows, "O king, why are you so anxious as to take away the life of a delicate woman? I will kill her." Thus saying, he departed for battle, mounted on his chariot, and accompanied by his own army. The powerful Tamra accompanied him as his attendant. The sky and all the quarters became filled with the clamour of their vast army. The auspicious Devi Bhagavati saw them before her, and she made an extraordinarily wonderful sound with her conch shell, with her bowstring, and with her great bell. The Asuras heard that and trembled and fled, speaking amongst each other, "What is this?" The Chiksura, seeing them turning their backs, told them very angrily, "O Danvas! What fear has now overcome you? I will slay this vain woman in the battle with arrows today, so you should quit your fear and remain steady in battle." Thus saying, the Danva chieftain Chiksura came fearlessly before the Devi with bows and arrows in his hands and, accompanied by his army, angrily spoke thus, "O thou of large and broad eyes! Why are you roaring to terrify the weak persons? O the soft-limbed one! I have heard all about your deeds, but I am not a bit afraid of you. Oh, one of beautiful eyes. It is a matter of disgrace, rather than sin, to kill a woman. Knowing this, my heart wants to pass over this act, does not like to do it if my purpose can be served without it. Oh beautiful one! The women fight with their side glances and amorous gestures, but I have never heard a woman like you coming to fight with arms and weapons. Even the delicate flowers, malti, etc., cause pain on the bodies of beautiful women like you, so it is not advisable to fight against you with flowers even. What to speak of sharpened arrows? Fie on those who spend their lives according to the Kshatriya dharma. Oh! Who can praise that dharma that allows this dear body of ours to be pierced by sharpened arrows? This dear body is nourished by sweet food, by being smeared with oil, and by smelling the scents of beautiful flowers. Ought one, then, to destroy it by arrows from an enemy? Men get their bodies pierced by arrows and then become rich. Now is it possible for the riches to give pleasure afterwards when they caused such pains in the beginning? Even if this be so, fie on those riches. Oh beautiful one! It seems you are not intelligent. Why have you desired to fight instead of to enjoy sexual pleasures? Oh beautiful! What merits have you found in the battle that you have chosen this? Where you see the action of the axes and spears striking each other with clubs, and the hurling of sharpened arrows and weapons, and where, when death comes, jackals come and feed upon the dead bodies, what merits have you been able to trace out in these things? It is only those cunning poets that praise these. They say that those who die in battle go to heaven. Oh beautiful! Those sayings are, no doubt, mere flatteries. Therefore, O excellent one, go away anywhere else you like, or accept this king, Mahisha, the tormentor of the Devas, as your husband. Vyas said, O king, the Danva Chiksura speaking thus, the divine mother addressed him thus, O stupid! Why are you speaking false words, having no significance, like a literary man giving out mere words only? You do not know anything of politics, ethics, or metaphysics. You serve the illiterate and stupid. Therefore, you are also a first-class illiterate. You do not know what the royal duties are. So what are you speaking about before me? I will kill that Mahishasur in battle and make the soil muddy with his blood, thus establishing firmly my pillar of fame, and then go happily to my abode. Surely I will slay that vain, vicious demon, the tormentor of the Devas. Better fight steadily. O stupid! Better go to Patala with all the Danvas if you and Mahisha desire to live any longer. And if you like to go unto death, then be ready and fight without any delay. I will slay you all. This is my firm resolve. Vyas said, O king! Hearing the Devi's words, the Danva, proud of his own strength, began to instantly hurl showers of arrows at her, as if another shower of rain burst upon her. The Devi cut off those arrows into pieces by her sharp arrows, and shot at him dreadful arrows like poisonous snakes. Then their fight became astounding to the public. The Divine Mother, then, struck him with her club so much that he fell down from his chariot. That vicious demon, thus struck by the club, remained senseless near to his chariot for 2 muhurtas, fixed like a mountain. Tamra, the tormentor of the foes, seeing him thus, could not remain steady and came forward to fight with Chandika. The Devi seeing him laughed and said, O Danva, come, come, I will instantly send you unto death. Or, what is the use of your coming? You are so weak that you can be called lifeless. What is that stupid Mahisha doing now? Is he thinking of a way to save his life? You all are too weak. There is no use in killing you. All my labors will go in vain if that wicked Mahisha, the enemy of the gods, is not slain. Therefore, go to your home and send here your king, Mahisha. I am staying here in that form in which that wicked one likes very much to see me. Hearing her words, Tamra became very angry, and drawing his bow up to his ear, began to hurl arrow after arrow at Chandika Devi. The Bhagavati, too, had her eyes reddened with anger, and drawing her bow, began to shoot arrows quickly at the demon, wishing to kill, as early as possible, the enemy of the gods. In the meanwhile, Chiksura regained his senses, and taking up again his bow in an instant, came before the Devi. Then Chiksura and Tamra, the two valiant warriors, began to fight dreadfully with the Devi. Mahamaya then became very angry and began to hurl arrows after arrows so incessantly that all the armors of all the Danvas became pierced and were cut down to pieces. The Asuras, thus pierced by arrows, became infuriated with anger and hurled angrily a network of arrows upon the Devi. The Danvas, thus struck with sharp arrows and filled with cuts and wounds, looked like the red kimshuka flowers in the spring. The fight then grew so severe between Tamra and Bhagavati that the seers, the Devas, were all struck with wonder. Tamra struck on the head of the lion with his dreadful hard musala, club, made of iron, and laughed and shouted aloud. Seeing him thus vociferating, the Devi became angry and cut off his head with her sharp axes in no time. The head being thus severed from the body, Tamra, though headless, for a moment turned round his musala, and then fell down on the ground. The powerful Chiksura, seeing Tamra thus falling down, instantly took up his axe and ran after Chandika. Seeing Chiksura with an axe in his hand, the Bhagavati quickly shot 5 arrows at him. With one arrow, his axe was cut down, with the second arrow, his hands were cut, and with the remaining ones, his head was severed from his body. Thus, when the two cruel warriors were slain, their soldiers soon fled away in terror in all directions. The Devas were exceedingly glad at their downfall and gladly showered flowers from the sky and uttered shouts of victory to the Devi. The Rishis, Gandharvas, the Vetalas, the Siddhs, and the Charanas were all very glad and began to utter repeatedly, "O Goddess! Victory, victory be yours." Here ends the 14th chapter of the 5th skanda on the killing of Tamra and Chiksura in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 15. On the slaying of Vidalaksha and Asiloma, Vyas said, "O king, hearing the two demons slain by the Devi, Mahishasur became very much amazed and sent the powerful Asiloma and Vidalaksha and the other Danvas to the battle to kill the Devi. The Danvas, all very skilled in the art of warfare, marched on for battle, fully equipped with weapons and clad in armor, and attended by a vast army. They arrived there and saw the Divine Mother with 18 hands taking her stand on a lion, with axes and shield in her hands. The calm-tempered Asiloma appeared before the Devi ready to kill the Datyas, saluted her, and smilingly said, "O Devi, why have you come here? And what for you are killing these faultless Datyas? O beautiful one, tell all these to me truly. We will make treaty with you. Take gold, jewels, pearls, and any other excellent things that you like, and retire from the field as early as possible. Why do you like this warfare, tending to increase misery? The wise persons say that it leads to the destruction of all happiness. Your body is very delicate. It cannot bear the stroke of flowers even. Then why are you suffering the stroke of weapons on your bodies? I am very much puzzled to think these things. See, the cleverness is judged when peace is the result thereof, for it leads always to happiness. Then why are you liking to fight, which will lead only to pain and suffering? Happiness is only to be had, and pain is to be avoided. This is the rule. O Devi, that happiness is again of two kinds, permanent and transitory. The pleasure that comes out of the knowledge of Atmagyan is permanent, and that which is derived from enjoyments is transitory. These who know truly the Veda Shastra, they avoid this transitory pleasure of enjoyments. If you follow the opinion of the Mimamsakas and do not believe in the existence of future births, even then you ought not to fight. When you have got this youthful age, you ought to enjoy the excellent pleasures in this world. O one of lean stomach! And if you doubt in the existence of the other worlds after death, even then you ought to desert from fighting and perform, in this life, such actions as will lead you to the attainment of heavens. This fully developed womanhood is transient. Knowing this, do virtuous actions always. The wise ones always avoid tormenting others. Thus one ought to perform things not contradictory to dharma, artha and kama. Therefore, O auspicious one, do also things virtuous always. O mother, why are you killing these Daityas without any cause? There is, again, the feeling of mercy. The lives again of all are dependent on truth. Therefore the sages always preserve piety, mercy and truth. O beautiful one! Then what is the use in your killing these demons? Please say explicitly on this point. The Devi said, O powerful one! Hear why I have come here, and why I am killing the Daityas. I answer your question on the above points. O demon! I, though merely a spectator, always go about all over the worlds, seeing the justices and injustices done by the several souls there. Never I possess any desire of enjoyment, nor have I greed for anything, nor have I enmity with any creature. Only to preserve the virtue and religion, and to keep up the righteous, I roam over the worlds. This is my vow, and I always adhere to it. To preserve the good, and to put down the evil-doers is my duty. Many avatars are to take their incarnations, cycle after cycle, to preserve the Vedas. Therefore, I incarnate myself in yugas after yugas. Now the wicked Mahisha is ready to destroy the Devas. Seeing this, I have come here to kill him. I tell you verily that I will slay that vicious powerful Mahishasur, the enemy of the gods. Knowing this, you remain or depart as you desire. Or you can go to Mahisha, that impious son of a she-buffalo, and say what is the use in sending other asuras to the battle. He can come himself and fight. If your king likes to make a treaty, then let him avoid his enmity with the Devas, and go down to the Patala. Let him return to the Devas whatever he has taken perforce from them, and go to the Patala, where Prahlad is residing. Vyas said, O king! Hearing thus the Devi's words, Asiloma asked gladly, before the Devi, the powerful Asura Vidalaksha, Well, Vidalaksha, you have heard just now all what the Devi has said. Now are we to observe treaty or declare war? What are we to do under the circumstances? Vidalaksha said, Our king knows full well that his death will certainly take place in the battle. Knowing this, he is not willing to make peace out of his egoism and vanity. He is seeing before him daily the deaths of the Danvas, and still he has sent us to battle. Who can overcome the destiny? The duty of a servant is a very difficult one. He will have to be always submissive and obedient without caring the least for his own self-respect, just as the dancing dolls are completely under the hands of the actors, and their movements vary according to the pulling of the wires employed in making them dance. How can we then go to our master and say such hard words as he would give away to the Devas all the gems and jewels, and go down to Patala with other Danvas? One considers it one's duty to speak pleasant words though untrue. True words cannot be beneficial. True and at the same time beneficial words are very rare in this world. At such critical cases, one ought to remain silent. Especially heroes ought never to excite their kings by useless words. This is the essence of politics. We should never go and advise our king with eagerness what is best, or to ask advice from him about such things. The king would then certainly be very angry. Therefore we ought to do our duties to the king, even if our lives be at stake. To consider our lives as nothing and to fight for our king are what is best for us. Vyas said, O king! Thus thinking, the two heroes then wore their coats of armor, mounted on their chariots and, with bows and arrows in their hands, became ready for fight. First Vidalaksha shot 7 arrows. The great warrior Asiloma stood aloof at a distance as a mere witness. The Divine Mother cut off those arrows to pieces with her arrows. No sooner did they reach her, than she shot at Vidalaksha 3 arrows sharpened on stone. The demon Vidalaksha fell senseless by these arrows on the battlefield, and after a short while died, as if ordained by fate. Seeing Vidalaksha thus dead, Asiloma took up his bows and arrows and came up for fight. The hero, then, raising his left hand, said briefly, Thus, O Devi, I know that death is inevitable to the Danvas. Still I am ready to fight, for I am dependent and Mahisha is of very dull intellect. He cannot make any distinction between what is really good and what is merely pleasant. I will never speak before him unpleasant words, though beneficial. Rather I will sacrifice my life in the battlefield than advise him anything, be that auspicious or inauspicious. The Danvas are being killed no sooner they are shot at by your arrows. Seeing this I consider fate superior to all. Prowess does not lead to any success. Fie on one's prowess. Thus saying, the demon began to shower arrows after arrows on the Devi. The Devi, too, cut them to pieces with her own arrows before they came to her, and, becoming angry, soon pierced him with arrows. The Devas witnessed this sight from above. The body of the demon was then covered with cuts and wounds. Blood began to flow from them. The demon consequently began to shine like the jovial Kimsuka tree. Asiloma then lifted aloft his heavy iron club and ran after Chandika, and hurt the lion on his head with anger. Not caring at all the severe stroke of the club inflicted by that powerful demon, the lion tore asunder his arms with his claws. Then that dreadful demon leapt with club in his hand, and got up the shoulder of the lion, and hit the Devi very hard. O king! The Devi, then, baffled the hit and cut off the demon's head with her sharp axe. The head being thus severed, the demon was thrown on the ground with great force. Seeing this, a general cry of distress arose among his soldiers. The Devas shouted aloud victory to the Devi and chanted hymns to her. The drums of the Devas resounded, and the Gandharvas began to dance in great joy. Seeing the two demons thus lying dead on the battlefield, the lion killed some of the remaining forces by his sheer strength and ate up others, and made the battlefield void of any persons. Some fled away in great distress to Mahishasur. The fugitives began to cry aloud, Save us, and said, O king! Asiloma and Vidalaksha are both slain, and those soldiers that remained were eaten up by the lion. Thus they told, and plunged the king in an ocean of dire distress. Hearing their words, Mahisha became absent-minded through pain and grief, and began to think over the matter with great anxiety. Here ends the 15th chapter of the 5th book on the slaying of Vidalaksha and Asiloma in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyas, chapter 16, on the conversation between the Devi and Mahishasur. Vyas said, O king! Hearing those words, the king Mahisha in anger addressed the charioteer Daruka, Bring over my chariot quickly. That chariot is drawn by 1,000 excellent horses, is bedecked with banners, flags, and ensigns, is furnished with various arms and weapons, and is endowed with good wheels of a white color, and beautiful poles in which the yoke is fixed. The charioteer brought the chariot instantly, and duly informed the king, O king! I have got the chariot ready at your door, your beautiful chariot, bedecked with beautiful carpets, and various arms and weapons. Hearing that the chariot had been brought, Mahisha thought, the Devi might not care him, seeing him ugly-faced with a pair of horns, and therefore decided to assume a human shape, and then go to the battle. The beauty and cleverness are the delights of women, therefore I will go before her, with a beautiful body, and with all the cleverness and dexterities. For I will never be delighted with anything but that woman looking at me with fondness and becoming passionately attached to me. Thus thinking, the powerful king of the demons quitted the buffalo appearance and assumed a beautiful human shape. He put on beautiful ornaments, arm plates, etc., and wore divine cloths and had garlands on his neck, and thus shone like a second Gandharv, the god of love. Taking, then, all the arrows and weapons, he mounted on the chariot, and attended by his army, went to the Devi, elated with power and vanity. The Devi blew her conch shell when she saw Mahishasur, the lord of the Danvas, come before her with a handsome appearance, tending to captivate the minds of mistresses, and surrounded by many powerful and valiant warriors. The king of the demons heard the blow of the conch shell, wondrous to all, came up before the Devi and smilingly spoke to her thus, "O Devi, whatever person there exists in this world, this wheel of samsara, the eternal round of births and deaths, be he or she a man or a woman, everyone always hankers after pleasure or happiness. And that pleasure is derived in this world by the combination of persons with each other. Never is it seen where this combination is absent. Again, this combination is of various kinds. I will mention them here. Union is of various kinds according as it arises out of affection or out of natural consequences. Of these, I will now speak of unions coming out of affection, as far as my understanding goes. The union that comes between father, mother and their sons arises out of affection. It is therefore good. The union between brother and brother is middling, for mutual interests of give and take are there between the two. In fact, that union is considered as excellent, which leads to happiness of the best sort, and that union which leads to lesser happiness is known as mediocre. The union amongst the sailors, coming from distant lands, is known as natural. They come on various errands concerning their varied interests. This combination, because it offers the least amount of happiness, is considered as worst. The best union leads in this world to best happiness. O beloved, the constant union of men and women of the same age is considered as par excellence, for it gives happiness of the very best sort. Both the parties, men and women, are elevated when they want to excel each other in their family connections, qualities, beauty, cleverness, dress, humility and propriety of conduct. Therefore, O dear, if you establish with me that conjugal relation, you will get, no doubt, all the excellent happiness. Specially, I will assume different forms at my mere will. All the divine jewels and precious things that I have acquired after defeating Indra and the other devas in battle, and others are lying in my palace. You can enjoy all of them as my queen consort, or you can make a charity of them as you like. O beautiful one, I am your servant. Consequently, at your word, I will no doubt quit my enmity with the devas. In short, I will do anything that leads to your pleasure and happiness. O sweet-speaking one! O large-eyed one! My heart is enchanted very much with your beauty. I will do, therefore, as you order me. O one having a broad hip! I am very much distressed. I now take refuge unto you. O one having beautiful thighs! I am very much struck with the arrows of Cupid, and I am very much discomforted. Therefore, save me. To protect one who has come under one's refuge is the best of all virtues. O one of a somewhat whitish body! O one having a slender waist! I will spend the remaining portion of my life in serving you as your obedient servant. Never will I act contrary to your orders to the risk even of my life. Take this as literally true and do accordingly. I now throw aside all my weapons before your feet, O large-eyed. I am very much distressed by the arrows of Cupid. Dost thou therefore show thy mercy on me. O beautiful one! Never I showed my weakness to Brahma and the other devas, but today I acknowledge that before you. I have defeated Brahma and others. They are fully acquainted with my prowess in the battlefield. But, O honored woman, though I am so powerful, I now acknowledge myself as your servant. Better look at me and grant your mercy. Vyas said, O king. Mahisha, the lord of the Daityas, having said so, that beautiful Bhagavati laughed loudly and spoke smiling. The Devi said, I do not desire any other body than the Supreme One. O demon! I am his willpower. I therefore create all these worlds. I am his Shiva, auspicious, Prakriti, nature, that universal soul is seeing me. It is owing to his proximity that I am appearing as the eternal consciousness, manifesting itself as this cosmos. As irons move owing to the proximity of magnets, I, too, though inert, owing to his proximity, work consciously. I do not desire to enjoy the ordinary pleasures. You are very dull and stupid. There is no doubt in this when you desire sexual union. For women are considered as chains to hold men in bondage. Men bound up by iron chains can obtain freedom at any time, but when they are fastened by women, they can never obtain freedom. O stupid! You now want to serve the source of urine, etc. Take refuge under peace. Peace will lead you to happiness. Great pain arises from connection with women. You know this. Then why are you deluded? Better avoid your enmity with the Devas and roam over the world anywhere you like. Or, if you desire to live, go to Patala or fight with me. Know this for certain that I am stronger than you. O Danva! The Devas collected have sent me here. I tell you this very truly. I am satisfied with you by your words of friendship. Therefore, dost thou fly away while you are living. See, when words are uttered 7 times amongst each other, friendship is established between saints. That has been done so amongst us. So there is friendship now between you and me. I won't take away your life. O hero! If you desire to die, fight gladly, O powerful one. I will, no doubt, kill you. Vyas said, O king. Hearing the Bhagavati's words, the Danva, deluded by passion, began to speak in beautiful sweet words, O beautiful one! Your body and the several parts thereof are very delicate and beautiful. A mere sight of such a lady makes one enchanted. Therefore, O beautiful-faced one! I fear very much to strike against your body. O lotus-eyed one! I have subjugated Hari, Hara, the Lokapalas and the several other Devtas. I therefore ask whether it is proper for me to fight with you. O fair one! If you like, you marry and worship me, or you can return to your desired place whence you have come. You have declared friendship with me. I therefore do not like to strike any weapons on you. I have now spoken for your good and welfare. You can gladly go away. O beautiful one! You are a fair woman with beautiful eyes. What fame shall I earn by killing you? O one of slender waist! Murdering a woman, a child, and a Brahman certainly makes the murderer liable to suffer the consequences thereof. I will certainly carry you today to my place without killing you. If I use force to you, I will not get happiness. For, in such cases, the application of force leads to no happiness. O one having good hairs! I salute before you and speak that a man cannot be happy without the lotus face of a woman. Similarly, a woman cannot be happy without a man's lotus face. Where comes of the good combination between these two, then the highest pitch of happiness is conceived and pain arises on the disjunction thereof. True that you are well decked with ornaments all over your body, but you seem wanting in cleverness, for you are not worshipping me. Who has advised you to renounce enjoyments? O sweet-speaking one! If this be true, then surely he is your enemy. He has deceived you. Oh dear! Leave your this stubbornness and marry me. Both of us shall then be happy. Vishnu shines well with Kamla, Brahma looks splendid with Savitri, Rudra is well associated with Parvati and Indra with Shachi. So I will shine well with you. There is no doubt in this. No woman can ever be happy without any good husband. And why are you not then acknowledging me your husband even when you have got him? O beloved! Where is now that Cupid of dull intellect? Why is he not troubling you with his maddening delicate 5 arrows? O fair one! I think that Madana, the god of love, out of his pity to you, seeing that you are very weak, is not striking his arrows on you as he has done to me. O one looking askance! Or it may be that I have got some enmity with that Cupid, else why is he not shooting arrows at you? Or my enemies the Devas have advised the god of love not to dart his arrows on you. O one of slender body! As Mandodari had to marry afterwards, when she became passionate, a hypocrite, and so she had to repent thinking that she had not married before a beautiful auspicious king, so I think, O one, having eyes like the young of a deer. You, too, will have to repent like her if you decline to marry me now. Here ends the 16th chapter of the 5th book, on the conversation between the Devi and Mahishasur, in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses, by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 17. On Mandodri's accounts, Vyas said, O king! Hearing thus, the Devi asked the Danava, Who is that Mandodri? Who is that king who was not first taken by her? And who is that king whom she married afterwards? And how did she repent afterwards? Describe all these in detail to me. Thus asked by the Devi, Mahisha began to say, O Devi! There's a place, named Simhal, noted in this earth and decorated with various trees and prosperous with wealth and grains. A virtuous king, named Chandrasena, used to reign there. He was calm, peaceful, truthful, heroic, charitable, steady, forbearing, well-versed in polities, ethics and morals vast as a wide ocean, learned in Shastras, knowing all forms of religions, and much skilled in archery. He was mindful in governing his subjects, and he used to punish according to the laws of justice. The king had a beautiful, well-qualified wife, very handsome and broad-hipped. She was very much devoted to her husband, and always engaged in religious acts and of good conduct. This wife, endowed with all auspicious signs, gave birth to a beautiful daughter in her first delivery. The king Chandrasena, the father, was very pleased to have this beautiful daughter and gladly called her by the name of Mandodri. This daughter began to grow daily like the phases of the moon. When she grew 10 years old, she became very handsome. The king now became anxious to have a suitable bridegroom and used to think of it every day. The Brahmans then told the king that there was a prince named Kambugriva, the intelligent son of the powerful king Sudhamvan of Madra. This prince was endowed with all kingly qualifications and versed in all knowledge, and was therefore a fit match for your daughter. The king then asked his dear qualified wife that he would like to marry his daughter to Kambugriva. The queen, hearing this, asked her daughter Mandodri that her father was desiring to marry her to Kambugriva, the son of the king of Madra. Hearing her mother's words, Mandodri spoke thus, O mother! I have got no desire to marry. I will not accept any husband. I will take the vow of leading a chaste virgin life and thus pass the rest of my life. O mother! There is nothing more miserable in this ocean of world than dependence. I therefore prefer to lead incessantly a life of severe asceticism. The Pandits versed in the Shastras say that taking up the vow of separateness and independence leads to salvation. I will thus be liberated. I have no need for a husband. At the time of marriage ceremony, one has to say before the consecrated fire that one will remain always a dependent to one's husband in every way. Besides, in a father-in-law's house, one has to pass one's time as a slave, as it were, to one's mother-in-law and to husbands, younger, brothers. Again, one will have to think oneself as happy when one's husband is happy and as unhappy when one's husband is unhappy. This is the worst of all miseries. Again, if the husband marries again another woman, then this misery of having a co-wife is extreme. O mother! Jealousy arises then towards even one's own husband, and therefore suffering is endless. Therefore, what happiness can there be in these dreamlike worlds, especially with women who are made dependent by nature? O mother! I heard that in days of yore the religious son of Uttanabda, Uttama, was younger than Dhruv, and yet he became king. And the king Uttanabda banished his dear wife, solely devoted to her husband, without any coys, to the forest. Therefore women have to suffer such diverse pains while their husbands are living, and if by chance the husband dies, then women get interminable pains. The widowhood becomes the only source of grief and sorrow. Again, if the husband be in foreign lands, women become subjected to the fire of Cupid, and then the house becomes an object of more agony. Thus, whether the husband lives or dies, there is no happiness at any time. Thus, according to my opinion, I ought never to accept any husband. The mother then told her husband all about what the daughter had said. Mandodri would accept the vow of a lifelong virgin. She had no desire to marry. She had brought forward many faults in a worldly life, and thus would perform vows and japams, and pass her time alone. She did not yearn after a husband. The king, hearing thus, came to know that his daughter had no intention to marry, and so began to pass his time without giving away his daughter in marriage. Thus the daughter lived in family protected by her father and mother. By that time signs of puberty were seen in the body of the daughter. Her comrades repeatedly requested her to select a bridegroom, but she spoke many words of wisdom and did not show any inclination for marriage. Once, on an occasion, that beautiful-faced woman went out with her female attendants on a pleasure trip to a garden beautified with various trees. There the slender-bodied one began to play and enjoy with her comrades in picking up various flowers and beautiful flowering creepers. Just at that time, the famous king of Kosal, the powerful Virsena, came there accidentally. Alone he was on his chariot, attended by a few soldiers. His large army and retinue were coming slowly behind him at some distance. Her comrades, then, looking at that king from a distance, told Mandodari, "O friend, see, somebody, strong and beautiful, like a second god of love, is coming towards us, mounted on a chariot. I think some king he will be, and we are very lucky that he has come here." While thus talking, the king arrived there. The king, looking on that blue-colored woman with beautiful eyes, became surprised, and getting down from the chariot, asked the maidservant, "O gentle one, who is this woman with large eyes? Who is her father? Tell me this without any delay." The attendant, smiling, told him thus, "O beautiful-eyed one, pray speak first. Who are you? What for have you come here? What do you want to do here?" The female attendant thus asking him, the king replied, "There is a very beautiful country named Kosal. In this earth, I am the king of that place. My name is Virsena. My fourfold army is coming at my will at my back. I have lost my way and have come here. Know me as the king of the country Kosal." The female attendant said, "O king, this lotus-eyed one is the daughter of the king Chandrasena. Her name is Mandodari. She has come here in this garden for sporting." Hearing thus the attendant's words, the king replied, "O Serendri, you appear to be smart. Therefore make the king's daughter understand my following words clearly. O sweet-eyed one, I am the king descended from the Kakutstha line. O fair woman, marry me according to the rules of Gandharva marriage. O broad-hipped one, I have no other wife. You are a beautiful woman, of a good family and of a marriageable age. I therefore like to marry you. Or your father may marry you to me according to rules and ceremonies. If so, I will no doubt be your husband as you desire." Mahisha said, "O Devi." The female attendant, expert in the science of love, hearing the king's words, spoke to the daughter smilingly and in sweet words, "O Mandodari, a very good-looking, beautiful king of the solar dynasty has come here. He is very pretty, powerful, and of your age, O beautiful. The king is entirely devoted to you and loves you very much. O large-eyed one, your time of marriage has come and yet you have not married. Rather you are against it. Your father is, therefore, always very sorry and remorseful. See, how many a time your father sighed and told us, 'O attendants, always serve my daughter and awaken her to this.' But you are engaged in penances and austerities in Hatha Dharma, therefore we cannot request you on this matter. The Munis have said, to serve the husband is the highest virtue of a woman. O large-eyed, women get heaven if they serve their husband. Therefore, you'd better marry according to rules and ceremonies." Mandodari said, "I am not going to marry. Better that I should perform an extraordinary tapasya, asceticism. O girls, you go and ask the king desist in his request. Why is he shamelessly looking at me?" The female attendant then said, "O Devi, passion is very hard to conquer. Time is also surmountable with difficulty. So know my advice as the medicinal diet and keep my request. And if you do not keep it, surely danger will befall you." Hearing this, Mandodari replied, "O attendant, I know whatever is ordained by fate will inevitably come to pass. For the present, I am not going to marry at all." Mahisha said. The female attendant, knowing this her obstinate view, told the king, "O king, this woman likes not a good husband. You would better go wherever you like." The king heard and did not want to marry that woman any more, and, being sad and broken-hearted, went back with his army to Kosal. Here ends the 17th chapter of the 5th skanda on Mandodari's accounts in the Mahapuranam, Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 18. On the killing of the Danava Mahishasur. Mahisha said, "O Devi, Mandodari had a sister Indumti, unmarried and endowed with all auspicious signs. She grew up in time to a marriageable age. The Swayambara assembly, a marriage in which the girl chooses her husband from among a number of visitors assembled together, was then called for the marriage of the maiden Indumti. The kings from various parts came there, and the maiden Indumti selected from among them a beautiful, strong king of noble lineage and endowed with all auspicious signs. At that time, by the indescribable power of destiny, Mandodari, seeing the deceitful, cunning, and hypocritical king of Madra, became passionate and desired to marry him. That slender woman Mandodari then addressed her father thus, "O father, seeing the king of Madra in this assembly, I am desirous to marry him, so perform also my marriage ceremony now." When the king heard this request from her own daughter privately, he became very glad and began with promptness to make preparations for the marriage. He invited the king of Madra to his own palace and gave him in marriage his own daughter Mandodari, according to due rites and ceremonies, with an abundance of dowry and wealth. The king of Madra Charudeshna became very glad to marry the beautiful Mandodari and went back with her to his own abode. The king Charudeshna then enjoyed her for a good many days, when one day a maidservant found the king in sexual intercourse with another maidservant in a lonely place and divulged this to Mandodari. She, finding the king in that state, he became angry and rebuked him with a slight smiling countenance. Again, on another occasion, Mandodari saw the king willingly engaged in amusements and sports with an ordinary beautiful woman, and became very sorry and thought thus, "When I saw him in the Swayamvar, I could not recognize him as a cheat. I am deceived by this king. Oh, what a wrong act have I done through delusion. This king is a rogue, and he is totally shameless and has no dislike for contemptible things. It is now too late to repent for him. How can I have any affection for this husband? Fie on my living now. I forsake from this very day all the pleasures with my husband and all other worldly pleasures, and I take recourse now to contentment alone. I have committed a very wrong act that I ought never to have done, therefore it causes intense pain to me now. If I now commit suicide, then that sin will never forsake me, and I must have to enjoy the consequences thereof. And if I return to my father's house, I will not be happy there, for my companions seeing me thus will, no doubt, ridicule me. Therefore, it is now advisable for me to avoid all the sensuous pleasures, become dispassionate and remain here patiently, and abide by the strange combinations of time." Mahisha said. Thus, that women lamented and remorsed and began to remain there, very much sorrowful and distressed, renouncing all the pleasures of the world. "O auspicious one! I am the king, yet you are showing your dislike for me. No, eventually, you, too, will be passionate and entertain an illiterate coward afterwards. Keep my word even now, it will be of great benefit, and it will serve as a medicinal diet to you as to all women. In case you do not follow my advice, you will have to meet with extreme pain and misery, certainly." Hearing the words of Mahishasur, the Devi said, "O you fool! Go to the lower worlds or stand up for fight. I will send you and the other Danvas unto death, and then go away at my pleasure. O demon! I take up form to preserve the righteous whenever they suffer pain in this earth. O Lord of the Datyas! Formless, birthless I am, yet At times, I take up form and be born to save the Devas. Know this firmly. O wicked Mahisha! The Devas prayed to me for your destruction. Therefore I will not rest until I kill you. I speak all these truly to you. Therefore, fight or go to Patala, the abode of the Asuras. I speak truly to you again that I will destroy you wholly. Vyas said, O king! Hearing thus the Devi's words, the Danava took up his bow and came to the battle, fully stretching the string of his bow up to his ears, and began to shoot sharpened arrows with great force at the Devi. The Devi, too, hurled with anger, arrows tipped with iron and cut off the Asura's arrows to pieces. The fight between them rose to such a terrible pitch that it caused terror to both the Devas and the Danvas, trying hard to be victorious over each other. In the midst of the terrible encounter, the demon Durdhara came up to fight and made the Devi angry, and shot arrows, all terribly poisonous and sharpened on stones, at her. The Bhagavati then got very angry and hit him hard with sharp arrows. Durdhara, struck thus, fell down dead on the battlefield like a mountain top. The demon Trinetra, well skilled in the use of arrows and weapons, seeing him killed, came up to fight and shot at the great goddess with 7 arrows. Before these arrows came on her, she cut them to pieces with her sharp arrows and by her trident killed Trinetra. Trinetra thus killed, Andaka quickly came in the battlefield and struck violently on the head of the lion with his iron club. The lion killed that powerful Andaka by striking the demon with his nails and, out of anger, began to eat his flesh. Mahishasur became greatly astonished at the death of these Asuras and began to shoot pointed arrows, sharpened on stone, at her. The Devi Ambika cut his arrows into 2 before they came on her, and struck the demon on his breast by her club. That while Mahishasur, the tormentor of the Devas, fell in a swoon under the stroke of the club but patiently bore it and, at the next moment, came again and struck the lion on his head with his club. The lion, too, by his nails rent that great Asura to pieces. Mahishasur, then, quitting the man form, took up the lion form and, by his claw, cut the Devi's lion and wounded him very much with his nails. On Mahishasur taking up this lion form, the Devi became very angry and began to shoot arrows after arrows at him, all very terrible, sharp, and like poisonous snakes. Then the Asura, quitting the lion form, assumed the appearance of a male elephant, oozing juice from his temples, and began to hurl the mountain tops by his trunk. Seeing the mountain peaks thus hurled on her, she cut them off to pieces by her sharp arrows and began to laugh. The Devi's lion, on the other hand, sprang on the head of the elephant Mahisha and by his claws rent him to pieces. To kill the Devi's lion, then, Mahisha quitted his elephant form and assumed the appearance of a Sharabha, more powerful and terrible than a lion. The Devi, seeing that Sharabha, became angry and struck on the head of that Sharabha with her axe. The Sharabha, too, attacked the Devi. Their fight became horrible. Mahishasur, then, assumed the appearance of a buffalo and struck the Bhagavati by his horns. That horrible Asura, of hideous appearance, swinging his tail, began to attack the thin-bodied Devi. That violent Asura caught hold of the mountain peaks by his tail and, whirling them round and round, hurled them on the Devi. That vicious soul, then, maddened with his strength, laughed incessantly and addressed thus, O Devi! Be steady in the battlefield. I will send you today unto death, and your youth and beauty too. You are an illiterate fellow, as you have come maddened to fight with me. Really, you are deluded in your pretensions that you are very strong. This idea of yours is absolutely false. I will kill you first, and the hypocrite Devas after, who want to vanquish me by standing up a woman in front. The Devi said, O villain! Do not boast, keep yourself firm in the fight. Today I will kill you and make the Devas discard their fear. O wretch! You are a sinner, you torment the Devas and terrify the Munis. Let me have my drink of sweet decoction of grapes, and then I will slay you undoubtedly. Vyas said, O king. Saying thus, the Devi, wrathful and eager to kill Mahishasur, took up the golden cup filled with wine and drank again and again. When the Devi finished her drink of the sweet grape juice, she pursued him with a trident in her hands, to the great joy of gladdening all the Devas. The Devas began to rain showers of flowers on the Devi and praised her and shouted victories to her with Dundubhi, a divine drum, Jai, Jiva, victory, live. The Rishis, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Pishachas, Urigas, and Kinnaris witnessed the battle from the celestial space and became very much delighted. On the other hand, Mahishasur, the hypocrite Pandit, began to assume various magic forms and struck the Devi repeatedly. The Devi Chandika, then, infuriated and with eyes reddened, pierced violently the breast of that vicious Mahisha with her sharp trident. The demon, then, struck by this trident, fell senseless on the ground, but got up in the next moment and kicked the Devi forcibly. That great Asura, thus kicking the Devi, laughed repeatedly and bellowed so loudly that the Devas were all terrified with that noise. Then the Devi held aloft the brilliant discus of good axle and of 1,000 spokes and loudly spoke to the Asura in front, O stupid! Look! This chakra will sever your throat today. Wait a moment, I am sending you instantly unto death. Saying this, the Divine Mother hurled the chakra. Instantly that weapon severed the Danava's head from his body. The hot streams of blood gushed out from his neck as the violent streams of water gushed out from mountains, colored red with red sandstones. The headless body of that Asura moved, to and fro, for a moment and then dropped on the ground. The loud acclamations of victory were sounded to the great joy of the Devas. The very powerful lion began to devour the soldiers that were flying away, as if he was very hungry. O king! The wicked Mahishasur thus slain, the demons that remained alive were terrified and fled away, very much frightened, to Patala. The Devas, Rishis, human beings and the other saints on this earth were all extremely glad at the death of this wicked demon. The Bhagavati Chandika quitted the battlefield and waited in a holy place. Then the Devas came there with a desire to praise and chant hymns to the Devi, the bestower of their happiness. Here ends the 18th chapter of the 5th book, on the killing of the Danava Mahishasur, in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 19, on the prayer and hymns to the Devi. Vyas said, O king! Then Indra and all the Devas became very glad to see the great Mahishasur slain. They all began to praise and chant hymns to the World Mother. The Devas said, It is by thy power that Brahma becomes able to create this world, Vishnu to preserve it, and Maheshwar to destroy it during the Pralaya time, the great dissolution of this universe. But when they are bereft of thy power, they are quite unable to do such. Therefore, O Devi, thou art undoubtedly the prime cause in the preservation and destruction of this whole universe. O Devi, thou art, in this world, fame, idea and ideal, memory, thou art the goal, mercy, compassion, faith, constancy, earth, thou art Kamla, the mantra ajapa, respiration and perspiration, nourishment, Jaya, Vijaya, the destroyer of obstacles, a name of Durga, thou art contentment, correct notion, measure, intellect, Rama, Lakshmi, wealth, knowledge, forgiveness, beauty, intelligence. Thou art the Shakti, power, of Rudra. Thou art Girija and the energy of God Uma and all other forces in this universe. This is known to everyone in the three worlds. Without any or all of these forces, no one is able to perform any action. Thou art the supreme cause of all this world. Therefore everything rests on thee. If thou wert not the upholding power, how could Kurm, in the tortoise incarnation, and Ananta have upheld this world? O Mother! Wert thou not this earth, could all these world load of things have rested on the sky? O Mother! Those human beings that worship Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, moon, fire, Yam, the god of death, Vayu, Ganesha, and the other devas, they are certainly deluded by thy Maya. Could all those devas do any action or any favor without thy energy? O Mother! Those that offer in any sacrifice a profuse quantity of ghee, clarified butter, as oblations to the several devas, they are certainly conceived to be of very narrow views. Wert thou not the Swaha, could it have been possible for those devas to get the offered oblations at that very instant? Certainly. Therefore, they are fools and ignorant persons. There is no doubt in this. O Mother! Thou give us the several objects of nourishment and enjoyment to all the beings in this universe by thy paths, the several transformations of these material things. It is thou that nourishest the devas, thy devotees, as well as the others, the Danvas, according to their karma. O Mother! As the owner of any garden plants, with pleasure, the beautiful trees in his garden for his delight and, finding some of them not to bear any fruits or leaves, or of a bitter taste, does not cut them off by their roots, so, O Devi! Thou hast brought into existence these Datyas out of their inferior karmas, and thou art supporting them. Knowing that the Datyas like to enjoy the celestial nymphs, thou hast, out of compassion, killed them by their arrows in the battlefield, to afford them facilities in their rebirth in heavens, and thus to enjoy the Deva women which they could not have got in any other possible way. Therefore, this thy dealings with them are to fulfill their intentions, and not to kill them. O Mother! It is a great wonder that to kill these asuras thou hadst to assume this divine body. Thou couldst have done so by thy mere will. It seems that this act of thine is but a mere pastime. There is no other cause for this. O Devi! Those human beings that do not worship thee in this dreadful age of Kali, they are certainly deceived by the cunning Purana makers who have deluded them to worship Hari and Hara, who are thy creations. Oh! What an amount of evil has befallen to those poor souls. O Devi! Those men know that the Devas, tormented by the Asuras, are thy devotees, and yet they worship them. Certainly such fellows, holding the lighted torches in their hands, plunge deep into the darkest waterless wells. O Mother! Thou art the Vidya, blissful intelligence, and thou grantest pleasure and liberation. Thou art the Avidya, great delusion, and thus thou causest bondage and pain in this world. O Mother! Thou only destroyest the affliction of the human beings. Those that want liberation worship thee, and those that are ignorant and attached to worldly enjoyments do not worship thee. What more can be said than this, that Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh and the other Devas incessantly worship thy adorable lotus feet. But those men that are of dull intellect and are mistaken, they do not meditate on thy feet and, therefore, they come again and again into this ocean of world. O Chandika! It is through the grace of the dust of thy lotus feet that Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwar are creating, preserving and destroying this universe. Therefore, O Goddess! Those men that do not serve thee are certainly very unfortunate. O Mother of the universe! Thou art the goddess of speech of the Suras and the Asuras. Thus, if thou didst not dwell in their mouths, they would not have been able to utter a single word. Therefore, O Goddess! How can men speak when they are thus deprived of thee? O Mother! It is due to the curse of Bhrigu Muni that Hari takes several incarnations as fish, tortoise, boar, man-lion, and deceitful dwarf incarnations. All these show clearly the dependence of Hari. The Devas and the Datyas are the opposite polarities of the same creation. How, then, can they avoid the fear of death when they serve these dependent incarnations? O Mother! It is well known that the male generative organ of Shambhu, the Mahadev, fell unto the ground, owing to the curse of Bhrigu Muni, when he went to the hermitage of the Rishis. How can, then, happiness come in this world or in the next, to those who worship such a Shambhu who wears human skulls on his body? O Devi! Those that worship Ganesha, born of the above qualified Mahadeva, are awfully mistaken. They are especially quite ignorant of thee, the goddess of the universe, that can be easily worshipped, and that can give the fourfold aims of human existence. O Devi! It is out of thy kindness that thou hast slain with thy arrows the enemies, and thus hast translated them into heavens. Otherwise they would have certainly gone down to hell owing to their own karmic effects. Brahma, Hari, Hara and the other devas cannot realize thy greatness. How can, then, ordinary men know thee, when they are deluded by immeasurably strong sattva, rajas and tamas qualities? O Mother! Those who do not worship thy lotus feet as very hard to be brought within this mind, and therefore worship this visible sun and fire, they cannot grasp the essence of the Vedas, demonstrated by hundreds of passages of Shruti. They are deluded and simply suffer pains. O Mother! I think that the influences of thy sattva, rajas and tamas qualities are widely known in this world. Those qualities, as taught in various deluding schools of tantras by various persons, stimulate people to the worship of Vishnu, Maheshwar, Sun and Ganesha, and thus distract them from worshipping thee. O Mother! Those that distract the Brahmans from worshipping thy lotus feet and advise them through the agamas to worship Hari, Hara and others, thou dost not get angry with them, rather thou dost show thy kindness to them, and make them widely celebrated as possessing the occult powers of enchanting, bringing others under their control, or attracting towards them various other persons. In the Satya Yuga, Sattva-guna was more powerful, and therefore the untrue Shastras could not rear their heads. But in this Kali age, owing to the Sattva-guna being not so powerful, the lower qualities have got preponderance. So these so-called clever Pandits, instead of worshipping thee, worship Hari, Hara and the other devas, the products of their fancy, and hide thee. O Mother! Thou art the Brahma Vidya, the knowledge of the Supreme Consciousness. Thou givest liberation to thy devotees when they succeed in their yogas. Therefore, the pure Sattvic Muni meditate on thee and thee alone. Those that get themselves diluted in thee, they are very blessed. What more to speak of them in their praise? They will no longer have to suffer any pains in their mother's wombs. O Mother! Thou art inherent as Chit Shakti, the power of consciousness, in the Supreme Spirit, and therefore he is become manifest specially as this great cosmos, and becomes known as the creator, preserver, and destroyer of this world, fashioned out of 5 elements. O Devi! What male can by his own power work out this Jagat Prapanch, enjoy it and move in this, without the aid of thy power? O Bhagavati! This universe has been created by thee. Thou art, therefore, its mother. The 24 essences or tattvas are inert. How can they, without thy Chit-Shakti, create this universe? O Devi! Never can these senses and organs, endowed with guna and karma, do any work or bestow any fruits without thy energy. O Mother! Wert thou not Swaha, the instrumental cause in the sacrifice, how could the Devas have got their shares of the ghee offered in the yagnas by the Munis? Therefore, O Devi! Thou art, no doubt, preserving this universe. O Bhagavati! It is thou that hast created this world in the beginning. It is thou that art preserving the gods Hari, Hara and others. It is thou that art destroying this universe. Therefore, O Brahman! The Devas cannot know thy deeds. How can, then, the men who are of dull intellect know thee? O Mother! Thou hast now saved the Devas by killing this terrible Mahishasur. O Mother! All the Vedas have not been able to know exactly all thy movements. How can we, of dull intellect, praise thee? O Mother! Thou hast served our cause by killing our enemy, the wicked Danva, the inconceivable source of pain to all the world by this act of thine. Thy fame has spread far and wide in this universe. Therefore, O thou of renowned prowess! Thou art the mother of this world. Save us, and maintain us by thy mercy. Vyas said, O King! The Devas having praised the Devi thus, the Devi addressed them gently. O Devas! Say if you have any other difficult thing for me to do. Remember me whenever any difficulty occurs to you. I will destroy that evil. The Devas said, O Devi! All our purposes have been served when thou hast killed lately our enemy Mahishasur. Now dost thou do for us so that we can always recollect thy lotus feet, and our bhakti be firm and steadfast towards thee. It is only the mother that bears the 1,000 offences of the son. We, therefore, cannot say why men, knowing this, do not worship the mother of the universe. There are 2 birds always dwelling in this body, Jivatma, human soul, and the Paramatma, the supreme soul. They are so very intimate friends toward each other that they never separate. But there is no other third friend that can bear the faults of these 2. Therefore, the embodied soul that forsakes thee, his friend, can never attain any welfare. What more to say on this? That vicious soul is very unlucky amidst the Devas and men, no doubt. He who, on attaining this excellent human body, attained with much difficulty, does not remember thee frequently by words and deeds, is certainly the vilest of men. O Devi! Whether in times of distress or happiness, thou art our saviour, therefore dost thou protect us with thy best weapons. O Devi! There is no other means of our security than the grace of the dust of thy feet. Vyas said, O King! The Devas having prayed to the Devi thus, the Devi vanished then and there. The Devas, seeing the disappearance of the Devi, were sufficiently struck with surprise. Here ends the 19th chapter of the 5th book, on the prayer and hymns to the Devi, in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 20, on the peace of the world. Janmeja said, O best of rishis! I have now seen the wonderful excellent deeds of the Devi for the enhancement of peace in this world. Though I have heard from thy lotus face these nectar-like words, still I am not satisfied. O best of Munis! What did the chief Devas do when the goddess disappeared? Kindly say to me. O Bhagwan! I think those Jivas cannot fully comprehend these excellent sacred deeds of the Devi that are less fortunate and have done not many meritorious deeds in this world. O Muni! What to speak of the less fortunate souls, even the Mahatmas, who are well versed in hearing such things, can hardly be satiated on hearing the Devi's deeds. Oh! Fie to those that do not hear of these things, the essence of essences, on hearing which men become immortals. The Mother's Leela is to preserve the Devas, as well as the great Munis, and to serve as a boat for the human beings to cross this ocean of world. How can the grateful souls then forsake her? The Pandits versed in the Vedas declare that the Devi's life is able to fulfill all the desires. Therefore, the liberated souls that want liberation, the worldly souls, the diseased all ought to drink incessantly the nectar-like nectar of Devi's doings. Especially the kings that are engaged in dharma, in earning wealth and in enjoyments, ought to hear her life. O Muni! When the liberated souls drink the nectar-like doings of the Devi, what doubt can there be with the ordinary human beings to listen with rapt devotion those wondrous things? O best of Munis! It is those that worshipped the goddess Bhavani in their previous births with beautiful kunda flowers, champaka flowers, and bale leaves. They have, it is inferred, in their present births become possessed of rich enjoyments. And those devoid of any devotion that obtained this human body in the land of Bharat and did not worship the mother goddess, they are, in the present births, without grains and riches, diseased, and void of any issues. They wander always as servants, carrying out orders and bearing the burden of loads. Day and night, they seek for their own selfish ends, yet they cannot get their bellyful meals. The blind, deaf and dumb, lame and lepers suffer pain and misery in this earth. Seeing them, it should be inferred that they never worshipped the goddess Bhavani. And those that are wealthy, prosperous, attended by numerous attendants and are always enjoying, like kings, it is to be inferred that they certainly worshipped the lotus feet of the mother goddess in their past lives. Therefore, O son of Satyavati, as you are kind-hearted, kindly narrate before me the excellent deeds of the Devi. O best of Munis, where did the goddess, Mahalakshmi, created out of the energies of all the gods, depart after she had slain the Mahishasur and had been worshipped and praised by the Devas? O highly fortunate one! You told me that she vanished from the sight of the Devas. Now I like to know where is she staying now, whether in the heavens or in the land of mortals? Did she melt away then and there, or did she descend to Vaikuntha, or did she go to the mountain Sumeru? O Muni, narrate all these duly before me. Vyas said, O king, I told you before about the beautiful Manidvipa. That island is the place of sport to the Devi and very dear to her. In that place Brahma, Vishnu, Mahadev were transformed into females. They afterwards became males and were engaged in their respective duties. That place is grand and splendid and is in the center of the ocean of nectar. The Devi Ambika assumes various forms there as she likes, and she sports there. To that Manidvipa, the auspicious Devi departed after she had been praised by the gods, to that place where sports always the eternal Bhagavati Bhuvneshwari, the incarnate of Parabrahma. When the highest goddess vanished, the Devas installed, on the throne of Mahishasur, the powerful King Shatrughna, endowed with all auspicious qualities, the lord of Ayodhya and descended from the solar line. After making him thus the king, Indra and the other Devas went to their respective abodes on their own conveyances. O king, the Devas having gone to their places, the subjects were governed on this earth according to dharma, and they passed their times in ease and comfort. It used to rain then timely, and the earth was covered with plenty of grains and wealth. The trees were all filled with fruits and leaves, and gave enjoyment to people. The cows with their udders full like earthen pots gave such a profuse quantity of milk, that men began to milk them whenever they liked. The river's waters were all clear and cooling, and they flowed full in regular channels. The birds grouped round them. The Brahmans, versed in the Vedas, were engaged in performing sacrifices. The Kshatriyas observed their virtues and were engaged in doing charities and in their education. The kings held their rods of justice and were engaged in governing their subjects. Though the several kings were busy with various arms and weapons, they all became fond of peace. Thus, no wars nor quarrels were seen amongst the subjects, and the mines yielded plenty of wealth to the people. O best of kings! There were the Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Ashudras, who became the devotees of the goddess. The Brahmans and Kshatriyas used then to perform so many sacrifices that, at every nook and corner in this globe, the sacrificial altars and the sacrificial posts became visible. The female sex became gentle and of good behavior, truthful and chaste towards their husbands, respectively. Atheism and unrighteous acts vanished entirely from the face of the earth. The people left all dry discussions. They argued only about the Shastras that did not go in contradistinction to the Vedas. Nobody liked to quarrel with each other. Poverty and evil inclinations were checked. The people everywhere lived in happiness. Untimely death was not there, so the people had no bereavements with their friends. No distress was seen. Famine, lack of rain, and deadly plagues were out of sight. The people had no illness even, and jealousies and quarrels vanished. O king, all men and women began to sport merrily everywhere like the gods in heaven. Theft, atheism, deceit, vanity, hypocrisy, lustfulness, stupidity, and the anti-Vedic feelings were not to be seen. O Lord of the earth! All the men were then extremely devoted to their dharma and engaged in serving the Brahmans. The Brahmans were also, according to the threefold plan of the creation, Sattvic, Rajasic and Tamansic. The Sattvic Brahmans were all versed in the Vedas, clever and truthful. They were kind, they controlled their passions, and they did not accept any presents from others. Filled with their ideas of dharma, they used to perform their purodasha and other such sacrifices with sattvic rice, etc., but never did they immolate any animals. O king, the sattvic Brahmins gave charities, studied the Vedas, and offered sacrifices for themselves. These were their 3 ordained actions. They were busy in these. O king, the Rajasic Brahmins were versed in the Vedas and acted as priests to the Kshatriyas and ate flesh as sanctioned by recognized rules. They were busy with their 6 duties. They offered sacrifices on their own behalf, assisted others in sacrifices, took gifts, made charities, studied and taught others the Vedas. The Tamansic Brahmins were angry, attached to worldly objects, and jealous. They studied very little of the Vedas and spent most of their time in serving the kings. O king, Mahishasur was killed. All the Brahmins were glad and began to practice dharma according to the Vedas, observed vows and made charities. The Kshatriyas began to govern the subjects, the Vaishyas carried on their trading business, and the other tribes went on with their agriculture, preservation of the cows, and lending money on interest. Thus all men became very glad on the death of Mahisha. Devoid of cares and anxieties, the subjects got much wealth. The cows were endowed with auspicious signs and gave plenty of milk, and the rivers flowed full of waters. The trees looked splendid with abundance of fruits, men were without diseases. In short, people had no mental agony, and too much or too little of rains were not there, as halwas, mice, birds, and seditions were not extant. O king, the beings died not prematurely, rather enjoyed incessantly, they had full health and possessed lots of riches. Especially beings engaged in the Vedic dharma served the lotus feet of Chandika and thus spent their lives. Here ends the 20th chapter of the 5th book on the peace of the world in the Mahapuranam Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 21 on the conquest of the heavens by Shumbha and Nishumbha. Vyas said, O king, I am describing to you that excellent pure life and doings of the Devi that destroy all the sins of all the beings and make them happy. In days of yore, there were 2 very powerful demons Shumbha and Nishumbha. They were 2 brothers, strong heroes and invulnerable by the male persons. Those 2 wicked asuras were surrounded with innumerable danvas. They tormented always the devas. Then the goddess Ambika, for the good of the devas, killed Shumbha and Nishumbha with all their attendants in a very dreadful battle. In the battlefield the Devi killed their main assistants, Chanda, Munda, the exceedingly terrible Raktvija, and Dhumralochna. When the Devi destroyed those danvas, the devas became fearless. The devas then went to the beautiful Sumeru mountain and praised her and chanted hymns to her. Hearing about the names of Shumbha and Nishumbha, Janmejaya asked, O best of Munis, who were those 2 asuras? How came they to be most powerful? Who put them here? Why were they vulnerable to women only? Under whose tapasya and under whose boon did they become so strong? And why did that great Devi kill them? Describe all these to me in detail. Vyas said, O king, I am describing to you that beautiful anecdote where the Devi's holy deeds are involved. Here, this incident full of all that is good, destroys the hearers all sins and grants them all their desired ends. In days of yore, Shumbha and Nishumbha, the 2 fair and good-looking brothers, came out of Patala to this earth. These 2 asuras, when they grew to their manhood, performed severe asceticism in Pushkara, the holy place of pilgrimage, the most purifying place in this world, and they refused to eat rice and water. They became so very skilled in their yoga practices that they passed away in their one posture and seat 1 ajuta, 10,000 years. Thus they performed very difficult tapasya. Then the god Brahma, the grandsire of all, became pleased with their asceticism and appeared before them, riding on his vehicle, the swan. The Creator, seeing them thus deeply merged in meditation, asked them to get up from that state and told them thus, I have become pleased with your asceticism. I fulfill the desires of all the lokas. I have now come to you, pleased to see you so very strong in your ascetic practices. Better ask your desired boons from me. I will grant them to you. Vyas said, O king. Hearing thus the grandsire's words, Shumbha and Nishumbha got up from their meditation, concentrating their attention towards him, circumambulated him, and bowed down to him with their hearts full of reverence. The two asuras were very weak, lean and thin by their hard tapasya, and they looked very humble. They fell down before him like a piece of wood, and began to speak in a sweet voice, choked by intense feelings. O Brahman! O Deva of the Devas! O thou, the ocean of mercy! O destroyer of fear of the devotees! O Lord! If thou art pleased, then dost thou grant us immortality. There is nothing in this world more fearful than death. We too have taken refuge unto thee, being afraid of this death. O thou, ocean of mercy! O Creator of the world! O Lord of the Devas! O universal soul! Protect us from this fear due to the terrible death. Brahma said, Is this the boon that you ask? This is in every way against the law of nature, for no one in these three lokas can grant this boon to anybody. When one becomes born, one must die, and when one dies, one must be born again. This law is ordained in this world by the Supreme Creator of this universe from time immemorial. Therefore, all the beings must die. There is no doubt in this. Better ask any other boon that you desire. I will grant that to you. Vyas said, O king! Hearing thus the words of Brahma, the two Danvas pondered over the matter and bowed down to the Prajapati, the Lord of the creation, and said, O merciful one! Grant us then so that we shall be invulnerable to any of the male of the immortal Devas down to human beings and birds and deers. This is the boon that we ask. Where exists the woman so powerful as to kill us? We never fear any woman in all the three lokas. O lotus-born! We, the two brothers, want not to be killed by any male. The females are naturally weak, therefore we need not fear them. Vyas said, O king! Hearing their words, the grandsire Brahma gladly granted them their desired boon and returned to his own abode. On Brahma going away, the two Danvas, too, returned to their own places. They then appointed the Muni Bhrigu as their priest and began to worship him. Bhrigu, the best of the Munis, then, on an auspicious day and when the star was benign, got a beautiful golden throne built and gave it to the king. Shumbha, being the eldest, was then installed on the auspicious throne as the king. The other brave and excellent demons began to assemble there quickly for serving him. The two great warriors Chanda and Munda, proud on account of their great strength, came there with their large armies, chariots, horses, and elephants. Similarly, the valiant warriors Dhumralochna, hearing that Shumbha had become their king, came there with his own army. There came up also at that time the great warrior Raktvija, more powerful on account of his getting a boon, attended by his army of 2 Akshohini soldiers. O king! Hear why this Raktvija became so very unconquerable. Whenever this Asura was wounded by any weapon, if one drop of blood fell on the ground, at once would be created so many innumerable Asuras, resembling his wicked nature, and with similar weapons in their hands. The Asuras born of this blood would have similar appearances, and would be similar in strength and ready to fight at once when they were born. That great warrior, the great demon Raktvija, was unconquerable in battle for this very reason, and no being could now kill him. The other Asuras, when they heard that Shumbha had become their king, came up there with their armies consisting of 4 divisions of elephants, chariots, cavalry and infantry, and began to serve him. The army of Shumbha and Nishumbha thus became countless, and they forcibly conquered and got possession of all the kingdoms that existed then on the surface of the earth. Then Nishumbha, the destroyer of enemies, collected his army and marched up to the heavens without any delay to conquer Indra, the lord of Shachi. He fought very hard with all the Lokapalas on all sides when Indra struck him on his breast with his thunderbolt. Nishumbha fell unconscious on the ground with that blow when his soldiers, defeated in the battle, fled away on all sides. Shumbha, the destroyer of the enemy's forces, hearing the unconscious state of the younger brother, came up at once on the field and shot at the Devas with multitudes of arrows. The untiring Shumbha fought so violently that Indra and the other Devas and Lokapalas were defeated. Shumbha then took away, perforce, the position of Indra, and he occupied the celestial tree and heavenly milking cow that yielded all desires and other excellent things over which Indra used to reign. In fact, that high-souled Asura got the dominion of the three lokas and took away all those that were offered at the sacrifices. He became highly glad on getting the Nandana garden and was extremely delighted when he drank the celestial nectar. He then defeated in battle Kuvera, the god of wealth, and occupied his kingdom. He defeated the moon, sun, and Yam, the god of death, and occupied their positions. Surrounded by his army, Nishumbha dispossessed Varuna, fire, and air of their kingdoms, and began to reign in their stead. Thus deprived of their kingdoms, prosperity and wealth, the Devas left the Nandana garden and fled, out of terror, to the caves of hills and mountains. Thus deprived of all their rights, the Devas without any weapons, without any lustre, without any home, and without anywhere to go, began to wander in lonely forests. O king! All the immortals began to knock about in lonely gardens, mountain caves and rivers, and nowhere they found happiness, for happiness depends entirely unto the hands of fate. O Lord of men! Even those fortunate souls, who are powerful, and wealthy and wise, meet at times with distress and poverty. O king! How marvelous are the ways and manners of time! It makes kings and donors beggars, it renders the powerful weak, literates illiterates, and it makes great warriors into terrible cowards. O king! Vasava performed 100 horse sacrifices and got the excellent Indra's position, but again befell into extreme difficulties. Thus runs the wheel of time. It is time that bestows the gem of knowledge to a person, and it is time again that deprives that very same man of his wisdom and makes him a great sinner. The Bhagwan Vishnu takes incarnations under the control of time in several lower wombs as boar, etc., and Mahadeva carries on his body the human skulls that are not even fit to be touched. When Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh and others suffer such painful things, then one need not wonder at the workings of the great inscrutable time. Here ends the 21st chapter of the 5th book on the conquest of the heavens by Shumbha and Nishumbha in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 22. On the eulogizing of the Devi by the Devas. Vyas said, O king! When the Devas were all defeated, Shumbha began to govern all their kingdoms. Thus 1,000 years passed away. The Devas, on the other hand, deprived of their kingdoms, were all drowned in an ocean of cares and anxieties. At last they began to feel very much and were greatly afflicted. They asked with reverence their own Guru Brihaspati, O Guru! What are we to do now? O all-knowing! You are the great Muni. Kindly say unto us if there be any means by which we can get rid of this our present difficulties. There are thousands of Vedic mantrams which yield the desired results, if they are worshipped with due rites and ceremonies, and if all the rules be observed thereof. O best of Munis! Many yagnas are mentioned in the Vedas that yield all the desired results. You know them all, so kindly perform those yagnas. Do all those ceremonies duly that are ordained in the Vedas for the killing of enemies, O descendant of Angirsa. You ought to perform as early as possible those sacrifices for magical purposes to destroy the Danvas so that all our miseries come to an end. Brihaspati said, O Lord of the Suras, all the mantras mentioned in the Vedas yield the desired results, but subservient to the great destiny only. They do not give results of themselves, but do so in obedience to the laws ordained by nature. You all are the presiding deities of the Vedic mantras. But, now, by the strange irony of time, you are put to difficulties and troubles. What can I do now in this case? See, Indra, Agni, Varuna, and other gods are invoked in sacrifices. How, then, can sacrificial ceremonies do good when you are put to so great difficulties? Therefore, there is no remedy to those which will take place unavoidably, but those who are wise declare that in such cases, means are to be adopted. Some sages say that fate is strong, but those who advocate the cause of taking remedial means say that fate is powerless. Remedies or manly exertions lead to all success. But, O King of the Devas, the embodied souls ought to resort to both fate and remedies. It is never advisable to depend solely on fate. Therefore, it is advisable to think out again and again as far as one's own intellect goes on the best remedies. O Devas, I have thought over again and again on this subject and say to you my opinion. Here, in days of yore, the Bhagavati, being appeased, killed Mahishasur, and when you all praised and chanted hymns to her, she gave you this boon that she will remove all your sorrows and troubles, no sooner you remember her, and she told that you all must remember her whenever any difficulty would arise to you out of this great destiny. She would, then, free you all of your ocean of great difficulties. Therefore, do you all now go to the highly sacred and exquisitely beautiful Himalayan mountains and worship the most worshipful Chandika Devi with your love and devotion. Know all the rules of the seed mantra of Maya and be engaged in taking her name accompanied with burnt offerings. I have come to know, by yogic power, that she will be pleased with you. I see that today your difficulties will come to an end. There is not the least doubt in this. I have heard that the Devi resides always in the Himachal. If you worship and praise and chant hymns to her, she will certainly grant you your desired boons. Therefore, fully decide on this thing and go to the Himalayas. O Devas, she will fulfill all your desires and carry out all your intentions. Vyas said, O King. Hearing thus his words, the Devas departed to the Himalayas, and they became all merged in the devotional worship of the Supreme Goddess, and began to meditate constantly in their hearts the seed mantra of Maya, Hrim. They bowed down to the goddess Mahamaya, the discarder of all the fears of her bhaktas, and began to chant hymns to her with perfect devotion. O Goddess! Salutation to thee! O Thou, the Lord of the universe, the Lord of our hearts! Thou art the everlasting bliss, and the giver of bliss to the Devas. Salutation to thee! Thou art the destroyer of the Danvas, and thou art the giver of all desires of human beings. Thou can't be approached with devotion. Salutation to thee! O Thou, the incarnate of all the Devas! Thy names are endless, thy forms are endless, none can count them. Thou residest always as the force incarnate in all the actions, in the creation, preservation and dissolution of beings. O Goddess! Thou art the memory, constancy, intelligence, old age. Thou art the nourishment, contentment, thou upholdest all. Thou art the beauty, peace, good knowledge, prosperity and happiness. Thou art the goal, fame, and intellect, and thou art the eternal seed unmanifested. We now bow down to those forms of thine, through which thou dost serve the purpose of the Devas in this world, as we are now in need of peace. Thou art forgiveness and mercy. Thou art the Yoga Nidra, a state between sleep and wakefulness. Thou art the kindness, and thou residest in all the beings in so many forms, great and grand, and so very celebrated, O Goddess! thou hadst already served the cause of the gods in killing our great enemy Mahishasur, puffed up with vanity. Therefore, thy mercy is well known amongst the gods. What more, thy mercy is known since very ancient times, and it is narrated in the Vedas. What wonder is there that a mother nourishes gladly her own sons and preserves them carefully? For thou art the mother of the Devas, thou art the great source of help to them. Therefore, dost thou fulfill all their desires with thine whole heart. O Devi, we do not know the limit of thy qualities nor of thy forms, O Goddess. Thou art worshipped by the whole universe. Thou art fully competent to save all from dangers. We are objects of thy pity. Dost thou save us from our present troubles. Thou art capable to kill enemies without shooting any arrows, without striking any blows, without hurling any trident, axes, shaktis, clubs, or any other weapons. Merely by thy mere will thou can't kill. Still for sports and for the good of all beings thou incarnatest and fightest for the sake of Leela. The ignorant persons know such things as birth, death, etc., that this world is not eternal, that no actions can be without any cause. We, therefore, ascertain by reasoning and inference that thou art the supreme cause of this whole universe. Brahma is the creator, Vishnu is the preserver, and Mahesh is the destroyer, so it is related in the Puranas. Thou again hast given birth to these three gods in the respective cycles. Therefore, thou art the mother of all. There is no doubt in this. O Devi, in days of yore, these three Devas worshipped thee. Thou wert pleased and gavest them all the best powers. Being thus endowed with thy powers, they have been able to create, preserve and destroy this universe beautifully. Are they not foolish, though they be yathis, persons of self-controlled nature, who do not worship the universal mother, the consciousness incarnate, the giver of liberation, on whose feet are worshipped by the Devas, and worshipping whom one gets the fruits of all one's desires? Certainly those Vaishnavas, Sauras, worshippers of the sun, and Pashuptas, worshippers of Shiva, are foolish braggarts who do not meditate on thee as the embodiment of Kamla, prosperity, modesty, beauty, continuancy, fame, nourishment. O Mother! The Asuras, Hari, Hara and other great Devas worship thee in this world. Therefore, those mortals are certainly deceived by their Creator that do not worship thee on the surface of this earth. O Devi! Hari himself serves the lotus feet of Lakshmi by colouring them, toes and other fingers of the feet, red with lac juice. Hara is very anxious to serve the lotus feet and take the dust thereof of Parvati. Lakshmi and Parvati are but thy part manifestations. Therefore to serve them is, in other words, to serve thee. What to speak of other persons, even those who can discriminate between real and unreal, and those who have left their worldly homes and have become dispassionate towards worldly objects, even those munis worship forgiveness and mercy, that are but thy paths. Therefore who is there in this world that does not serve thy lotus feet? O Devi! Those human beings plunge into the dreadful wells of the samsara, the round of birth and death, and are deprived of all pleasures, who do not serve thy lotus feet. What more can be said than the fact that those fallen beings suffer terribly from poverty, humility, leprosy, headache, and the chronic enlargement of spleen? O Mother! Those persons are void of any wealth and wife. They are the carriers of loads of wood and collect grass and leaves and show their skill in such acts. They are of little understanding, and never they served in their previous births thy lotus feet. This we have come to know very well within our heart of hearts. Vyas said, O King, when all the Devas thus eulogized, instantly the Devi Ambika, full of youth and beauty, appeared there out of mercy. That extraordinary beautiful Bhagavati, endowed with all auspicious signs, and adorned with the divine clothings, ornaments, and garlands and sandal paste, etc., appeared before the Devas, before whom even the world enchanter Cupid bows down. With such beautiful, divine appearance, the Devi emerged from the mountain cave in order to take her ablutions in the Ganges. That Devi, sweet voice like a cuckoo, gladly smiling began to say to the Devas, singing hymns to her, in a voice deep like that of a rumbling cloud. The Devi said, O best of Suras! Whom are you praising constantly in this place? What do you want? Why are you so anxious and seem to be so much careworn? Do please tell all this to me in detail. Vyas said, O king! The Devas were first enchanted by her beauty and softness, then, being encouraged by her sweet words, began to speak with great joy. O Devi! We pray to thee, O Lord of this universe! We bow down to thee. O thou, the ocean of mercy! Protect us from all the troubles. We are very much careworn and tormented by the Daityas. O great goddess! In ancient times, thou didst kill Mahishasur, the source of troubles to all, and then told us to remember thee whenever any difficulty would arise. Then thou wouldst undoubtedly remove all the troubles arising from the Daityas no sooner we remember thee. O Devi! We have now remembered thee for that very reason. At present the two dreadful Asuras, Shumbha and Nishumbha, have sprang up and are creating great disturbances, and they cannot be killed by any male beings. The powerful Rakthavija and Chandamunda and other Asuras united have dispossessed the Devas of their heavens. Thou alone art our goal and refuge. Without thee there is none other to save us. Therefore, O beautiful one! Thou dost do this work for the Devas who are extremely troubled and distressed. O powerful Devi! The Devas are always at the services of thy lotus feet. Still the very powerful Danvas are throwing them into dangers, O Mother! Thou art the preserver of the distressed. Therefore, dost thou preserve the Devas, devoted to thee. O Mother! The Danvas, being very much emboldened by their powers, are creating many havocs on the surface of the earth. Now remembering that, in the beginning of the Yugas, thou didst create all this universe, thou dost now ought to protect all this universe. Here ends the 22nd chapter of the 5th book on the eulogizing of the Devi by the Devas in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 23 on the prowess of Kaushiki. Vyas said, O king! When the tormented Devas praised thus, the Devi created from her body another supremely beautiful form. This created form, the Ambika Devi, became known in all the worlds as Kaushiki, as she came out of the physical sheath of the Devi Parvati. When Kaushiki was created out of the body of Parvati, the Parvati's body became transformed and turned out into a black color and became known as Kaika. Her terrible black appearance, when beheld, increases the terror even of the Daityas. O king! This Devi is now become known in this world as Kalaratri, the night of destruction, at the end of the world, identified with Durga, the fulfiller of all the desires. The Ambika Devi, then, began to look splendid, decked with various ornaments. Her beautiful form began to look very lovely. The Devi Ambika then smiled a little and said, Better be fearless. I will slay just now your enemies. It is my incumbent duty to carry out your purposes. I will therefore slay in battle Nishumbha and others for the sake of your happiness. Thus saying, the Devi Bhagavati, elated with pride, mounted on a lion and, taking Kalika with her, entered into the city of Shumbha, the enemy of the gods. Ambika went to a garden adjoining the city accompanied by Kalika, and began to sing in such a sweet melodious tune that it enchanted even the god of love, who fascinates the whole world. What more can be said than the fact that, hearing that sweet melodious song, the birds and beasts became enchanted. The Devas then began to feel much pleasure from the sky. In the meanwhile, Chanda and Munda, the two dreadful Asuras, and attendants of Shumbha, came out accidentally there on their sportive excursions, and saw the beautiful Ambika Devi singing and Kalika Devi sitting before her. O best of kings! No sooner had Chanda and Munda seen the extraordinary beauty of the goddess Bhagavati than they went at once to Shumbha. On approaching towards the lord of the Daityas sitting in his room, they bowed down and told thus in a sweet voice, "O king, here has come from the Himalayas a woman accidentally mounted on a lion. Her limbs are shining with all good signs, so much so that even the god of love would be enchanted by her sight. Nowhere, in the Devlokas, the Gandharva Lokas, or in this earth, can be found such a beautiful lady. We never saw nor heard about such a lady before. O king, that lady is singing so beautifully and pleasingly to all, such that even the deer are standing motionless by her side enchanted, as it were, by her melodious voice. O king, that lady is fit for you. Therefore, determine first whose daughter is this lady, what for she has come there, and then marry her. Know this as certain that such a beautiful lady is not to be found anywhere in this world. Therefore, do you bring her to your house and marry her. O Lord of men, you have acquired all the gems and jewels of the Devas. Why not, then, accept this gem in the form of a lady? O king, you have taken by force the exquisitely beautiful Airavata elephant of Indra, the Parijata tree, the seven-faced horse Uchchashrava, and many other jewels. You have acquired by your might the Prince of Jewels, the celestial car of the Creator Brahma, ensigned by the emblematic swan. You have dispossessed Kuvera of his treasure of the value of a Padma, 1,000 billion, and Varuna, the god of oceans, of his white umbrella. O king, when Varuna was defeated, your brother Nishumbha took perforce his pasha weapon. O king, the great ocean gave you, out of terror, various jewels and honored you by presenting a garland of lotuses which never fade away. What more can be said than the fact that you have conquered the death and took away his force, and that you have easily conquered Yam, the god of death, and have taken from him his horrible staff. O king, you have brought that heavenly cow which came out when the ocean was churned. That cow is still with you. What more to say than that Menka and other Apsaras are under your control. Thus you have got by your strength all the jewels. Why, then are you not taking this exquisitely beautiful lady, the princess of jewels, amongst women? O king, all the jewels in your house will serve their real purpose, no doubt, then and then only when they will shine with this queen of jewels, this lady. O Lord of the Daityas, there cannot be seen in all the Trilokas such a beautiful lady as this that I have now described before you. Therefore, bring this beautiful lady quickly and accept her as your wife. Vyas said, O king, hearing thus the sweet words of Chanda and Munda, Shumbha spoke gladly to Sugriv, who was close by. Go, Sugriv, do my messenger's work. You are well skilled in these things. Speak so that the beautiful lady of thin waist may come over to me. Those who are well versed in the science of amorous love declare that only two methods are to be adopted by the clever persons towards the female sex. 1. Conciliation and gentle words, and 2. Gifts and presents. For if the policy of division or sowing dissensions be applied, then hypocrisy is shewn, and that means the improper manifestation of love sentiment, whereas if chastisement be applied, then the love sentiment becomes interrupted. Therefore, the wise have condemned these as corrupt means. O messenger, where is that woman who does not come round excited with passion when good and sweet words are spoken to her in accordance with the Shama and Dana methods? Vyas said, Sugriv, hearing the nice skilled words of Shumbha, went hurriedly to the spot where existed the mother of the universe. He saw the fair lady mounted on a lion, saluted her, and spoke gently and sweetly as follows. The messenger said, O beautiful one! Shumbha, the enemy of the gods and the king of all, is beautiful in all respects, the ruler of the three lokas, a great hero and conqueror of all. Hearing your beauty and loveliness, that high-souled monarch is so much attached to you, and has become so very passionate that he has sent me to you to express his views. O one of delicate limbs. Please hear what that Lord of the Daityas has spoken to thee, after duly saluting thee, words full of love and affection towards thee, O beloved. I have defeated all the Devas and have thus become the Lord of the three worlds. Specially I partake of all the offerings made in sacrificial acts and ceremonies without moving away from my house. I have taken away all the gems, jewels and wealth that belong to the Devas. Consequently, the abode of the gods has become now worthless, on account of all its jewels being carried away. O fair one! I am now enjoying all the jewels that exist in the Trilokas, so much so that all the Devas, Asuras, and human beings are passing away their times, subservient to me. But no sooner thy qualifications reached my ears, thou hast penetrated into my heart, and has made me completely subservient to thee, O fair one. What am I to do now? Whatever thou commandest, I am ready to do that. Verily I am now thy servant, so thou oughtest to save me from the darts of passion. O one having swan-like eyes! I am verily made your captive. Specially I am extremely agitated by the arrows of Cupid. Therefore, dost thou serve me when thou wilt be made the Lord of the three worlds, and thus enjoy the incomparably excellent things. O beloved! I will remain ever thy obedient servant up to the last moment of death. O excellent one! I cannot ever be killed by the Devas, Asuras and human beings. O fair-faced one! Thou wilt be always prosperous and fortunate. Thou wilt be able to sport anywhere thou likest. O Devi! Please ponder over the above words of the Lord of the Daityas in thy heart, and speak out thy views gladly, and with the same sweetness in reply, O brisk one! I will go immediately to Shumbha and inform him about thy mind. Vyas said, O king! The Devi, ready to serve the cause of the gods, heard the messenger's gentle words and replied smiling and sweetly. Shri Devi spoke, I know fully well Shumbha and Nishumbha. The king, Shumbha, is very powerful, the conqueror of all the Devas, and the destroyer of enemies. He is the repository of all good qualities, the enjoyer of all pleasures, very valorous, charitable and is beautiful, in fact a second Cupid. He is adorned with 32 auspicious signs. Particularly, he is a hero, and cannot be killed by the Devas or human beings. O messenger! Knowing this, I have come here to have a look of that great warrior Shumbha. The jewel comes in contact with gold to increase its luster, so I have come here from afar to see my husband. On seeing all the Devas, Gandharvas, Rakshasas and the eminent beautiful persons on the earth, I have come to know that they are all terror-stricken and almost unconscious and shudder at the name of Shumbha. So, on hearing about his abilities, I have now come here to see him. O messenger! O fortunate one! Better now go back to the great hero Shumbha and speak to him in private the following sweet words of mine, that you are foremost amongst the powerful, beautiful of the beautifuls, skilled in all the branches of learning, well qualified, charitable, clever, born of a high noble family, energetic, and the conqueror of the Devas. Especially, by the sheer force of your arms, you are so much exalted, and you now enjoy all the gems and jewels. Therefore, O king, knowing your qualifications, I have come truly of my own accord to your city, with the desire of getting for me a husband. O high-souled one! I am fit for your consort. O Lord of the Daityas! There is a slight hitch in my marriage. It is this: in my early days, while I was playing with my comrades, I promised before them privately, partly out of childishness and partly out of vanity for bodily strength, that I will certainly marry that hero who is powerful like me and who will defeat me in battle, thus testing his powers and weaknesses. My comrades laughed at my words and spoke with wonder. Why has this girl made such an extraordinarily difficult promise? Therefore, O monarch, better marry me and fulfill my desires after knowing my strength and defeating me in a battle. O beautiful one in all respects! Better come yourself, or your younger Nishumbha, and perform the marriage ceremony, after defeating me in the battlefield. Here ends the 23rd chapter, in the 5th book, on the prowess of Kaushiki, in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 24, on the description and Dhumralochna giving the news. Vyas said, O king, the messenger was thunderstruck with Devi's words and said, O beautiful lady, what art thou speaking? It seems that thou dost not think on this matter, owing to thy feminine nature. O Devi, thou art boasting in vain. How canst thou expect to conquer Shumbha in a battle, when he has conquered Indra and other Devas and many other Danvas? Lotus-eyed one, there is no hero in the 3 worlds that can conquer Shumbha in battle. Thou seemest to be a mere trifle before that king of demons in a Festivus fight. O fair one, nowhere ought to be said any words without being thought over. One must weigh one's own and others' might, and then speak accordingly. The king Shumbha, the lord of the 3 worlds, enchanted by thy fascinating beauty, is desirous of thee. Therefore, dost thou fulfill his desires and become his beloved wife. Thou better now abandonest thy illiterate nature, and worshipest Shumbha or Nishumbha. I am speaking for thy good, so keep my words. The amorous love sentiment is the best of 9 prevailing sentiments. Therefore, every intelligent being ought to cherish with gladness this amorous feeling. And if thou, O weak girl, dost not go to Shumbha, then that lord of the earth will become very angry and will order his servants to take thee perforce before him. O fair one, those proud demons will carry thee by holding thy hair before Shumbha. There is no doubt in this. O thin-bodied one, better forego thy boldness in every way and keep thy self-respect. Thou art the object of respect and admiration, and so should go before him. What difference is there between the fight, which makes one's body liable to cuts and wounds by sharp arrows, and pleasures that arise out of sexual intercourse? These are like the 2 opposite poles. Therefore, judge what is useless and what is useful, and keep my good advice. Thou shalt be exceedingly happy if thou servest Shumbha or Nishumbha. The Devi spoke, O messenger, you are fortunate, you are well trained to speak out truth. I know full well that Shumbha and Nishumbha are strong. Still out of my childish nature, the promise that I made before I cannot undo it. Therefore, speak to the powerful Shumbha or Nishumbha that none can be my husband simply from his beauty. Without defeating me in battle, no one can marry me. So conquer me soon and marry me as you like. Though of a weaker sex, I have come here to fight. Know this as certain. Therefore, if you be capable, fight and do the duty of a warrior. And if you be terrified by seeing my trident, or if you want your life, quit the heavens and this earth, and go down to Patala without any delay. O messenger, go just now to your master, and tell him sweetly these words. Then that powerful lord of the Danvas will judge what ought to be done. O knower of dharma, to speak out truth before an enemy, before one's own master, is certainly the duty of a messenger in this world. Therefore, go quickly and tell him what is verily true. Vyas said, O king, the messenger was quite surprised to hear the bold words, though full of reason and morals of the Devi, puffed up by the vanity of her strength, and departed. Coming to the lord of the Datyas, the messenger bowed down before his feet and told him sweet words, full of morals, in a very humble way after pondering over and over again what he would say. The messenger said, O king, words, true and the same time sweet, ought to be spoken before one's master, but these are very rare in this world. On the other hand, if unpleasant words be spoken, the king gets very angry. So I am very anxious now. O king, whether that lady is weak or strong, whence has she come, whose wife is she, I have not been able to ascertain all these. How then can I say about her conduct? But, on seeing that harsh-speaking woman, I have come to understand this much, that she is exceedingly haughty, and has come to fight. O king, you are very intelligent. Therefore, judge what ought to be done after hearing only what that lady has told me to speak to you. That lady said, in days of childhood, while I was playing, out of my childish nature, I promised before my comrades that I would marry that valiant warrior who would defeat me thoroughly in a battle and thus curb my pride. O best of kings! You are religious, so you ought to make my word turn out false. Bring me under your control by defeating me in a battle. O king! Hearing these words, I have returned. Now do whatever you like. That lady is determined to fight and is waiting there, firmly mounted on a lion, and with various weapons in her hands. Now judge and do what is best. Vyas said, O king! Hearing thus the words of Sugriv, the king Shumbha asked his hero brother Nishumbha, who was close by, O brother! You are intelligent. Speak out truly what ought to be done now? The lovely woman is challenging us to fight. Shall I go to fight, or you would go with forces? I will do whatever you say. Nishumbha said, O king! It is not proper that you or I would go to the battlefield. Better send Dhumralochna to the field quickly. Let that hero go there and defeat that beautiful lady, and bring her here. Shumbha said, O Dhumralochna! Take a vast army and go at once to the battlefield and bring that stupid lady vainly boasting of her strength. If any Deva, Danva or any other powerful human being take her side, kill him instantly. Slay her companion, the goddess Kali, and bring her too. Do all these responsible duties and return quickly. That chaste lady is to be protected by all means. The body of that thin lady is very delicate, so shoot arrows at her very carefully and see that they are not sharp. But kill those that will help her with weapons in their hands. Try your best to protect her, never to kill her. Vyas said, O king! No sooner ordered thus by the king, Dhumralochna bowed down to the king, and, accompanied by 60,000 Danva forces, quickly went to the battlefield, and saw there that the lady was sitting in a beautiful garden. Seeing that dear-eyed lady, Dhumralochna began to address her with great humility, and in sweet words full of reason and goodness. O Devi! O highly fortunate one! Here, Shumbha is very much distressed owing to thy absence. Lest there be any break in the love sentiments, that king, a wise statesman, sent a messenger with instructions to speak thee in sweet and suitable terms. But, O fair one! That messenger, on arriving before the king, had told all the contrary words. O knower of love sentiments! Hearing thus the messenger's words, my lord Shumbha, sick with love, has become immersed in cares and anxieties. That messenger had not been able to realize the true meaning of thy words. O honorable lady! The sentence uttered by thee, he who will conquer me in battle, is full of deep meanings. He was stupid. Hence, he could not realize the meaning of the word battle intended by thee. O beautiful one! Battle means two different things according to persons for whom it is intended. It is of two kinds, one out of excitement and another out of sexual intercourse. With thee, the sexual intercourse is intended, and with any other enemy, excitement in a real fight is meant. Out of these, the fight of sexual intercourse is full of sweetness, and the fight with enemies is painful. O beautiful one! I know thy intentions fully. In thy heart reigns that fight of sexual intercourse. Knowing me as expert in these affairs, the king Shumbha has sent me today to thee with a vast army. O highly fortunate lady! Thou art clever and shrewd. Hear my gentle words. Serve Shumbha, the lord of the three worlds, the destroyer of the Devas' pride. Thou wilt be the dearest queen consort and enjoy the best pleasures. The powerful Shumbha knows the real meaning of the fight of sexual intercourse, so he will easily conquer thee. When thou wilt shew various amorous gestures, he will also show his feelings. And the Kalika Devi, Your companion will remain with thee as a helping mate in your vital pleasures. The Lord of the Daityas, expert in the science of love, will certainly conquer the engaged in amorous fight, and will lay thee stretched on a soft bedding, and will make thee tired. He will make thy body covered with blood by striking with nails, and he will bite thy lips to pieces. Then thou wilt perspire profusely, and wilt cease fighting. Thus thy mental desire for fight, sexual intercourse, will be satisfied. O beloved! At thy mere sight Shumbha will be completely subject to thee. Therefore, dost thou keep my sweet and beneficial words. Thou art an honorable lady, and thou wilt be highly honored by all if thou marriest Shumbha. Those are certainly very unfortunate, who like fighting with weapons. O beloved! The sexual intercourse is always favourite to thee, therefore, it is not worthy of thee to fight with weapons. Therefore, dost thou make the king free of sorrows by pouring on him thy mouth nectar, and by making his heart bud forth by thy kicking, as Bakula and Kurupka trees blossom forth when drenched with mouth nectar, and the Ashoka tree gets blossomed by the kicking of women. Here ends the 24th chapter of the 5th book, on the description and Dhumralochna giving the news, in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas, chapter 25, on the killing of Dhumralochna. Vyas said, O Janmeja! When Dhumralochna ceased speaking, the Devi Kalika made a wild laughter, and began to speak sweetly thus, O stupid! Skilled in flattery, you know only how to use jugglery of words like an actor. Do you think that your ends will be served if you speak only sweet words? This can never be. O stupid! Fight now, there is no need of useless words. You are strong and have been sent by that wicked demon with a great army. This Devi, out of wrath, will kill you, Shumbha, and Nishumbha and other commanders by her arrows, and will then return to her abode. Where's that stupid Shumbha? And where is this Devi, the great enchantress of the universe? Their marriage in this world is entirely out of question, and can never take place. O stupid! What do you think that a lioness becoming very passionate would make an ordinary jackal her husband? Or would a she-elephant prefer an ass? Or would a heavenly cow like a bison? Go to Shumbha and Nishumbha and tell truly to them. Fight or go instantly to Patala. Vyas said, O fortunate one! The demon Dhumralochna, hearing thus the Kalika's words, became very angry and spoke with reddened eyes, O ugly one! I will slay thee and this lion infatuated with pride in battle, and take this fair one to the king. O Kali! I have not been able to do this, simply it would break our amorous love sentiments. O quarrelsome one! Otherwise I would have undoubtedly slain thee just now with my sharpened arrows tipped with irons. Hearing thus, Kalika said, O fool! Why do you boast vainly? This is not the religion of a hero with bows and arrows in their hands. Shoot your arrows with all your might. I will send you to the realm of death. Vyas said, O king! Hearing the Devi's words, Dhumralochna caught hold of his very strong bow, and began to shoot arrows after arrows at Kalika. Indra and the other Devas came out to see the fight on their best cars in the celestial space, and shouted victory to the Devi, and thus eulogized her. Then a deadly fight ensued between them with arrows, axes, clubs, shaktis, and muzilas, and various other weapons. Kalika cut off at the very outset all the asses that carried the chariot by her arrows, and next broke his chariot, and began to laugh repeatedly. O Bharat! Then Dhumralochna, becoming angry, mounted on another chariot, and began to shoot deadly arrows at Kalika. Kalika Devi too cut off those arrows into pieces before they reached her, and shot arrows after arrows on the Danva in quick succession. Thousands of his soldiers near to him were killed, the asses and the charioteer were killed, and the chariot was broken. She cut off his arrows by her swift, serpent-like arrows, and blew her conch shell. The Devas, seeing this, became very glad. Dhumralochna, seeing himself displaced from his chariot, took up with anger his very strong Parigha weapon, and came near to the chariot of the Devi. Then the Danva, terrific like death, began to abuse the Devi and said, "O ugly tawny-eyed Kali! I will kill thee just now." Thus saying, he suddenly went near to her, and when he was about to throw his Parigha weapon on her, the Ambika Devi burnt him to ashes simply by her loud shout of defiance. Seeing Dhumralochna burnt to ashes, his soldiers became panic-stricken and fled away immediately, crying aloud, "O Father! O Father!" The Devas saw this and gladly showered from high heaps of flowers on the Devi. O King! The battleground then assumed a dreadful appearance. At some places the slain Danvas, at others the horses, at other places elephants, and at some other places the asses lay scattered on the field. The herons, crows, vultures, the pishachas of the class Batabrafas and jackals and other carnivorous animals began to dance wildly and clamor hideously at the sight of the dead bodies lying on the field. The Ambika Devi, then quitting the field, went to a distant place and blew her conch shell so furiously and terribly that Shumbha heard that terrific noise while he was sitting in his own residence. At the next moment, he saw that the Danva forces had retreated, and they were coming there crying. Some of them were besmeared with blood all over the bodies. Some had got their feet, some their arms cut asunder, some were devoid of eyes, some had got their backs broken, some had their waists broken, some got their necks broken, and some were going on bedsteads. Seeing them thus, Shumbha and Nishumbha asked them, "Where is Dhumralochna? Why have you all retreated? And why have you not brought that lady? Where are the other forces? Who has blown this horrible conch shell? O fools! Inform me quickly and truly all these things." The soldiers said, "O King, Dhumralochna has been slain by Kalika. She has destroyed all the soldiers and has done extraordinary deeds. O King, know the blowing of the conch shell that has caused terror in the hearts of the Danvas and has enhanced the joy of the Devas and is being resounded in the celestial space is that done by the Ambika Devi. O Lord, when the Devi broke the chariot of Dhumralochna by the multitude of her arrows and killed the horses and at last slew Dhumralochna himself, when all the forces were slain by her who appeared like a lion, and when the rest of the army retreated, the Devas seeing all these were very much gladdened and showered flowers from the celestial sky. O King, we have come to a perfect conclusion that we will not get the victory. Now consult with your expert ministers and do what is needful. O King, the Supreme Goddess of the universe is waiting there alone to fight with you, without any help of any other forces. This is a great wonder to us. O King, intoxicated with her power, that girl fearless is reigning there taking her stand on the lion. All these seem wonderful to us. O King, consult with your counselors and out of the four policies, peace, fight, retreat or remaining neutral, accept what is best. O tormentor of the foes! True, there are no forces with the Devi, but the whole host of the Devas will take up her cause in crisis, there is no doubt. In due time, Hari and Hara both will come and assist her. Now the guardians of the several quarters, the Lokapalas, are waiting by her side in the celestial space. O tormentor of the gods! Know that the Gandharvas, Kinnaris, and human beings all will come timely and help her. O King, we guess all these. But that lady does not want the assistance of anyone, nor does she expect that any other body would do the work for her. You must know this certainly, that she alone can destroy this whole universe. What to speak of the Danvas only? O highly fortunate one! Knowing all these, do as you like. It is the duty of the servants to speak beneficial and at the same time true words with moderation. Vyas said, O King, Shumbha, the tormentor of others, hearing their words asked his younger brother in private, O brother, this Kalika has slain today Dhumralochna with his forces. The few retreated and came over to me. Now the Ambika Devi, puffed up with pride, is blowing her conch shell. Brother, the ways of time are knowable even to the wise. The grass becomes a thunderbolt, and the thunderbolt becomes like a grass and powerless. Know thus the course of destiny. O fortunate one! Now I ask you, what are we to do now? Are we to entertain yet the desire of enjoying Ambika, or are we to fly away from here, or are we to fight on? Say quickly. Though younger, in times of difficulty, I consider you as my elder. Hearing thus the Shumbha's words, Nishumbha said, O sinless one! Flight or taking refuge in a fort is not reasonable. To fight with this lady is the best course. I will take the best generals and soldiers with me, and will slay that lady and quickly return. And if fate be strong and prove it otherwise, then, after my death, think out again, and do what is best. Hearing thus the younger brother's words, Shumbha said, You better wait. Let Chanda and Munda go to the battle, surrounded with forces. To kill a Hare, it is not necessary to send an elephant. This is a very trifling matter. The two great warriors Chanda and Munda will be freely able to slay her. Thus saying to his younger brother, the king Shumbha addressed Chanda and Munda, who were waiting before him, thus, O Chanda, O Munda, take your forces and go quickly to kill that shameless lady, puffed up with pride. O pair of warriors, kill that tawny-eyed Kalika in the battle, and bring that Ambika Devi here quickly. Do this great service. And if that haughty Ambika be unwilling to come here, though taken as a captive, then kill that Durga, the ornament of the battle too, by sharp arrows. Here ends the 25th chapter of the 5th book, on the killing of Dhumralochna, in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 26, on the killing of Chanda and Munda. Vyas said, O king, thus ordered, the two strong warriors Chanda and Munda hurriedly went to the battle, accompanied by a vast army. There they saw the Devi, intent on doing good to the gods. Then they began to address her in conciliatory words. O lady! Dost, do you not know that the extraordinarily strong Shumbha and Nishumbha, the lords of the Daityas, have crushed down the Devas and vanquished Indra, and have become intoxicated with their victory? O fair one! Thou art alone. Only Kalika and thy lion are with thee. It is thy foolishness that thou art desirous to conquer Shumbha, who is endowed with all power. I think there is no adviser to thee, man nor woman. The Devas have sent thee here simply for thy destruction. Think, O delicate one, over the powers of thine as well as those of thy enemy. Vainly dost thou boast of thy having 18 hands. Before the great warrior Shumbha, the conqueror of the Devas, many hands and many weapons will be useless, they will prove mere burdens. So dost thou fulfill what reigns in the heart of Shumbha, the destroyer of the legs and the uprooter of the teeth of the Airavata elephant. Vain is thy boast, O beloved. Follow my sweet words, they will do good to thee, O large-eyed one. They will destroy thy pains and give the bliss. Those actions that lead to pain are to be avoided by the wise, and those that bring in happiness are to be served by the Pandits, versed in the Shastras. O sweet-speaking one! Thou art clever. Look at the great strength of Shumbha with thy eyes. He has enhanced his glory by crushing down the Devas. And if thou thinkest the gods superior, that is false, for the wise men do not rely on the mere guess, full of doubts, they believe what they actually see. Shumbha, hard to be conquered in battles, is the great enemy of the gods. They have been crushed down by him, and have therefore sent thee here. O sweet smiling one! Thou hast been deceived by their sweet words. They, prompted by their selfish ends, have sent thee here simply to give the trouble. The friends that come with certain business and selfish ends are to be rejected. Friends out of religious motives are only to be sought for refuge. Verily I tell thee that the gods are terribly selfish. Therefore, Dost thou serve Shumbha, the conqueror of Indra and the lord of the 3 worlds? He is a hero, beautiful, lovely, cunning and thoroughly expert in the science of amorous love. Thou wilt get the prosperity of all the worlds by the mere command of Shumbha. Therefore, make a firm resolve and serve that splendid husband, Shumbha. Vyas said, O king, the universal mother, hearing the words of Chanda, spoke with a voice deep as thunder. O boor! Why do you use false deceitful words? Fly away just now. Why shall I make Shumbha my husband, disregarding Hari, Hara and the other devas? O you, a veritable fool! I have no necessity for my lord. I have got nothing to do with my lord. I myself am the lord of all the beings, and I preserve this whole universe with all the lords and beings therein. Note this. In ancient times, I saw thousands and thousands of Shumbha and Nishumbha, and I slew them all. I sent hundreds and hundreds of Daityas and demons to the realm of death. Before me, the hosts of Devas were destroyed in yugas after yugas. Today the Daityas again will go unto destruction. The time has come to destroy the Daityas. Why then, are you struggling in vain with your followers for your lives? Fight now and keep the dharma of the warriors. Death is inevitable. Thinking thus, the high-souled ones should keep their name, fame, and respect. What business have you to do with Shumbha and Nishumbha? Follow the warrior's dharma and go to heavens, the abode of the gods. Shumbha, Nishumbha and your other friends and followers, all will follow you and will come here no doubt. O stupid one! I will put an end to all the Danvas today. Therefore, cast aside your weakness and go on, fight. I will slay you and your brother just now. Next I will kill the proud Raktvija, Nishumbha, and Shumbha and the other Danvas in the battlefield, and will then go to my desired place. Now remain here if you like, or fly away quickly. You have been fed in vain because you fear to fight. What use is there now in using sweet words like a weak and distressed man? Well, take up your arms now and fight. Vyas said, O king! Chanda and Munda, elated with pride, got excited at the Devi's words, became angry and made a violent noise with their bowstrings. The Devi too blew her conch shell so loudly that the 10 quarters of the sky reverberated. In the meanwhile, the powerful lion became very angry and roared loudly. Hearing that sound, Indra and other Devas, the Munis, Yakshas, Siddhas, and Kinnaris became all very glad. A dreadful fight then ensued between Chandika and Chanda with arrows, axes and other weapons, causing terror to the weak. Then Chandika Devi became very wrathful and cut off to pieces all the arrows shot by Chanda, and then hurled arrows serpent-like on him. Then the sky over the battleground seemed to be overcast with arrows, just as the clouds get covered over with locusts, dreadful to the cultivators. In the meanwhile, Munda, exceedingly terrible, came up to the field, taking with him his army, and becoming impatient with anger, began to shoot arrows. Seeing that multitude of arrows, Ambika got very angry. Out of her frowny look, her eyebrows became crooked, her face became black, and her eyes turned red like cuddly flowers. At this time suddenly came out of her forehead Kali, wearing the tiger's skin, cruel, covering her body with elephant skin, wearing a garland of skulls, terrible, with a belly like a well dried up, mouth wide open, with a wide waist, lip hanging loosely, with axe, noose, Shiva's weapon, in her hands. She looked very terrible like the night of dissolution. She began to lick frequently, and forcibly dashed into the Danva army, and began to destroy it. She angrily began to take the powerful Danvas by her arms, and pouring them into her mouth crushed them with her teeth. Taking the elephants with bells by her own power in her hands, she put them all into her mouth, and swallowed them all with their riders, and began to laugh hoarsely. Thus camels, horses and charioteers with chariots, all she put into her mouth, and began to chew them all grimly. O king! Seeing that the forces were being thus destroyed, The two great warriors, Chanda and Munda, began to shoot arrows after arrows without intermission, and covered the Devi with them. Chanda hurled the Sudarshan-like disc, lustrous like the sun, with great force against the Devi, and frequently shouted thundering cries. Seeing him roaring and the lustrous disc coming towards her like another sun, she shot at him arrows sharpened on stones, so that the warrior Chanda became overpowered by them, and lay down senseless on the ground. The powerful Munda, seeing his brother unconscious, became very much distressed with grief, but he got angry and began to shoot arrows immediately on the Devi. Chandika Devi hurled the weapon named Ishika, and thus cut off to pieces all the dreadful arrows of Munda in a moment, and shot Ardhachandra, semicircular, arrow at him. With this arrow, the powerful Asura was deprived of his pride, and made to lie down unconscious on the earth. Munda thus lying on the ground, a great uproar arose amidst the army of the Danvas, and the Devas became delighted in the sky. In the meanwhile, Chanda became conscious, and taking a very heavy club hurled it violently on the right hand of Kalika. Kalika rendered that blow useless and instantly tied down that Asura by her Pasha weapon, purified by mantras. Munda again rose up, and, seeing his brother in that fastened condition, came to the front, well armored and with an exceedingly strong weapon called Shakti. Seeing the Asura coming, she instantly fastened him down like his brother. Taking the powerful Chanda and Munda like hares and laughing wildly, Kali went to Ambika and said, "I have brought the two very auspicious beasts as offerings in this sacrificial war. Kindly accept these." Seeing the two Danvas brought, as if they were the two wolves, Ambika told her sweetly, "O thou, fond of war! Thou art very wise, so dost not commit the act of envy nor dost leave them. Think over the purport of my words, and know that it is thy duty to bring the Devi's work to a successful issue." Vyas said, "O king." Hearing thus the words of Ambika, Kalika spoke to her again. "In this war sacrifice, there is this axe which is like a sacrificial post. I will offer these two as victims to thy sacrifice. Thus no act of envy will be committed, i.e., killing in a sacrifice is not considered as envy." Thus saying, the Kalika Devi cut off their heads with great force, and gladly drank their blood. Thus seeing the two Asuras killed, Ambika said gladly, "Thou hast done the service to the gods, so I will give thee an excellent boon. O Kalika, as thou hast killed Chanda and Munda, henceforth thou wilt be renowned in this world as Chamunda." Here ends the 26th chapter of the 5th book, on the killing of Chanda and Munda, in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas, chapter 27, on the description of the war of Raktabija. Vyas said, "O king, seeing the two Danvas killed in the battle, the remnant soldiers all fled away back to Shumbha. Some of them were cut and wounded in many places by arrows, some had their arms severed, some were bleeding. Thus they entered crying into the city. On reaching the lord of the Daityas, they began to make frequently the noise indicative of danger and exclaimed, 'O king! Save us, save us, Kalika is devouring everything today.' The two great warriors Chanda and Munda, the tormentors of the Devas, were slain by her. All the soldiers were devoured by her. We have fled away panic-stricken. O Lord! Kalika has rendered the battlefield horrible by the dead bodies of elephants, horses, camels, warriors, and foot soldiers. A river of blood is flowing there, of which the flesh of the soldiers is sufficient mud. Their hairs are like aquatic plants, the broken chariot wheels are like whirlpools, the severed arms and feet are like fishes, and their heads look like tumbi fruits, long gourds. O king! Save your line, go quickly to Patala. The Devi has become angry and will, no doubt, destroy our race. Even the lion is eating away the Danvas, and the Kalika Devi is killing innumerable Danvas by her arrows. Therefore, O king, what intentions are you cherishing in your mind? Is it that you have desired to be merely slain with your younger brother Nishumbha? And what good purpose will this cruel woman, destroying your race, serve, for whose sake you have desired to kill all your friends? O king, victory or defeat in this world are under the Daiva. The wise never risk to meet with great difficulties for the gratification of an ordinary whim. O Lord, look at the wonderful deeds of that great Creator. What more wonder can there be than this, that a woman alone killed all the Danvas? O king, you have conquered by the help of your army all the Lokapalas, guardians of the quarters of the sky, but now that lady, though alone and unsupported by anybody, is challenging you to fight. O king, in ancient times, in the holy pilgrimage of Pushkara, the sacred place of the Devas, you performed austerities when Brahma, the grandsire of all the worlds, came to you to grant a boon. Then you asked the boon and wanted to become to be immortal. But when Brahma refused to grant it, you wanted from him and were granted that you would not be killed by any male being, be he a Deva, Danva, a man, Naga, Kinara, Yaksh, or any other person. O Lord, for that very reason we think now that this lady has timely come to kill you. Think over it seriously and cease fighting. O king, this Devi is the great Mahamaya, the highest Prakriti. It is she that devours everything at the end of a kalpa. This auspicious Devi is the creatrix of all the worlds and the Devas. She is the embodiment of the three qualities, endowed with all the powers. She is Tamsi, the destructrix of the whole world. This Devi can never be conquered, imperishable, eternal. She is the Sandhya and the refuge of the Devas. She is Gayatri, the mother of the Vedas. She is all-knowing and always manifested. This undecaying lady is void of any prakritic attributes, though she at times possesses attributes. She is success incarnate and bestows success to all. She is bliss herself and gives bliss to all. This Gauri bids all the Devas discard all their fears. She is Shuddha Sattva. Thus knowing, O king, quit thy inimical feelings to her, seek refuge unto her. The Devi would then certainly protect you. Be obedient to her and save your race. Then the remnant Danvas will be able to live for a very long time. Vyas said, O king. Hearing thus, Shumbha, the conqueror of the Devas, told them truly in words becoming of a hero. Shumbha said, O fools! Hold your tongue. You have fled because your desire to live is very strong. So you better go to Patala without any delay. This world is under the control of fate, so I need not think about victory. I am under this fate just as Brahma and other Devas are under it. Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, Yam, Agni, Varuna, Surya, Chandra, and Indra are all under the sway of this destiny. O fools! Whatever is inevitable will certainly come to pass. What need I think over it then? The effort also comes to be of such a nature as will lead to that ordained by fate. Thus thinking, the wise never grieve, especially the wise ones never leave their own dharma for fear of death. The happiness, pain, longevity, birth and death of all the embodied souls are all determined by fate when their proper time arrives. See, when the time is over, Brahma, Vishnu and Mahadev, the Lord of Parvati, die away. On the expiration of their terms of lives, Indra and other Devas go to destruction. Similarly, I am also completely under the sway of time, so what doubt is there that I too will go to destruction when I have observed my own dharma? This lady is challenging me to fight of her own will. How can I fly away and live hundreds of years? I will fight today. Let the result come whatever it may. I will gladly take the victory or defeat, whatever the case may be. The learned approving of the cause of effort declare fate as fictitious. Those who realize their sayings know that they are full of reason. Without exertion no end can be achieved. Weak persons depend on the destiny. Foolish persons say that fate is strong, but the wise do not say so. There is no proof whether fate exists or not. In fact, what is called fate is invisible. How can it then be seen? Has anybody seen fate? It is simply a scare for the illiterate, remedy only to console one's mind in times of distress. Simply proximity to a grind mill without any man's effort cannot grind a material. Therefore, if exertion be made in proportion to the gravity of the work, success is sure to ensue. If exertion be made less in proportion, the work does not come to a successful issue. If time, place and one's enemy's forces be correctly taken into account, and then if the proper attempts be made, success follows. Thus Brihaspati has said. Vyas said, O king. Thus making a firm resolve to send the powerful Raktabija to the battle with a vast army, Shumbha said, O Raktabija, you are a very powerful hero, therefore, do you go to the battle. O fortunate one! Fight, as you are the strength of your forces. Raktabija said, O king, you need not be a bit anxious for this work. Certainly I will either slay her, or I will bring her under your control. Please see my skill in this warfare. That lady, favorite of the gods, is worth nothing. I will just now conquer her, and make her your slave. Vyas said, O best of Kurus. Thus saying, the powerful Raktabija mounted on his chariot, and went to the battle accompanied by his forces. The battalion consisted of cavalry, infantry, chariots and elephants. Thus surrounded, he departed from the city for that Devi, seated on a mountain top. Then the Devi, seeing him coming, blew her conch shell. The Danvas were terrified at that sound, and the joy of the Devas increased. Hearing that sound, Raktabija came very hurriedly to Chamunda, and began to speak to her sweetly. O girl! Do you think me weak, and thus want to terrify me with the sound of a conch shell? O lean one! Have you taken me to be a Dhumralochna? O sweet-speaking one! My name is Raktabija. I have come here for thy sake. If thou desire us to fight, be prepared. I am not a bit afraid of that. Oh dear! You saw those who were weak. I do not belong to that class. Therefore dost thou fight as thou likest, and then thou wilt be able to ascertain my strength. O beautiful! If thou didst serve the old persons before, if thou hadst heard the science of politics and morals, if thou hadst studied the political economy, joined the assemblage of the Pandits, or if thou hast been well versed in literature and tantras, then hear this my good counsel, which will serve as a medicinal diet to thee. Out of the 9 sentiments, the Shraungara, amorous love sentiments, and Shanti, peace, are considered the chief by the assemblage of the Pandits. Again out of these 2, the love sentiment is the king. Drenched with this sentiment, Vishnu lives with Kamla, Brahma, the four-faced, lives with Savitri, Indra with Shachi, and Shankara resides with his wife Uma. The tree stands with creepers surrounding it, the deer lives with his female deer, the pigeon lives with the female pigeon. Thus all the beings are very attached to the sentiment of remaining in couples. Those who cannot enjoy owing to certain disease or illness, they are deprived by fate of such enjoyments. Those who are ignorant of this love sentiment in couples, they are deprived of it by the sweet jugglery of words of the cheat, and yet attached to the peace sentiment. When delusion, the destroyer of buddhi, the common sense, occurs when the violent indomitable anger, greed, and lust arise, where then is the place for knowledge and dispassion? Therefore, O auspicious one, dost thou marry the beautiful Shumbha or the powerful Nishumbha? Vyas said, O king. When Raktabija spoke all these words, standing before the Devi Kalika, Ambika and Chamunda began to laugh. Here ends the 27th chapter of the 5th book on the description of the war of Raktabija in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas, chapter 28, on the description of the fighting of the goddesses. Vyas said, O king! The Devi, hearing thus, laughed and spoke the following reasonable words, in a voice deep as a rumbling cloud. O dull-brained one! Already I told to that messenger before in reply to you. Why then do you boast in vain? If there be any such in the three worlds who can stand equal to me in appearance, strength, and prosperity, I will marry him. Go to Shumbha and Nishumbha and inform them that thus I promised before. Therefore, let any of them conquer me in battle, and then marry me according to the prescribed rules. You have come here to execute the order of Shumbha, so either stand up and fight or fly to Patala with your king. Vyas said, O king! Hearing the Devi's words, the Danva was filled with anger, and began to shoot dreadful arrows at once on the lion. Ambika then, ready-handed, seeing the multitude of arrows coming in the sky like serpents, cut them off in a moment to pieces by her sharp arrows. The Devi then drawing her bow, shot arrows sharpened on stone at the great Asura Raktabija. Then that wicked demon, thus shot at by the arrows, fell unconscious on the chariot. When he lay thus senseless, a great uproar arose amidst his army, and the soldiers began to cry aloud saying, Alas! We all are killed. Then Shumbha, the king of the Asuras, hearing the sound of Boomba, a danger cry by hands and mouth, ordered all the Danvas to be ready for the battle. Then Shumbha said, Let all Kambojas go to the battle with all their forces. Let other powerful heroes, especially the Kalkiyas too, who are very strong heroes, go up for the battle. Vyas said, O king! Thus ordered, all the fourfold army of Shumbha, cavalry, infantry, elephants and chariots went out, intoxicated for war to the battleground where the Devi existed. The Devi Chandika, seeing the Danva forces coming near, made at once terrible sounds frequently. The Ambika Devi also made the sound with her bowstring and blew her conch shell. Kali, then, shouted aloud, opening her mouth widely. The powerful lion, the Devi's Vahana, hearing the terrible sounds, roared so loudly that the Danvas were struck with strange terror. The powerful Danvas then, hearing that sound, became impatient with anger, and shot arrows after arrows on the Devi. The wonderful horrible battle then ensued, causing horripilation, and the Shaktis of Brahma and the other Devas began to come to Chandika Devi. The Devis, the wives of the several Devas, then went to the battlefield in their respective forms with ornaments and Vahanas as generally on such occasion. The Shakti, wife of Brahma named Brahmani, mounting on the back of her swan, came there with a string of beads and kamandalu, a wooden water pot used by ascetics. The Vaishnavi with her yellow robes came there mounted on Garuda, the sacred bird of Vishnu, the carrier of him, with conch, discus, club, and lotus in her hands. The Devi Shankari, the wife of Shiva, the auspicious one, arrived on the back of her bull. The emblem of half-moon was on her forehead, while in her hands she held snake, bracelet, and trident, Trishula, and the sign of fearlessness for her devotees. The beautiful wife of Kartika, Kaumari Devi, looking like Kartika, came to fight there mounted on a peacock. The fair-faced Indrani, decked with ornaments on her several limbs, came there to fight, with thunderbolt in her hand, mounted on the elephant Airavata. The Varahi Devi, looking like a female boar, came also seated on an elevated seat of departed souls. The Narsingha, resembling Narishimha, the man-lion incarnation, came there. The wife of Yam, looking fearful like Yam, arrived there on the battlefield smiling and with staff in her hand and mounted on the back of a buffalo. Thus, the wives of Kuvera, Varuna, and other Devas came there with proper forms, Vahanas, and ornaments, accompanied by their forces and all excited. Seeing them all, the Devi Ambika became glad. The Devas too became peaceful and expressed their great joy. The Danvas were afraid at the sight of them. Shankara, auspicious to all the beings, came there to the battlefield, surrounded by these goddesses, and thus said to Chandika, Slay quickly all these Asuras, Shumbha, Nishumbha, and all other Danvas to serve the cause of the Devas. Let all the goddesses destroy the Danva race and thus free the world from dangers. They may then return to their own abodes. Let the Devas get their shares of sacrifices, let the Brahmans perform the sacrificial acts, and let all the creatures, moving or not moving, be happy. Let all calamities such as proceed from drought, excessive rain, rats, foreign invasion, locusts and birds, bats, etc., come to an end. Let the clouds bestow rains regularly, and let the cultivation yield ample harvests. Vyas said, O king, when Shankara, the lord of the gods and auspicious to all, said thus, a wonderful female ensued out of the body of Chandika, very furious, horrible, with hundreds of jackals surrounding and yelling. Then that Shakti, of dreadful appearance, said to the five-faced Shiva, smiling, O Deva of the Devas, go quickly to the Lord of the Daityas. Do the duty of a messenger for us, O destroyer of lust. O Shankara, tell that haughty lustful Shumbha and Nishumbha, leave the heavens and go to Patala. Let the Devas reign in the heavens, Indra go to his own beautiful throne. Let all the Devas go to their appropriate places in heaven and receive their sacrificial offerings duly. And if the demons desire to live, let them go quickly to the city of Patala, where other Danvas are dwelling. Else, if they like to die, let them go quickly to the battlefield, and let their flesh be eaten up by her jackals. Vyas said, O king, hearing her words, Shulapani went quickly to Shumbha, the lord of the Danvas, seated in the assembly, and said thus, O king, I am Hara, the destroyer of the Asura Tripura. Now I have come to you for your good, as a messenger of Ambika Devi. Quit the heavens and earth, and go quickly to Patala, where reside the powerful Bali and Prahlad. Or, if you like to court death, come to fight, I will slay you all in a moment. O king, the great Queen Ambika Devi has sent me with these instructions for your welfare and information. Vyas said, O king, thus conveying the nectar lake, beneficial words of the Devi to the chief Daityas, Shiva, the holder of the trident, returned to his own place. The Shakti that sent Shambhu as a messenger to the Danvas is known in 3 worlds as Shivaduti. The Daityas, thus hearing the rigorous words of the Devi, put on their coats of armor, and taking their bows and arrows quickly, went out to fight. They came with great force to the battlefield, stretched their bows to their ears, and shot piercing arrows, sharpened on stone and tipped with iron, at the Chandika Devi. The Kalika Devi, too, began to strike some with the trident, some with the Shakti weapon, and some with clubs, and rent them asunder, and devoured them all, and began to roam in the field. Brahmani began to pour water from her Kamandalu on the powerful Danvas in the battlefield, and thus destroyed them. Maheshwari, mounting on her bull, gave violent blows by her trident, and thus lay them dead on the ground. Vaishnavi, with a blow of her club, took away the lives of many Daityas, and striking them with her discus, cut off the heads of several others. Indrani hurled her thunderbolt on the chief Danvas, already struck by the feet of the elephant, and lay them dead on the field. Narsingh to the strongest Danvas with the sharp nails, and devouring them, walked to and fro, and made dreadful sounds. Shivaduti began to laugh hoarsely, and laid the Danvas flat on the field, when they were at once devoured by Kalika and Chandika. Kaumari, seated on a peacock, by drawing the bowstring to her ears, hurled arrows sharpened on stone on the enemies, and killed them to serve the cause of the gods. Varuni tied down the Danvas by her pasha weapons in face-to-face fighting, thus they lay down senseless on the ground. O king, thus the Matrikas, the goddesses, crushed the forces. Then the other powerful soldiers fled away terrified. The Boomba danger cry rose then loudly. On the other hand, the Devas began to shower flowers on the Devis. Hearing the distressful agonies of the Asuras, and the shouts of victory of the Devas, Rakt Bija, the chief of the Danvas, became very angry. Seeing specially the Danvas flying away and the Devas shouting, that powerful demon came hurriedly to the battlefield with anger. Then with eyes reddened with anger, and with various weapons came before the Devi, Raktbija mounting on a chariot, and making sounds unusual with his bowstring. Here ends the 28th chapter of the 5th book, on the description of the fighting of the goddesses, in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas, chapter 29, on the killing of Raktbija. Vyas said, O king, please hear attentively about the extraordinary boon that was given by Mahadev, the god of gods, to the great warrior, Raktbija. Whenever a drop of blood from the body of that great warrior will drop on the surface of the earth, immediately will arise innumerable Danvas, equal in form and power to him. Thus the Deva Rudra granted the demon the wonderful boon. Thus elated with the boon, he entered into the battlefield with great force in order to kill Kalika with Ambika Devi. Seeing the Vaishnavi Shakti, lotus-eyed, seated on the bird Garuda, the demon struck her with a violent weapon, named Shakti. She then baffled the weapon by her club, and hurled Sudarshana, disc on the great Asura Raktbija. Thus struck by the disc, blood began to ooze out from his body, as the red stream of soft red sandstone comes out of a mountain top. Wherever on the surface of the earth drops of blood fell from his body, then and there sprang out thousands and thousands of demons like him. Indrani, the wife of Indra, became very angry and struck the terrible Raktbija with his thunderbolt. Streams of blood then began to ooze out from his body. No sooner the drops of blood fell from the demon's body, than were instantaneously born from the blood many powerful asuras, of similar forms, having similar weapons and hard to be conquered in battle. Brahmani then becoming enraged struck at him with the staff of Brahma with greater force. Maheshwari rent the Danva asunder by striking him with her trident. Narsingh pierced the Asura with her nails. Varahi struck at him with her teeth. Then the Danva becoming angry, shot at them all with sharpened arrows and pierced them all. Thus, when the Matrika Devis were pierced by the club and other various weapons of that great Asura, they got very angry and pierced the Danvas in return with shots of arrows. Kaumari too struck at his breast with her weapon, named Shakti. The Danvas then got angry and hurled on them multitude of arrows and began to pierce them. O king! The Chandika Devi, getting angry, cut off his weapons into pieces and shot violently at him other arrows. O king! Thus struck by severe blows, when blood began to flow in profuse quantities from his body, thousands and thousands of Danvas, resembling Raktbija, sprang out instantly from it. So much so, that the heavens were all covered over with Raktbijas that sprang up from the blood. They all covered all over their bodies with coats of armor, began to fight terribly with weapons in their hands. Then the Devas, seeing that the innumerable Raktavijas were striking the Devi, became very much frightened and were distressed with sorrow. They began to talk with each other with sorrowful countenances that thousands and thousands of huge-bodied warriors were springing from the blood. These were all very powerful, so how could they be destroyed? In this battlefield there were now left only the Matrikas, Kalika, and Chandika. It would be certainly extremely difficult for them to conquer all these Danvas. And if at that moment Shumbha and Nishumbha were to join them with his army, certainly a great catastrophe would occur. Vyas said, O king! When the Devas were thus extremely anxious, out of terror, Ambika Devi said to the lotus-eyed Kali, O Chamunda! Open out your mouth quickly, and no sooner I strike Raktbija with weapons, you would drink of the blood as fast as it runs out of his body. Instantly, I will kill those Danvas sprung from the blood with sharpened arrows, clubs, swords and muzilas, and you would then be able to devour them all at your will, and then roam in this field as you like. O large-eyed one! You would drink off all the jets of blood in such a way that not a drop of it escapes and falls on the ground. and then when they will all be devoured, no more Danvas would be able to spring. Thus they will surely be extirpated, otherwise they will never be destroyed. Let me begin to strike blows after blows on Raktabija, and you better drink off quickly all the blood, being intent on destroying the forces. O Chamunde! Thus, the Danvas being all exterminated, we will hand over to the Indra, the Lord of the Devas, his heavens without any enemy, and, thus, we can go peacefully and happily to our own places. Vyas said, O King! The Chamunda Devi, of furious strength, hearing thus the Devi's words, began to drink the jets of blood coming out of the body of Raktabija. The Devi Ambika began to cut the demon's body into pieces, and Chamunda, of thin belly, went on devouring them. Then Raktabija, becoming angry, struck Chamunda with his club. But though she was thus hurt severely, she drank of the blood, and then devoured all the limbs thereof. O King! Thus Kalika Devi drank of the blood of all other powerful wicked Danva Raktabijas that sprang out of the blood. Ambika thus destroyed them. Thus, all the Danvas, created out of the blood were devoured. Then, there was left, lastly, the real Raktabija. Ambika Devi then cut him asunder into pieces by her axe, and thus killed him. Thus, when the dreadful Raktabija was slain in the battle, the Danvas fled away trembling with fear. Without any weapons, covered all over their bodies with blood, and void of consciousness they uttered, dumb confounded alas! Alas! What has happened? What has happened? Thus crying, they told their king Shumbha thus, O King of Kings! Ambika Devi has killed Raktabija, and Chamunda has drunk off all their blood. The carrier, Vahana, of Devi, the powerful ferocious lion, killed other powerful warriors, and Kali devoured the remaining soldiers. O Lord of the Danvas! We have fled and come to you, to give the news of the battle, and to describe the wonderful doings of that Chandika Devi in the battlefield. O King! In our opinion, no one will be able to conquer that lady, be he a Daitya, Danva, Gandharva, Asura, Yaksh, Pannaga, Charna, Rakshasa, or an Urga. O King of Kings! The other goddesses, Indrani and others, have come to the battle on their own carriers respectively and are fighting with various weapons. O Lord of the Danvas! The Danva forces are all slain by them with the excellent weapons in their hands. Even Raktabija has been slain in no time. That lion, of indomitable prowess, killed the Rakshasas in the battle. The Devi alone is hard to conquer. How much more would it be impossible to conquer her when she has been joined with other goddesses? So consult with the ministers and do what is reasonable. In our opinion, it is better to make treaty with her and quit your enmity. O King! Think over the fact that the lady destroyed all the Danvas and at last drank of the blood of Raktabija and at last killed him. What on earth can be more wonderful than this? O King! The Devi Ambika killed all the other Daityas, and Chamunda devoured their blood, flesh, and all. Considering all this, it is now better for us to serve the Devi Ambika or fly away to Patala. No more fighting is desirable. She is not an ordinary woman. She is Mahamaya. There is not the least doubt in this. Only to serve the cause of the gods, she has manifested herself and is now destroying the Rakshasa race. Vyas said, hearing thus, Shumbha got confounded by Kala, death, as his end was coming nigh, and said the following words, his lips quivering with anger. You are struck with fear, so you all take the refuge of Chandika or fly down to Patala, but I will kill her with all my exertion and effort. I conquered all the hosts of Devas, and I have enjoyed their kingdom. Shall I now, out of the fear of one lady, fly and enter into the Patala? All my attendants, Raktabija and other heroes, are now slain in the battle, and is it possible that I will now fly away out of the sake of preserving my life only? See! The death of all the beings is ordained by Kala, and it is unavoidable. No sooner a being is born, he is liable to the fear of death. How can a man then out of fear of death quit all his name and fame? O Nishumbha, I will now go immediately to the battle, mounting on my chariot, and will return after slaying her in battle. And if I cannot kill her, I will not then return any more. O best of warriors! Better stand on my side with all your forces, and kill that lady in no time with sharp arrows. Nishumbha said, Today I will go to the battle, and slaying that Kalika, will shortly return here with Ambika. O king! Do not think at all for that lady. See my world-conquering strength, and look at that weak woman. There is a vast difference. Cast aside you this great mental anxiety and trouble. Enjoy, O brother, excellent things. I will bring that dignified lady with all honors before you. O king! You ought not to go to the battle when I am alive. I will presently go to the fight and bring for you that lady as a sign of our victory. Vyas said, O king! Thus saying, the younger brother, proud of his own strength, went hurriedly to the battlefield, mounting on his big chariot. He was protected all over his body by his coat of armor, and he was well provided with various weapons and all other accoutrements of war. The bards began to sing hymns to him, and various other propitious ceremonies were being performed. Here ends the 29th chapter of the 5th book on the killing of Raktabija in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 30, on the killing of Nishumbha. Vyas said, O king! Thus making a firm resolve that there would be either victory or death, the great warrior Nishumbha went to fight with the Devi, with great excitement and with all his forces. Shumbha too, the lord of the Daityas, accompanied by his forces, went after Nishumbha. Shumbha knew full well the rules of warfare, therefore he remained a witness there. Indra and the other Devas and Yakshas all stationed themselves in the celestial space, eager to see that fight, covered with clouds. Nishumbha came to the field, and, taking the strong bow made of horns, began to shoot arrows after arrows at the Divine Mother with the object of frightening her. Seeing Nishumbha with his excellent bow shooting arrows, Chandika began to laugh frequently. With a soft, slow voice, she spoke to Kalika, O Kali! See their foolishness. They have come before me, courting death. They are so much deluded by my Maya, that they yet expect victory, when they have already witnessed the death of Raktabija and many Danvas. Hope is so very strong that it never quits a man. How wonderful is this that some of their armies are destroyed, some are wounded, some are rendered senseless, some made powerless, some have fled. Seeing all these, yet they have come to fight, as it were, fastened by the cord of hope of victory. O Kali! Today I will certainly slay Nishumbha and Shumbha. Their death is nigh. Deluded by the Devi Maya, they have come to me. Therefore, in front of all the Devas, I will kill them today. Vyas said, O king! Thus saying, and suddenly drawing her bow, Chandi covered Nishumbha, in front, all over with a multitude of arrows. Nishumbha, too, cut off those arrows into pieces by his sharp arrows. Thus the fight became more and more dreadful between them. At this time, the lion of Bhagavati came down upon the forces, quivering his manes, like a powerful elephant going down into a lake. By his nails and teeth, he tore asunder the bodies of the Danvas that fell before him and devoured them, as if they were infatuated elephants. That lion thus crushed down the soldiers. Nishumbha came forward hurriedly, drawing his excellent bow. Hundreds of other generals of the Danvas came up there to kill the Devi, biting their lips and with their eyes red-stained with anger. In the meantime Shumbha killed Kalika and came very hurriedly there with his forces to capture the Divine Mother. Coming to the battlefield, Shumbha saw that the Divine Mother was standing before him. Though she was looking very beautiful, fit for love sentiment, yet she was filled also with the sentiment of fiery wrath. At that time the large eyes of Bhagavati, the beautiful in the three worlds, though naturally red, looked more red due to wrath. When Shumbha saw her lovely features, the desire to marry her and the hope of victory all vanished away from his mind, and he stood there with bow in his hand, firmly holding in his mind that he would die. Seeing the Danva in that state, she smiled and began to say, so that all the Danvas could hear, "O wretched fools! If you all want to live, quit all your weapons here, go to the Patala or to the middle of the ocean. Or be slain in the battle by my arrows, and go to heavens and enjoy there without any fear all the enjoyments and sports there. Weakness and heroism both cannot be expected at one and the same time and at the same individual. Therefore I am ordering you to dispel your fears. Now go wherever you find your ease and happiness." Vyas said, "O king." Hearing these words of the Devi, that haughty Nishumbha ran forward, holding in his hand the sharpened axe and shield adorned with 8 chandras, embossed, and firstly struck with sword violently on the proud lion. Then, whirling with great force that sword, hurled it upon the Divine Mother. The Devi, then, thwarted off the blow of the sword by her club and struck at his arm by Parshu. The warrior Nishumbha, thus struck at his arm, patiently bore that hurt and struck at Chandika by his axe. The Devi then made such a terrible noise of bells that all the Daityas were struck with terror. Then she, desiring to kill Nishumbha, began to drink nectar frequently. O king! Thus the terrible fight went on between the Devas and Danvas, both trying to defeat the other party. Then began to dance in the battlefield the cruel voracious dogs, jackals, vultures, herons, crows and other birds, very much gladdened. The battlefield was drenched with blood and the dead carcasses of innumerable Danvas, elephants and horses. Nishumbha, then, seeing the Danvas dead on the field, became very angry and ran forward with his terrible club before the Devi. That proud Asuras struck first at the head of the lion with that club and laughed again and struck the Devi with that same club. The Devi, too, got very angry seeing Nishumbha before her and striking at her. She then spoke thus, "O you stupid! Wait till I sever your head from your body by this axe. Soon you will be sent unto death with your head severed off your body." Vyas said, "O king." Thus saying, the Chandika Devi instantly cut off the head of Nishumbha by her axe with great caution. The head thus severed from the body by the blow of the Devi, the headless demon began to roam there with great force with club in his hand. The Devas then got very much frightened. The Devi, then, cut off the hands and feet of that headless demon with sharpened arrows. That vicious wretch fell down lifeless, on the ground like a mountain. The powerful Daitya Nishumbha being thus killed, a great uproar arose amidst his panic-stricken forces. The soldiers, covered all over their bodies with blood, left all their weapons in the field, began to make boomba sound, a piteous cry with mouth and hands as sign of danger, and fled away to the king Shumbha. He, the tormentor of the foes, then asked them coming, "Where is Nishumbha now? Why have you fled away from the field?" Thus hearing the king's words, they bowed down and said, "O king, your brother Nishumbha is lying dead on the battlefield. O king, the Devi killed all the Danva warriors that attended your brother. Only we are left and have come here to give you the information. O king, Nishumbha has been killed by the weapons of the Devi. So we think you ought not to go to the battle. Know this as certain that the lady, the highest cause of this universe, has come here to destroy the Danvas, the object being to serve the cause of the gods. This lady is not an ordinary woman. She is the supreme force. Her doings are inconceivable. What more can be said than the fact that the Devas never can know her? This Devi can assume various forms. She is the origin of Maya. She is very clever. She is adorned with various ornaments and is holding various weapons in her hands. Her doings are incomprehensible. She is like a second night of dissolution, at the end of the world. She is perfect, endowed with all auspicious signs, capable to go beyond the insurmountable. This wonderful Devi is serving the cause of the gods, and the Devas from the sky are singing hymns to her. O King! It is now your paramount duty to fly away and save your life. If you live, you may have the chance for gaining the victory when time will turn out favorable. There is no doubt in this. It is time that makes a strong man weak, and it is that very time that makes that weak man strong again and stimulates him for victory. Time makes a generous donor a beggar, and it is time that makes the same beggar again a generous donor. Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, Indra and other devas are all under the sway of this time, so time is the sovereign of all. Therefore, O King, wait for this time. Now time is favorable to the gods and inimical to you. Therefore time is destroying now the Daityas. But the course of time is not the same throughout. O King, the actions of time are various, no doubt. Time creates men and time destroys them. The time of creation is different from the time of destruction. This is evident to you before your eyes. See, when time was favorable to you, you subject Indra and all other devas and made them pay taxes to you. And now time is unfavorable to you. So an ordinary weak woman is killing the powerful Danvas. Time, therefore, is doing favorable things and also unfavorable things. The host of Devas or the woman Kali is not the cause thereof. O King, the present time is not favorable to you and the Daityas. Knowing this, do as you like. See, Indra, Vishnu, Varuna, Yam and other prominent Devas all fled before in battle, quitting the weapons. So, knowing this world as subject to the control of time, you can now fly away and go quickly to the Patala. For if you live, you will get in future all the pleasures, and if you be killed, your enemies will all be very glad and roam everywhere fearlessly, singing propitious songs. Here ends the 30th chapter of the 5th book on the killing of Nishumbha in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 31. On the death of Shumbha. Vyas said, O King, Shumbha, the lord of the Daityas, hearing the words of the soldiers, began to speak then, with eyes rolling with anger. Shumbha said, O fools! Why are you saying all this? How can I do this unspeakably mean act and then hope to live? How shall I be able to roam in this world when I have become the cause of the slaying of my brothers and ministers? Time is the more powerful cause of all that takes place, good or bad. So when this formless time is the supreme ruler, what use is there in my brooding over the result? Let whatever come that is inevitable, let whatever be done that is destined to take place, death or life, I do not think of either. The more so when time is never able, even when worshipped, to thwart of death or life when their proper moment arrives. See, the god of rain gives us rain in the rainy season, but it is seen that sometimes it does not rain in the month of Shravan, the rainy season, whereas it rains sometimes in the months of Agrahayana, Pausa, Magha, or Falguna, not the rainy season. Therefore, it is evident that time is not the chief factor. Fate is stronger than time. Time is merely the instrumental cause. It is this fate that has created all this universe. It cannot be rendered otherwise. I consider fate supreme, fie on this one's own exertion. For, see, Nishumbha, who had before conquered all the Devas, is slain today by an ordinary woman. Alas! When Raktbija, too, had been slain, how can I desire to hold on to my life, forgoing all my name and fame? Even Brahma, who has created all this universe, will not sooner come to an end than his longevity expires. 4,000 yugas constitute one day of Brahma, and in that one day 14 Indras perished, so twice the life of Brahma constitute the life of Vishnu. Similarly, twice the life period of Vishnu constitute the life period of Mahesh, and when their longevities expire, they come to an end. This visible earth, mountains, sun and moon all will perish, so it has been specially ordained by the destiny. Therefore, O fools, I do not care a bit for the death. When a being is born, he must die, and when anyone dies, he will be born again. There is no doubt in this. So one ought to preserve one's name and fame, which is more permanent in this transitory body. Prepare my chariot, I will go today to the battlefield. Let victory or defeat come what it may, as fate has ordained. I will soon go to fight. Thus saying, Shumbha mounted on the chariot quickly, and went where the Devi Ambika was staying. Then the fourfold army, cavalry, infantry, chariots, horses and elephants and innumerable soldiers followed him with weapons in their hands. Going there to the Himalaya mountain, he saw the Divine Mother sitting on her lion. She appeared so very lovely as to enchant the three worlds. Her body was decorated with various ornaments, all the auspicious gems were manifest. The Devas, Gandharvas, Yakshas and Kinnaras in the heavens were all worshipping her with hymns and parijata flowers, and the Devi was making beautiful sounds with bells and conches, indicative of her victory. Seeing her, Shumbha was very much enchanted with passionate love, and struck with the 5 arrows of Cupid, thought thus, how wonderful is her lovely countenance. See, how wonderful and amazing is her skillfulness. Delicacy and capability to endure the hardships of war, though quite contrary to each other, are both in her. What a wonder is this! Her bodies are extremely delicate, and limbs are lean and thin. Besides, she is lately blooming into womanhood. Still she does not feel any passion. This is undoubtedly very wonderful. She is exquisitely beautiful and can be desired in one's mind. And though she is endowed with all the auspicious signs, yet she has no inclinations for all the pleasures and allurements of the world, and is now slaying the powerful Asuras. This is wonderful indeed. Now what steps are to be taken so that this lady comes under my control? All the mantrams also are not with me now to bring over this one-eyed lady unto me. This proud lovely lady is the incarnate of all mantrams. How will she come under my control? This heroic lady cannot be controlled by conciliatory words, allurements, dissensions. It is not advisable, too, to fly away from the battlefield and to go to Patala. What am I to do? Where shall I go in this critical moment? And if I die at the hands of this lady, that death is not a glorious one. It will take away my fame. The death in a battlefield is conducive to one's well-being, so the sages say, when both the parties are equally strong. The Devas have created this lady stronger than even 100 strong men. She is a woman merely in name. This lady is very powerful and has come here to destroy the Danvas. There is no doubt in this. What effect will conciliatory words now produce on her? She has come to slay us. Will she be appeased with good words? Neither will allurements of precious things be of any avail, for she is decked with various arms and weapons. Nor will it be of any use to sow dissensions between the Devas and her. Further, all the Devas are under her control. Therefore, it is far better to die than to fly. Victory or death would come unto me today as fate has ordained. Vyas said, O king. Thus thinking in his mind, Shumbha became ready to show his strength, and firmly resolved to fight. He said to the Devi before him, Devi, fight. But, O one of delicate limbs, thy so much toil is in vain. Thou hast no sense at all, for thou art doing contrary to the doings of womankind. The pair of eyes of women are their arrows, the eyebrows are their bows, their gestures and postures are their weapons, and their hits are those persons who are skilled in amorous love sentiments. The dyes used in painting the bodies are their armors, their mental desires are their chariots, so sweet soft words and conversations are their trumpet sounds. Women have no other things for their war preparations. Therefore, O beloved, any other weapons are mere mockeries and ridiculous. Their modesty is their ornament. Impudence can never grace them. An exquisitely beautiful woman, if engaged in a fight, will look harsh, especially when thou wilt draw thy bow, how wilt thou be able to hide thy breasts? When thou wilt run with thy club, where will thy gentle treadings go? O beautiful! Thy counsellors are this Kalika and the stupid Chamunda. Chandika is thy adviser. Her voice is very hoarse. How can then she be able to nurse thee? Again this line, the terror of all the beings, is thy carrier. Therefore, O dear, leave aside all these and come over unto me. O beautiful one! That thou art ringing thy bells and dost not sound. Thy lute goes quite against thy beauty and youth. O sensitive one! If thou likest to fight, better assume an ugly appearance. Let thy nature be ferocious and cruel. Let thy color be black like a crow, lips elongated, legs long, nails ugly, teeth horrible, and let thy eyes be ugly or yellow like those of a cat. O Devi! Assume such an ugly appearance and stand firmly for the fight. O dear-eyed one! Speak first harsh words unto me, then I will fight with thee. My hand does not get up to strike thee with handsome teeth in the battlefield, who art like a second Rati. Vyas said, O best of the descendants of Bharat. When Shumbha said thus, the Divine Mother, seeing him passionate, smiled and said, O stupid one! Why are you so much distressed with passion? O fool! If your hand does not come forward to strike weapons at me, then fight with this ugly Kalika or Chamunda. They are your best compeers in the battlefield. They will fight with you. I will stand as a mere witness. Thus saying, the Devi Bhagavati said to Kalika, in sweet words, O Kalika! Your nature is fierce. This Shumbha likes also the fierce, so kill him. Vyas said, O king! That Kalika, the incarnate of death, thus ordered, took up her club immediately and became ready to fight, as if sent there directly by the god of death. A dreadful fight then ensued between the two, and the high-souled Munis and the Devas were present there and witnessed the great event. Shumbha first struck at Kalika, raising his club. Kalika, then, struck Shumbha in return with her club violently. Instantly she made a dreadful sound, broke down his chariot, glittering like gold into pieces, killed the horses of the chariot, and slew the charioteer. Walking, then on foot with a very heavy club in his hand, Shumbha struck with great anger on the breast of Kalika and began to laugh. Kalika, in the meanwhile, rendering his stroke useless, soon took up her axe and cut off his left hand, pasted with sandal and decked with arms and weapons. His left hand thus cut off, his whole body was drenched with torrents of blood, yet he came up with club in his hand and struck Kalika with it. Kalika, too, laughed and with her scimitar cut off his right arm holding the club and ornamented with armlet. Shumbha became angry and came up violently to kick her when Kalika quickly cut off his two legs. His arms and legs thus severed from his body, the demon frightened Kalika and told her, Wait, wait, and soon he came up before her. Seeing the demon coming, Kalika severed his neck from his body like a lotus. Blood began to gush out in continuous streams. O king! The head of Shumbha, thus severed from his body, fell on the ground like a mountain. Immediately the life left the body. Seeing the Danva fall down lifeless, Indra and the other hosts of Devas began to worship the Devi Bhagavati, Chamunda, and Kalika and chanted lovely hymns to them. The winds then began to blow pleasantly, all the quarters looked very clear, and the fire in the sacrificial altars, being circumambulated, became very propitious. On the other hand, those Datyas that remained alive quitted their arms and weapons, bowed down to the Divine Mother, and fled away one and all to the Patala. O king! I have now described in regular order to you how the Devi protected the Devas and destroyed Shumbha and other Asuras. Those human beings on the surface of the earth that read this anecdote from the beginning to the very end or hear it constantly get all their desires fulfilled. There is no doubt in this. O king! Verily he gets a son who has not got any son. He gets abundance of wealth who is without any wealth. The diseased become cured of their diseases. What more can be said than the fact that he who hears this glorious deed of the Devi in its entirety gets all that he desires? O King, that man who reads daily this holy anecdote or hears it has never to fear from his enemies. In addition, he gets liberation after leaving this body. Here ends the 31st chapter of the 5th book, on the death of Shumbha, in the Mahapuranam Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas. Chapter 32, on the King Surtha's going to the forest. Janmejaya said, O best of Munis, the glory of Chandika has been fully described by you. By whom was she worshipped in the ancient times after the reading and hearing of her 3 glorious deeds, the killing of Madhu Katwa, etc.? Who was it that derived the best effects by worshipping the Devi, the bestower of all desires? When and with whom was she pleased, and then offered boons? O ocean of mercy, kindly narrate fully all these things to me. O Brahman, describe to me also the rules how the meditation, worship and homa of the great Devi are conducted. Suta said, O Rishis, Krishna Dvaipayana, the son of Satyavati, was very glad to hear these questions of Janmejaya and began to describe how the worship, etc., of the Mahamaya, the Devi Bhagavati, is to be done. Vyas said, O King, in days of yore, in Swarochisa Manvantara, there was a king named Surtha, very liberal-minded and devoted to governing his subjects well. He was truthful, active and energetic, and devoted to his guru. He always served the twice-born, and he never used to hold any sexual intercourse except with his legal wife. He was generous, not liking to quarrel with anybody, and expert in the science of archery. While he was thus governing his kingdom, the Mlecchas, the hill tribes, turned out his enemies. They destroyed the city of Kola, became very haughty and turbulent, and desired to conquer the whole earth by their sheer force. Thus accompanied by the great fourfold army elephants, chariots, cavalry and infantry they came to conquer the dominion of the king Surtha. A dreadful fight then ensued between the king and the dreadful Mlecchas. O King, the Mleccha forces were not at all numerous, whereas the armies of the king were large. Still the Mlecchas were lucky to win the battle. The king, defeated, fled to his own city, which was a strongly fortified place. The good king, wise in statesmanship, when he saw that his ministers had gone over to the enemy party, became very anxious and thought about whether it was advisable for him to wait for a better opportunity, remaining within his own extensive city, well guarded by a strong wall and ditch, or whether it would be better to fight on. The king thought also that it would not at all be advisable to consult with his ministers who were, then, under the control of his enemies. What then would he do under the circumstances? Those vicious ministers could at any time deliver him to the hands of his enemies. What would then happen to him? Those men that are avaricious can do anything in this world. Therefore, it would never be advisable to trust them. The people under the sway of greed commit injury to their fathers, brothers, friends, acquaintances, their gurus and the adored Brahmans. When the ministers had joined with his enemies, they could well be classed with the vicious, no doubt in this. Never could they be trusted under the above circumstances. Thus pondering over the matter, the king became absent-minded, and, finding no remedy, went out of the city alone, mounted on a horse. The intelligent king, helpless, entered into a dense forest and thought where would he go now? Knowing, then, that there was, at a distance of 3 yojnas from that place, a hermitage of the great ascetic the Sumedha Rishi, the king went there. O King, that hermitage was more beautiful than even the heavens. It was on the bank of a river. Various kinds of trees were there. It was frequented with wild animals having no enmity with each other. The whole place was echoed with the sounds of cuckoos. The students were studying and reverberating the atmosphere with their Vedic chants. Hundreds of herds of deers were running there. Rice trees had grown there wildly at places, and their harvests were collected at places. good flowery trees and others with delicious fruits were seen there. At places fragrant smells of oblations of ghee, etc., were coming. All these were delighting to any man who went or stayed there. The king Surtha was very glad to see that ashram. He became fearless and wanted to stay there in the hermitage of the Brahman. Fastening his horse at the root of a tree, the king approached humbly to the rishi, and saw that the Muni was seated on a deer skin under the shade of dense sal trees. He was peaceful, lean and thin by tapasya. His stature was straight, and he was teaching his disciples and explaining to them the meaning of the Veda Shastras. He was void of anger, greed, etc., beyond all the dualities, without any jealousy, always devoted to the contemplation of his self, truthful and full of peace. Seeing him, the king was filled with tears and prostrated before him and fell like a stick before him. The Muni, seeing him thus, asked him to get up and inquired about his welfare. A disciple then, at the sign of the Guru, gave him a kushasan to take his seat. The king got up and at his permission took his seat on that kushasan. Then the Muni worshipped the king duly by offering to him water to wash his feet and arghya, an offer of green grass, rice, etc. Then the Muni asked him, "Who are you? What have you come here for? Why are you so anxious? Tell frankly all these that are not yet known to me. What do you want? Speak out your mind. Even if that be impracticable, I will no doubt try my best to accomplish your desired ends." The king said, "O Muni, I am the king Surtha. Defeated by my enemy, I have left my kingdom, palace, and wife and have come to your refuge. O Brahman, I am ready to do whatever you order me. On this surface of the earth, there is no one but you who can protect me. Now I am very much terrified by my enemy. Therefore, I have come to you. O Muni, you protect those who come to seek your refuge. I have now come here to seek your shelter, so save me from this danger." The Maharishi said, "O king, stay here without any fear. None of your enemies would be able to enter this hermitage by my power of tapasya, even if they be very powerful. O best of kings, you will not be allowed to kill any animals here. You will have to sustain yourself on this wild rice, roots and fruits, etc., as the rules of the forest-living hermit." Vyas said, thus hearing his words, the king began to live there with all purity and without any fear on roots and fruits. Once the king, while taking rest under the shade of a tree, while thinking of various things, thought of his own house thus: "My enemies have, no doubt, acquired my kingdom, but they are vicious and wicked, shameless mlechchas and always addicted to sinful deeds. Certainly they are tormenting my subjects. My elephants and horses are not regularly getting their food and have all become powerless. Certainly they are suffering very much from my enemies. All the servants that were nourished by me before are now all suffering from troubles, having been subjected by my enemies. The wicked enemies are certainly squandering away my hoarded wealth to bad, immoral purposes, in gambling, drinking and in reveling with prostitutes. Those mlechchas and my ministers are always intent on vicious acts. They do not know who are the proper persons to be given charities, so they will no doubt exhaust away my coffers in doing sinful acts." While the king was thus meditating, seated at the root of a tree, there came one man of the Vaishya caste looking very distressed. The king saw and instantly bade him take his seat beside him. Then the king asked the Vaishya, "O noble one, of what caste are you? Whence are you coming to this forest? What is your name? What for you look so pale and distressed? What calamity has befallen to you? O good one, two persons become friends whenever they speak 7 words amongst them. According to this rule, I am your friend. Tell me therefore truly all these things." Vyas said. The Vaishya, hearing these words from the king, took his seat and felt himself much relieved, and thinking that he has met with a saint, began to speak thus: "O my friend, I belong to the Vaishya caste. My name is Samadhi. I was rich, Never I had any jealousy towards anybody. Always I used to speak truth and was devoted to religious acts. My wife and sons are very greedy of money and are irreligious. So they cut off all their affections and connections with me, very difficult to cut though, and have driven me out of the house on the pretext that I am very miserly. Thus forsaken by my relatives, I have now come to this forest. You look to be a fortunate man, therefore kindly, O dear one, give me now your introduction and oblige. The king said, I am the King Surtha. Lately I had a defeat from the dacoits. Moreover my ministers deceived me. Consequently, I am deprived of my kingdom and have now come here, O best of Vaishyas. Fortunately, you have come to me today as my friend. We too will repose here gladly in this beautiful forest covered with trees. O intelligent one! Now quit your sorrow, be calm and quiet and rest with me at your leisure here happily. The Vaishya said, O king! My friends and relatives must have been helpless, very sorrowful, and they are distressed at my absence. They must have been troubled very much by diseases and misfortunes no doubt, and have become very anxious. O king! I cannot remain quiet. My mind is being troubled with the thought how my wife and sons are spending their times now in pain or happiness. I am always thinking when I would see again my sons, wife, relatives, friends, acquaintances and my house. I cannot make me calm and quiet. The king said, O intelligent one! What pleasure can you expect to see your wicked sons and treacherous relatives who have driven you out of your house? Even the enemies are far better, provided they do good to us. What sorts of friends are they who impose on us afflictions and sorrows? Do you, therefore, make your mind calm and quiet, and remain here in greatest peace and happiness. The Vaishya said, O king! Even those that are wicked and cruel cannot quit their relatives. Today my mind is greatly agitated with the thought of my relatives. I cannot remain quiet. The king said, My mind too is incessantly troubled with the thought of my kingdom. Come, let both of us go to the Muni and ask him, what is the medicine for the cure of these our mental agonies? Vyas said, O king! Thus making their determinations, they went humbly to the Muni to ask him what were the causes of their sorrows. The king then went close to him and bowing down before him, took his seat and began to ask calmly and quietly the Muni who was sitting calm and serene. Here ends the 32nd chapter of the 5th book on the King Surtha's going to the forest in the Mahapuranam, Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas, chapter 33, on the description of the greatness of the Devi. The King Surtha said, O Muni! This Vaishya is now become a friend of mine in this forest. He has been expelled from his home by his sons and wife, and he has come lately here in this forest. He is now suffering very much from the bereavement of his family, and has become very much troubled in his mind. He is not getting any peace whatsoever. I have also become like him, and have become very distressed owing to my kingdom being robbed away. This thought, though really devoid of any substantial cause, is not leaving my heart now. Oh! My elephants and horses, now under my enemies, have become weak. My servants are suffering very much owing to my absence. My enemies will, within no time, squander away forcibly all my hoarded riches. This thought is not giving me any happiness. Nay, I cannot get any sleep owing to this care and anxiety. O Lord! I know that this world is false as a dream, yet my mind is so deluded that I cannot make me quiet. Who am I? What are those horses and elephants to me? They are not my brothers, sons, no friends, yet I feel very much for them and am troubled with their troubles. O Muni! I know these all are delusions, still I am not able to make my mind free from them. This is very wonderful indeed. What is the cause of all this? O Lord! Nothing is veiled from your sight, you are fully able to solve all these doubts. Therefore, O Ocean of Mercy! Kindly explain to me and this Vaishya the cause of all this delusion. Vyas said, O king. When the king Surtha asked thus, the Muni in reply said to him the following words, full of wisdom, so that his delusion and sorrow might vanish. The Muni said, O king, I am telling you the cause of bondage as well the cause of release of all the beings in this universe. She is known as Mahamaya. She is the Mula Prakriti, the state of equilibrium of the three gunas, Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Even Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwar, Indra, Varuna, Vayu, and the other Devas, Gandharvas, Nagas, Rakshasas, men, deer, animals, birds, trees and various kinds of creepers, all are under Maya. Thus they are all bound. Again they all get release when they are released by that Maya. By her is created all this world, moving and not moving, all the beings are caught in her net, and all are under the control of her. You are a Kshatriya, so Rajoguna preponderates in you, and your heart is thus rendered impure. She, by her Maya, deludes even the minds of those who are Jnanins, or wise. You are but an ordinary man compared to them. Even Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, though possessed of vast wisdom, still roam, under the sway of Maya, in the three worlds, completely deluded by their attachments to the sensual objects. O king, in the Satya Yuga, in ancient times Vishnu Narayana himself performed a very hard tapasya in Shvetadvipa. He passed away full 10,000 years in meditation, with the object of attaining the unbroken everlasting bliss and becoming steadfastly attached to Brahma Vidya. O king, Brahma, too, became engaged in performing a tapasya, meditating the primordial force, Adya Shakti, in a very wonderful solitary place for the cessation of delusion. Once on a time Vasudev Hari wanted to go to another place. He got up and started to see other places. Brahma also left his place and started for another destination. When they met each other in their way, each one asked the other, Who are you? The Prajapati answered, I am the creator Brahma. Hearing thus the Brahma's words, Vishnu said, O you stupid! I am Achyut Vishnu, therefore, I am the creator of this world. You are inferior to me, as there is so much of Rajoguna in preponderance in you. Know me as the eternal Vasudev, preponderating in Sattva Guna. Do you not remember that I fought a dreadful battle for you, and thus saved your life a short while ago? I slew the two Danvas, Madhu and Katva, when you were much distressed by them, and took my refuge? How then do you boast now? O fool! Quit your this vain boasting now. In this wide world, there is none superior to me. The Rishi said, thus engaged in disputing with each other, their lips were quivering with anger, and their eyes got red. When, behold, there appeared suddenly between those two disputants a nectar-like white phallic emblem, lingam, wonderfully long and extensive. Then a voice, from without any body, broke out in the heavens and addressed Brahma and Vishnu, who were quarrelling thus. Whoever amongst you will be able to go to the other end of this lingam, whether beyond its top or below its bottom, he is certainly the superior of you two. Let one of you therefore go down to Patala, and let the other go up to the heavens. Leave off your useless disputations, and take my word as proof. It is always advisable to select an umpire to decide such a quarrel as this that has sprung up between you two. The Rishi said, O king! Hearing thus the divine word, both of them became ready, and began energetically to measure the length of the wonderful lingam that stood in front of them. Vishnu went down to Patala, and Brahma went up to Akasha to measure the lingam, and thus to ascertain their superiority. Going down some distance, Vishnu got tired and did his best. When he could not find out the end of the lingam, he returned and remained at the desired meeting place. On the other hand, Brahma was ascending to the skies when he got one ketki flower dropping from the head of the lingam. He became overjoyed and returned also to the desired meeting place. Brahma became very much elated with vanity, and when he returned, he at once showed that flower to Vishnu and spoke the following false words, "O Vishnu, this Ketki flower has been obtained from the head of the lingam. I have brought this to you simply that you would recognize it and be convinced in your heart." Hearing these words of Brahma, Vishnu saw the Ketki flower and said, "O Brahma, who is your witness in this matter? He whose words are true, who is equal to all, who is intelligent, pure, and always of good conduct, he can be the witness in such matters of dispute." Brahma said, "Who will come now as a witness from that far-off place?" "This Ketki flower is the witness, this will give evidence." Thus saying, Brahma requested Ketki to give evidence. Ketki soon replied thus to convince Vishnu, "O Vishnu, I was on the head of Mahadev. Brahma has brought me from there down to this place. You ought not therefore to have any doubt on this point. My word is the evidence. Brahma has gone to the other end of the lingam. Some devotee of Shiva put me on his head and Brahma has got me down from there." Hearing thus the words of Ketki, Vishnu was very much astonished and said this, "I cannot trust your word. If Mahadeva comes and speaks this himself, then I can trust and take it as proof." The rishi said, "O king, the eternal Mahadeva, hearing the words of Vishnu, spoke thus to Ketki with great anger, 'O liar! Do not utter such false words. You dropped down from my head and Brahma, while ascending up, picked you up on the way. Now as you have told a lie, I will never take you. You are henceforth forsaken by me." Brahma was then very much put to shame. He bowed down to Vishnu and Mahadeva and forsook the Ketki flower from that date. O king, such is the power of Maya. When Brahma, Vishnu and other wise persons are so self-deluded by her, what need to speak of other ordinary mortals? See, Vishnu, the lord of Lakshmi, is self-deluded and is always deceiving the Datyas for the welfare of the Devas, without any fear whatsoever of the sin that he is thereby incurring. Though he is the lord of all, yet he has to take several incarnations in several wombs, forsaking the pleasures of the heavens and fighting with the Datyas. O king, Vishnu is omniscient and he is the lord of this world. Specifically, he is the only one, supreme in the creation of the gods. Now when Maya exercises such a powerful influence on Vishnu, what wonder is there that the other ordinary beings would be deluded by her? O king, that highest Prakriti draws away violently the hearts of the wise and drags them down into the ocean of world. That omnipresent Bhagavati is ever the cause of bondage of all when she casts her net of delusion, and she is again ever the cause of liberation when she imparts her knowledge to them. The king said, "O Brahman, what is the nature of her, and what is the supreme force? What is the cause of this creation? And where's her highest place? Kindly narrate all these to me." The rishi said, "O king, she is beginningless, therefore she had no origin at any time. That highest Devi is eternal, and she is always the cause of all causes. How then can any other be powerful like her? O king, she resides in all the beings as the essential vital force. Deprived of that force, every being is reduced to a dead carcass. She is pervading as the universal force of consciousness in all the beings. The form of this Shakti, force, is the form made up of consciousness itself, the Brahma. For the force of fire is fire itself. It is not seen in any other form. Her appearances and disappearances at times are simply for serving the purposes of the gods. O king, whenever the Devas and men worship her, Ambika makes her appearance visible to destroy their pains and sufferings. She assumes various forms and possesses various powers. That highest Ishwari comes down of her free will to serve her some purpose or other. She is not like the Devas, under the control of Daiva or fate. She is not under the influence of time, as both fate and time are created by her. She puts always every being to action according to his capacity. Purusha is not the doer, he is simply the witness. This whole universe is the object seen. That Devi is the mother of all this that is witnessed. She is the manifested, and she is the unmanifested, and she is the effect also. She alone is the actress and manifests thus the world, and thus gives the coloring to the Purusha. When the Purusha is colored thus, she quickly destroys these worlds. It is said that Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwar are respectively the creator, preserver and destroyer of the world. But this is merely a statement. Really they are merely instruments in her hands. Bhagavati has created them in reality for her pastime, and stationed them in their respective posts. She has bestowed to them her part manifestations, Saraswati to Brahma, Lakshmi to Vishnu, and Girija to Maheshwar, and she has thus rendered them more powerful. They, the lords of the Devas, always meditate and worship her as the creatrix, preservatrix, and destructrix of this universe. O King, I have thus described to you, as far as my intelligence and knowledge go, the holy greatness and the excellent glory of her. In reality, I have not been able to come to the end of it. Here ends the 33rd chapter of the 5th book, on the description of the greatness of the Devi, in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas, chapter 34, on the methods of the worship of the Devi. The king said, O Bhagwan, kindly narrate to me in detail now the methods of how to serve and worship the goddess and the mantras that are used on such occasion. The Rishi said, O king, I am now describing the method how to worship the goddess. Here, this leads to the fulfillment of all desires, to the liberation from one's bondage, to self-realization, and to the destruction of all miseries. The worshipper has to perform his bath, then putting on a white cloth, he will have to perform his Vedic and Tantric Sandhya. Then he should, with his heart controlled, perform his Achmana ceremony and select a good auspicious site for his own puja purposes. Next, he should plaster the site with cow dung and spread his sacred carpet, asana, whereon he is to take his seat with a cheerful mind and sip water for Achmana 3 times. Then he is to collect the articles for worship according to his best capacity, and place them duly in their respective positions. He is to perform pranayam, regulate his breath, and then follows the Bhuta Shuddhi, the purification of the old and the formation of the celestial body, and Jiva Shuddhi, by which the sadhaka becomes the Devta Maya. He then proceeds to Matrika Nyasa, setting mentally in their several places in the 6 chakras, and then externally by physical action the letters of the alphabet, which form the different parts of the body of the Devta. He then places his hand on different parts of his body, uttering distinctly at the same time the appropriate matrika for that part. Bhuta Shuddhi, dissolve earth into water, water into fire, fire into air, air into ether, ether into ahamkara, ahamkara into mahat, and mahat into prakriti, the final cause. This process is called Bhuta Shuddhi. He is to mention then the time, date, tithi, and month of the year and make his sankalp. Then he will have to assign to the different parts of his body the matrika mantrams duly, as well as his own mantram. Next he is to meditate in his own body the seat of the different devtas and do the internal worship. He is to breathe life into the deity outside to be worshipped as well as within himself to be meditated and worshipped. Then he is to do the same with the articles for worship and purify them by sprinkling with water and astra or fat mantram, thus removing all sources of obstacles that are likely to interfere with the act. Next, on an auspicious copper plate, he is to draw inside a 6-angled, hexagonal figure, to triangles crossing each other with their vertices one upward and the other below, with white sandal paste or with 8 perfumed things, and outside this figure, an octagonal figure of 8 petals. Outside this he is to draw the boundary lines that is called the bhupura. On each of the 8 petals he is to write each letter of the 9-lettered Vija, seed, mantram, and the 9th letter in the central ovum. Next, by the mantram by which breath is infused, or by the Vedic mantram, he will have to place the yantra in the proper position, and then worship the Adhara Shakti, the vital force, in the central ovum and the holy seat with the Pitha mantrams. He will have to invoke the Devi, uttering the seed mantram over a golden plate or figure, and carefully worship her by offering seeds and other articles duly as enunciated in the Yamla Tantras, etc. Then he will have to perform the sixfold worship of the Ganas in the 6 angels and worship Indra, etc., and Vajra and others in the Bhupura, the boundary, and thus finish the puja of the yantra. Note: Bhupura is what is thought over outside the front or in the beginning. Here the Gana Devtas are first thought over and worshipped. Worship outside, worship inside, and see the deity in and out, everywhere, and be free is the motto of the worship. In the absence of the yantra, one will have to make a metalled image of Bhagavati and worship her with the greatest caution with the mantras as expounded by Shiva in the tantrams of Jamala and others. Note: yantra is that which restrains. This human body is the yantra, and its imitation is placed outside in various shapes and figures. The yantra is the mystical diagram used by the devotees for worship. Or one may use the Vedic mantrams in worshipping the deity in accordance with the prescribed rules and with his mind controlled. Then, merged in meditation, one is to mutter silently, perform the japam of the 9-lettered mantram. Japam, muttering or repeating silently the mantram, is of 2 kinds: nitya, daily, and purashcharanik, repetition of the name of the deity accompanied with burnt offerings. In the nitya japam, nitya homas are performed, and in the occasional purashcharanik japam, 1/10 of this is offered. Abhisheka, too, is 1/10 of this homa, tarpanam is 1/10 of abhisheka, and the feeding of the Brahmans is 1/10 of what is done in the tarpanam. O King! Thus completing the japam 1 is to read daily the Chandi, do the Chandiptha, where the 3 glorious deeds of the Devi are narrated. Next he will have to allow the deity invoked to depart to her own place. The Navratra Vrata, 9-night vow, is next to be observed according to the proper rites and ceremonies. In the bright fortnight of the month of Ashwin or Chaitra, the fasting of the Navratra is to be observed by those who desire their own welfare. Homas are to be offered, many in number, and mantrams are to be recited, the same as in one's own mantram. Good payasam with sugar, ghee, and honey mixed is to be offered in this ceremony. Goat meat, or holy leaves of the bale tree, or red karveer flowers or till, sesamum seed, mixed with honey can be used instead in the Homa ceremony. The special days for the worship of the Devi are the 8th, 9th, or 14th day, Tithi, of the half month. The feeding of the Brahmans must be done on each occasion. O King! Thus the poor become wealthy, the diseased get cured, and the persons that have no issue get obedient and well-qualified sons. The king, expelled from his kingdom, gets back by the grace of Mahamaya, dominion over the whole earth, and becomes able to destroy all those enemies of his, by whom he was before vanquished when he worships the Devi. The persons, desirous of learning, get undoubtedly the learning honorable and auspicious, provided he worships the Devi with his senses restrained. Persons of all castes, Brahmans, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, or Shudras, can become masters of all pleasures and happiness provided they worship with devotion the Devi, the preserver of the world, the Jagadhatri. A man or woman whoever performs the Navratra vow always full of devotion, gets all the desired fruits. Whoever celebrates the holy Navratra ceremony in the bright fortnight of the month of Ashwin with his heart full of the thought of the Devi, gets all his desired fruits. O King! Now I am describing the rites and ceremonies. Here a square-raised platform or altar is to be made according to the prescribed rules. A water jar is then to be placed on it with the Vedic mantrams and due rites and ceremonies. One will have to make a beautiful yantra according to the previously laid rules, and the water jar is to be placed on it. Then spread the beautiful yava grains all around the jar. An awning or pandal is to be erected over the altar and the place of worship, and the site is to be decorated with flowers. Lights and dhupas, incense and perfumes are then to be used in the hall of the Chandika Devi. O king, the Devi is to be worshipped thrice, morning, midday and evening. No miserliness is to be shown in spending wealth for this purpose. Light, dhoop, good presents of rice and other edibles, flowers, and fruits of various kinds are to be offered in this worship of the Devi. The chanting of the hymns of the Vedas, songs, and music with the various instruments are to be done, and a grand festivity is to be made. Moreover, note this carefully that virgins are to be worshipped duly with sandal, ornaments, clothings, various edibles, sweet-scented oil, and beautiful garlands. This worship of the virgins is one of the essentials. Thus completing the worship of the Devi, Homa is to be done duly with mantrams and other necessary articles on the 8th or the 9th Tithi. Lastly, the Brahmans are to be fed duly. Then the worshipper is to take his first meal after fasting, make Paranam, on the 10th day. Then presents and various articles are to be offered to the Brahman according to one's might and with devotion. O king, any man or any chaste married woman or a chaste widow, whoever performs thus the Navratra Vrata, gets in this world all the desired fruits and enjoys all sorts of enjoyments and gets unbounded happiness, and after death goes to the highest place. And if, owing to some cause or other, he has to take his birth again in this world, he would be born in an excellent family and would become endowed with good conduct and qualifications and get the unflinching devotion towards the Ambika Devi. O king, I have thus described to you the rules of the Navratra ceremony. This vow is the best of all. Highest and greatest pleasures and happinesses are obtained in worshipping thus the auspicious Mahamaya. O king, better worship Chandika duly according to the prescribed rules. Then you would be able, by her grace, to conquer all your enemies, and you will regain your excellent dominion, unshaken by any. And you will get again the highest pleasure and happiness when you will be reunited with your wife and sons in your own palace. There is no doubt in this. O Vaishya, you, too, better worship the same Mahamaya, the goddess of the universe, worshipping whom leads to the fructification of all desires. You will then be able to regain all your worldly pleasures in your own home and be respected by your relatives and acquaintances, and finally, after your death, you will go to the holy abode of the Devi. There is no doubt in this. Those that do not worship the Devi go to Narka or hell. Moreover, they suffer much from various diseases in this world. Those that do not worship the Devi are always defeated by their enemies, are void of wife and sons, become stupid and suffer pains from their unsatisfied desires. And those that worship the preservatrix of this world with the bay leaves, Karvira flowers, Shatpatra, and Champaka flowers, that blessed man, devoted to the Devi, gets filled with all sorts of enjoyments. O king, what more can I say than this, that those who have worshipped the Devi Bhavani with the mantrams approved by the Nigma Shastras, those very persons get honor in this world and are filled with all sorts of power and wealth. Verily, they stand foremost in the rank of best men, becoming the only repositories of all the best qualities in this world. Here ends the 34th chapter of the 5th book, on the methods of the worship of the Devi, in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Vedavyas, chapter 35, on the receiving of the boons by the king Surtha and the Vaishya Samadhi. Vyas said, O king, hearing thus the Rishi's words, the king Surtha and Vaishya, who were very distressed in their minds, became very much comforted and bowed down to the Muni with great humility and modesty. Their eyes expressed their gladness, and their hearts were filled with loving devotion. Both of them, then, clever in speaking and of calm and quiet temper, begin to address him with their folded hands. O Bhagwan, we were passing our days in a very humble and distressed spot. We are today purified by your good words, just as the country was rendered pure by Bhagirtha when he brought down the river Ganges here. The saints, adorned with purely good qualities, are incessantly engaged in doing good to others, and how the people can be made happy. O intelligent one! Surely we have come to this auspicious ashram owing to our past good deeds in previous births, and all our miseries are therefore brought to their ends today. There are good many persons that roam in this world for their selfish ends. Very few there exist like you who are always ready to do good to others. O Muni! True that I am very much distressed, but this Vaishya is more distressed than me. Both of us, very much afflicted by the miseries of the world, have come gladly to your ashram, and are relieved of our bodily sufferings by your sight. And now, hearing your words, we are relieved also of our mental pain and sufferings. O Brahman! We are very much blessed, and our objects have been gained by your nectar-like words, O thou, the ocean of mercy. You have purified us, out of your unbounded mercy. We are quite tired of this world. Knowing this, do lead us beyond this world by holding our hands, and by initiating us with mantrams. O best of Munis! We will first of all practice a very hard tapasya, asceticism, and worship Bhagavati, the awarder of happiness. Then, seeing her, we will go to our respective abodes. Now we expect the 9-lettered mantram of the Devi from your mouth, and practicing the Navratra Vratam we will fast and meditate on the mantram. Vyas said, O king! When the king and Vaishya prayed thus to the Muni Sumedha, the best of the Munis, gave them the auspicious mantram with its seed, Vija, and as well what is to be meditated, Dhyan. On getting the mantram, with Rishi, Chanda, seed Shakti, and Devta, duly, they welcomed the Muni and with his permission, went to the holy bank of a river. Both of them were of delicate frames, and both of them were fully determined. They went to a very solitary place, and selected their place, and took their seats there. There they spent 1 month in repeating silently the mantram, and in chanting the 3 glorious deeds of Chandi. In this short period of 1 month, they became very much attached to the lotus feet of Bhavani, and their minds were also much pacified. They attended to no other business. Only they used to go to the Muni once a day, and bowing down before him, they returned to their own seats of kushagras, and gave themselves up to the meditation of the Devi, and always repeated silently their mantrams. O king! 1 year thus passed away. They then abstained from taking fruits and subsisted on the leaves of trees. Thus engaged in meditation and asceticism, they passed away another year, sustaining themselves with dry leaves only. O king! When the 2 years thus passed, they got in their dreams the beautiful vision of the goddess Bhagavati. They were very much delighted to see in their dreams the Ambika Devi in red robes and decorated with various ornaments. They practiced tapasya in the 3rd year with water as their only food. Thus when they found that, after practicing the tapas for 3 years, they could not see face to face the Devi, they became very anxious to see the Devi and thought thus, when we have not been so fortunate as to see the Devi, who are the bestower of peace and happiness to the human beings, we will then leave our bodies, in deep distress and sorrow. Thus thinking, the king prepared a beautiful triangular kunda, pit, firm and of 1 hand measure. Lighting a fire in that pit, the king began to cut off slices of flesh from his own body, and offered them as oblations to the fire. The Vaishya, too, then did the same. O king! Both of them were very much excited, and began to offer their blood as oblation to the Devi. The Devi Bhagavati, then, seeing them thus grieved, and that their hearts were overflown with devotion towards her, appeared directly before them, and said thus, O king! You are my favourite devotees. I am pleased with your tapasya. Now ask whatever you desire. I will grant you that boon. Then she spoke to the Vaishya, O highly fortunate one! I am pleased. Ask without any delay any boon. I will grant that just now. Vyas said, O king! Hearing thus the words of the Devi, the king Surtha was very much delighted and said thus, O Devi! Grant me this boon that I be able today to conquer my enemies with my own power, and that I may regain my kingdom. The Devi then spoke to him thus, O king, go to your own abode. Your enemies are now enfeebled and will certainly be defeated. Note, the Devi has now withdrawn her own power from the enemies with which they were filled before. This is the result of the real sacrifice to the Devi. O fortunate one! Your ministers will all come and prostrate themselves before your feet and will be obedient to you. You can now go back to your city and govern your subjects happily. O king! Thus reign for Ajuta years, 10,000 years, over your widely extended dominion. Then, when you quit your body, you will again be born from Surya, and be known widely as Savarni Manu. Vyas said, O king! The pure-natured Vashya said with folded hands, O Devi! I have nothing to do with house, sons, no wealth. O mother! The house, wealth and sons, all these are so many sources of bondage to this world, and are very transitory like dreams. Therefore, give me knowledge, so that my ties to this world be cut asunder. Persons who are devoid of knowledge, those fools are merged in this ocean of world. The wise never prefer the samsara, therefore they can cross this world. Vyas said, O king! Hearing this, the Mahamaya said to the Vaishya, who stood in front of her thus, O Vaishya! No doubt you will acquire knowledge. Thus granting boons to them, the Devi then and there disappeared. After the Devi had disappeared, the king bowed down to the Muni, mounted on his horse, and expressed a desire to go back to his kingdom. Just at that time all his ministers and subjects came humbly before him, bowed down to him, and standing before him with folded hands, said, O king! Your enemies all had acted very sinfully, hence they were all slain in battle. You be pleased now to remain in your city, free from any enemy, and govern your subjects. The king, hearing thus, bowed down to the Muni and with his permission, started towards his kingdom, surrounded by his ministers. On regaining his own kingdom, wife, relatives and kinsmen, he began to enjoy the sea-girt earth. On the other hand, the Vaishya became illumined with the spiritual knowledge, and all his connections and attachments being completely severed, became free from all bondages. He became liberated in his lifetime, and travelled always from one place of pilgrimage to another, and passed away his time in singing the glorious deeds of the Devi. O king! Thus I have described to you the most wonderful character of the Devi, what fruits were obtained by the king and the Vaishya on their worshipping her, how the Daityas were killed by her, and about her auspicious appearances on this earth. Oh! Such is the glory of the Devi, leading to fearlessness amongst her devotees. The mortal who hears constantly this excellent pure narrative of the Devi Bhagavati gets truly all the best and wonderful pleasures of this world. No doubt anybody who hears this wonderful incident will obtain knowledge, liberation, fame, happiness and purity. The essence of all religions lies in this narration. Therefore, it leads, above all, to dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, religion, wealth, desire and liberation. It grants all desires to human beings. Suta said, O rishis! The Maharshi Vyas, the son of Satyavati, versed in all the departments of knowledge, asked by the king Janmejaya, narrated to him this divine Sanhita. The character of Chandika, the killing of the Daitya Shumbha, were thus narrated by the merciful Muni Veda Vyas. O Munis! I, too, have described to you the main points of this Purana. Here ends the 35th chapter of the 5th book, on the receiving of the boons by the King Surtha and the Vaishya Samadhi, in the Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam, of 18,000 verses by Maharishi Veda Vyas. The 5th book completed.